Good morning. My name is Anne Dolan from the Department of History at Trinity College Dublin, and I'm delighted to welcome you to this morning's keynote session. It is my great privilege to introduce three wonderful scholars to you this morning. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Bill Kazan, Associate Professor of Politics at the London School of Economics, an expert on Irish, European and comparative politics. He is the author of some of the most important and influential books on the nature of Irish democracy and on the politics of the Irish Civil War. His most recent book, Nations Torn Asunder, The Challenge of Civil War, is a wonderful piece of comparative scholarship. He's currently working on a comparative study of the European periphery in the 20th century. Following Bill's paper, there will be two short responses. The first from Dr. Ciara Meehan, who will be joining us via Zoom. Ciara is a reader and Associate Dean at the School of Humanities at the University of Hertfordshire. She has written extensively on the nature of the new state and its politics, with books including The Cosgrave Party and her recent History of Fine Gael, co-written with Stephen Collins. The second response will be by Dr. William Murphy, Associate Professor at the School of History and Geography, Dublin City University, author of Political Imprisonment and the Irish, 1912 to 1921. And I suppose we must remember that the handover was accompanied by the release of many prisoners. He is also one of the most recent biographers of the man who led the provisional government into the castle 100 years ago, Michael Collins. We will have plenty of time for questions after the three papers, and so I think at this point, let us welcome Dr. Bill Kazan with his paper entitled The Provisional Government and the Idea of an Irish State Tradition.
Okay, thanks very much, Anne, for that introduction, and thanks for coming to this talk. It's an important event, and I hope my topic, the Irish state tradition, is also an important topic. Up to me to make it so. Firstly, there's no doubt whatsoever that as part of the case for the Anglo-Irish Treaty, the state played a very important role. In a leaflet that was circulated by the provisional government at the time, it mentioned all the advantages that came with the treaty: a parliament, an executive, democratic control of legislation, legal and administrative systems, an Irish army and an Irish police force. It also mentioned a recognised place as a separate state among the nations. And finally, they would aspire to developing an Irish state organisation to express the will and mind of the nation. So the state seems to have been very important. At the same time, there is no doubt either that by the time the same people departed power in 1932, doubts had clearly sunk in as to whether or not the idea of the state had sunk in the minds of the population. In October 1931, William Cosgrave told the Dáil, "Our task as the first government of this country has been very difficult. We have had to contend with the negative difficulty of the absence of a state sense among large sections of the people." Before he died, Kevin O'Higgins characteristically had been blunter. "What are the social convictions behind Irish democracy?" he asked. "An unquestionable mixture of feudalism and brigandage in one quarter, and a deplorable amount of grabber and gombeen morality generally." So time changes people's attitudes to the people they govern. The only historian who has questioned whether or not there is an Irish state tradition is Joe Lee, the Cork-based historian. His conclusion is that the Irish had a political but not a state tradition. They value the nation more than the state. And to illustrate this, if you look at the 1937 Constitution, which is still in place, it differentiates state and nation very clearly. There are two sections, one on the nation, followed by that on the state. So the nation in the Constitution was more important, it seems, than the state. If you think anecdotally, and this might strike you as being too anecdotal, I've just finished a book edited by Paddy Logue in 2002, or 2000, consisting of a series of reflections on being Irish, numbering in total 100. What made people proud to be Irish? The achievements of Irish people abroad, their achievements in the arts and sciences, hospitality, the crack, spiritual values, the literary tradition, the Irish language. In 100 reflections on being Irish, not a single person said they were proud to be in a state or governed by a state that had been a consolidated democracy for almost 100 years. So it's hard to argue that the state played a big role in their sense of identity compared to other things. Personally, I'm not really convinced with this consensus. I think, firstly, when we look at the Civil War, it's clearly a conflict fought between people who are trying to establish a 26-county state, as opposed to those who are representing the value placed on a 32-county nation, and the state won that conflict. When we analyse what follows in the next 2 decades, once again, the state really emerges as a very strong player. And even when we listen to the presentations that are given in this conference, you can see academics from Ireland are always using the concept of the state. So the state is a conceptual standing which we have to explain. My perspective on this issue is taken from a political philosopher, Hannah Arendt, who argued that a strong state need not be one that declares itself as such. Its strength is hidden, is held in reserve, and reveals itself mainly in moments of crisis. Now, I will consider in my lecture and make the case, for the most part, that there is indeed an Irish state tradition, and I will consider it in terms of a number of issues. Now, my intention is to give you a fair-minded and balanced evaluation of this particular question. And you might ask, can you really be fair-minded about something like this? In 2005, when I published my book on the Civil War, the first book launch took place in the United States of America, and the historian who was introducing my book started by saying, "This is a very fair-minded book. I hate fair-minded books." But nonetheless, I'm going to do my best to be fair-minded in this particular analysis. The first question, and a critical question for any new state in the 20th century, is could the Irish state, in the context of the Civil War, broadcast power? Now, I have here one of 2 not so impressive maps giving a picture of the country as it was in July 1922, when the Civil War had started. You will see there is the obvious international border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Free State, but shaded in there is also that line running between Limerick and Waterford, behind which Liam Lynch, the Chief of Staff of the IRA, hoped to prevent the expansion of power by the Dublin Free State government. At that time, on paper, we can't be sure about this, but on paper there could have been 70 or 80,000 IRA men who could have taken part in this anti-state campaign. The reality was, in fact, that maybe less than 5,000 were sufficiently armed to fight a conventional war. But this was the beginning of the conventional fight for the treaty, the conventional defence of the Republic against the Free State, and this was the border behind which, in the southwest, the IRA's strength was strongest. This line was defended more or less for the month of July, and then it collapsed. So when we talk about the conventional phase of the Civil War, in terms of broadcasting power, power was broadcast very quickly and very decisively. But then we had the decision by Liam Lynch to say, you know, we were never really ones for conventional fighting. What really matters to the IRA is guerrilla war. And if we test the Free State in guerrilla war, they will eventually fail. Some British commentators, particularly after Collins' death on the August 22nd, also believed that the Free State would not pass the test in the guerrilla phase of the Civil War. So one MP, Samuel Hoare, wrote to the British Cabinet on the 21st of September 1922 complaining that the Irish Provisional Government had no one with administrative experience apart from Cosgrave. There was no trained civil service in his view. Even now, the dividing line between the Free State and irregulars is often blurred in the country districts. They weren't taking the Civil War seriously. Evidence of that was the fact that Mrs. Erskine Childers and Mrs. Eamon de Valera still live unmolested in their Dublin houses. And outside of Dublin, the future was bleak. Because of the revival of agrarian agitation in the south and the southwest, Hoare argued that within a year, due to agrarian agitation, the situation will drift either into complete anarchy or into a peasant republic. And events proved him completely wrong. The Civil War ended late in April 1923, which means that in total it lasted less than a year. So it's hard to think of a conflict, a civil conflict, that was just so one-sided and with such a decisive conclusion. So I think this is evidence, firstly, for the fact that, yes, the Free State was able to broadcast power very effectively and very quickly, and also, I think, from the point of view of any state tradition, this is the conflict that formed the state. The second question I want to consider is the question of how the state overcame the Civil War divide. And here I have a map which I've taken from another publication, which shows you shaded in along the Atlantic seaboard all those areas in Ireland where the anti-treaty Republican Sinn Féin vote was more than a third in the August 1923 election. And what I want to stress by looking at this is that not only that there was a geographical pattern to voting behaviour, but that the Civil War to some extent had deepened a divide among the electorate. And the question then is not so much one of broadcasting power, but overcoming division. How was this division overcome? Once again, to talk about the concept of the state, it's vitally important to realise that the Irish Free State was a parliamentary state. And with a parliamentary state, in order to get power, you had to get into Parliament. And if you disagreed with the treaty, you needed a parliamentary majority to revise that treaty. If you wanted to defend the treaty, you needed a parliamentary majority to defend that treaty. And both the treaty sides did this. The culminating point, of course, in 1927, De Valera led Fianna Fáil into the Dáil. This had two consequences in the long run. Firstly, over time, politics became non-violent. And secondly, those who refused to accept the legitimacy of the Parliament or who remained outside the Parliament were marginalised. And I think this is also something very, very important because it gets to this concept of the state. Regardless of the veneration of the people who launched a rebellion in 1916, neither of the two sides to the Civil War split, when in power, failed to distinguish between constitutional opposition and physical force opposition to the state. And making that distinction, they are saying something about their conception of the state. So this process of basically transcending the Civil War division in the context of a parliamentary state goes up to 1939 when both sides, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, both vote for Fianna Fáil's Offences against the State Act, which of course was directed mainly against Republican subversives. So in terms of whether or not the state helped in the overcoming of this divide, certainly if we think of the Irish state as a parliamentary state, Parliament played a huge role in this. The third question is, was the state neutral between the Civil War sides? Here it's more difficult to be fair-minded. At first glance, I would say no, that the Free State was not in fact neutral between the two sides. Public employment was exclusively for people who had fought on one side of the Civil War. In the reconstruction works that were basically done in 1923, 24 and 25, this was being used mainly to provide employment for demobilised Free State soldiers. And in my opinion, the oath of fidelity, or the oath of allegiance, however much you like to call it, which lasted until 1933, was an exclusive device which made it very difficult for Republicans to accept the Free State. On the other hand, you'd have to say that in 1932, when Fianna Fáil won an election and came to power as a minority government, democratic rules were applied, and basically they were allowed by the agencies of the state to form a government, and indeed the same agencies, especially the police force, the Gardaí, helped them repress both the IRA and the Blue Shirts in the 1930s. There's a brilliant piece of memoir from Todd Andrews' book, Dublin Made Me, where he describes, as an anti-treaty Republican, going to the civil service for the first time to work with civil servants who he expected to be Free State bastards. And he was totally taken aback. Apart from the fact that they weren't bastards, they weren't even Free Staters, in his view, the civil service was completely neutral. So this idea of state neutrality underpins what happened in Ireland, where the losers of the Civil War eventually were allowed to become the dominant party in the state, and subsequently in 1948, when they lost a democratic election, they returned power to the opposition again. So this outcome, to me, at least vindicated what Collins had predicted might happen in the summer of 1922, that if the opponents of the treaty decommissioned their weapons, laid down their arms and accepted the role of a constitutional opposition, they in turn, in the whirl of politics, would eventually come to power and they could alter the treaty settlement. So some conception of the neutral state was even there before the Civil War actually began. The fourth question I have is, did the Irish have a concept of the state? And here, when we talk about a concept, the answer isn't really obvious, because any of you who is familiar with the thinking behind the Irish Ireland movement, the Gaelic League, the Sinn Féin movement, will know that there were people like Owen MacNeill who are hostile to the idea that Irish tradition, Irish civilization had anything to do with a centralized state. But MacNeill himself was a very conservative man, and maybe that was also a reflection of his own conservatism. Then you come to someone like James Colony, a socialist, who you would expect to have developed in his writings a developed concept of the state. I couldn't find one. I think for Connolly, the nation was a far more important concept than the state, just as Joe Lee had suggested. And then when you talk about someone like Countess Markievicz, one of her arguments was that what was brilliant about Ireland and what allowed us to wage a successful guerrilla war against the British forces was that there isn't actually a centralised state form in Ireland. And this, of course, if it was true, would mean that the anti-treaty guerrilla resistance to the Free State would have a good chance of success too. But the point is, she was getting at something that is really very important in this whole debate about the Irish state, which is the tension between what Eunan O'Halpin said yesterday is a characteristic of the state, which is how centralised it is, and the fact that all of these idealists before independence were really hostile to centralisation and thought the essence of the Irish spirit was expressed more in decentralised forms of power. So it's hard to say there was a concept of the state. When we look at the 1922 Constitution, maybe for obvious reasons, it doesn't really develop or say very much about the state. Saor Stat Éireann is mentioned several times, but the only time the state is mentioned in the 1922 Constitution is actually a reference to the United Kingdom. So there's no real development of an Irish conception of the state. But go forward 15 years to 1937, how many times are words like Council of State, State, States, the State, Saor Stat Éireann, Free State mentioned? 114. There is no other extant constitution in the European Union that mentions the state more. So a combination of nationalism, and a combination of religion led to De Valera and his colleagues using the concept of the state to emphasise the distinctiveness of the Irish state, but also its independence compared to the 1922 constitution, the drafters of which may not have been free to express a concept of the state in 1922. And then we go forward 2 years and we have this remarkable piece of legislation called the Offences Against the State Act, which suggests that by joining the IRA, taking part in tirades, intimidating jurors and so forth, people are personally offending an impersonal entity called the state. Now, it wasn't unusual in the 20s and 30s for democratic governments to rely on the state to this extent and to pass emergency powers, but only in Ireland is this particular formulation used, Offences Against the State Act. It is, of course, only language. If we look at other constitutions, we can also see countries outside of Europe that mention the state very often, but I don't see any parallel to this idea of Offences Against the State Act. And it's more than language, because under the authority of this Act, during the Second World War, a state of emergency was declared, and that state of emergency lasted legally until 1997. So once again, it's kind of hard to argue that there isn't something important about the state in Ireland. Now, as I said, I wanted to make that case, but I also wanted to evaluate this whole debate in a fair-minded way. And my approach thus far has been consistent with what someone also mentioned yesterday, the approach to the state that is associated with the German sociologist Max Weber, who defined legitimacy, who defined the state as the actor that had a legitimate monopoly of the use of force in a given territory. So legitimacy, territory, monopoly on coercion, all of these concepts are absolutely essential in terms of the things I've been discussing up to now. And they're part, I think, of every political or political science explanation of what happens in Ireland from 1921 to the Second World War. But there is a critique, I think, we can make of this Weberian approach. And I think it's worth discussing because you might find my approach to be narrowly political. It seems when we look at the 20s and 30s that the Irish state was strong, especially in the area of security, and that the major legislative events, such as the Offences Against the State Act of the 20s and the 30s, show this concern for security. The critique is that the British state had also been primarily concerned with security in 19th century Ireland. And if we were to think of the Irish state, we have to think of how or whether the Irish state really overcame this post-colonial legacy of a history in Ireland where the people thought of the state as someone else's. Now, I have a few quotes I want to read in this particular lecture. This one is from precisely that book, Being Irish, a short article by Jennifer Johnson. And she says that the problem in Ireland is how to present true democracy to an island with 4.5 million inhabitants who had lived for so long colonized by their neighbour and by the church, both tyrannical masters in their own different ways. It has been a lengthy and very painful process, not over yet by any means, but we seem to be moving along. Now, what I want to say from this perspective is that there are, of course, fundamental criticisms to be made, even of a state and a state tradition that can claim democratic continuity right back to its very formation. The first one is, of course, what is called in political science the concept of state capacity. Did the Irish state have the capacity, the will, the resources to achieve socioeconomic objectives that it regarded as being important? Did it particularly have the ability to interfere or influence in the economy of Ireland to such an extent that the individual citizen could benefit? The conclusion from reading the literature is this concept of state capacity is something that took a very long time to develop after independence. I think it developed slowly, and it accelerated since our membership of the European Union in the early 1970s. So there doesn't seem to be a connection between economic development in Ireland and the success of the democratic process, and that is obviously something worth reflecting on. Secondly, it can be argued that this state was not actually able to change the structures it inherited. There is an American political scientist who argues, Gary Jacobson is his name, that a state can either be militant or acquiescent vis-à-vis the structures socially it finds itself surrounded by. And what he would suggest is that the Irish state, far from being militant about changing social structures, acquiesced in them. The land system based on private property, Catholic morality, the high degree of centralisation of the British state before independence, and in the area of gender, the exclusion of women from the public sphere to a large extent. So the independent state didn't mean a new departure in many ways. This idea of acquiescing in the social fabric and acquiescing in the social structures is very important in Ireland, and the element of social conservatism is obviously one reason people are now more inclined to think that the idea of the Republic, as proclaimed in 1916, expresses their values more than the state itself does. So that would be a second criticism. A third point is the presence of Catholicism in this country, and whether specifically we should consider the Catholic Church to have been part of the state. Going back to Cosgrave in 1931, when he was arguing for more emergency powers, he argued, "I believe that the future of this country is linked up with the traditions and teachings of the Christian religion, which have governed the minds of its people for 1,500 years. Much later, in the late 1930s, when De Valera is passing its constitution, he once again put forward a vision of Irish history going back to St. Patrick. In other words, going back to a time before which any modern states had developed. De Valera does not identify the purpose of Irish statehood necessarily with the state as opposed to with the continuance of Irish culture, language, and civilization. But this question of Catholicism is not just a question of identity. We also have to think of it in terms of morality and in terms of authority. And one of the questions I think that's come up recently with all these controversies about the mother and babies homes, which is the Irish state farmed out a lot of things to other actors. So in terms of experiencing authority, people experienced that at the local level, and they experienced it vis-à-vis their interactions with the Catholic Church. And then if you consider that more than 1/3 of the population would be emigrants, what type of state authority would someone actually encounter if you grew up in Ireland? First you have the family, then you have the church, then you have the local community, then you emigrate. You don't seem to have much experience of a state. But nonetheless, I think this question of the church and how we think of the responsibility of either church and state, or the responsibility of both church and state from a legal point of view, has become really important. And I think, going back to what I said at the start about the conviction of the pro-treaty government that the idea of the state had in fact never sunk in Ireland when they became independent, this is related to the fourth point, and this is the question of how essential was the state really to the social and political order that existed in the first 50 years of independence. Once again, I have a quote from William Cosgrave: "The future progress and prosperity of this state cannot be secured by any government unless it is supported by the obedience of the people to the laws of God and to the state." So a combination of obedience to the teachings of the Christian religion and to the state was needed for people actually to back the system and have it consolidated. Now, my approach in the early part of the lecture, as I said, was largely Weberian, based on this sociologist known as Max Weber, who talked about legitimacy, who talked about monopoly of coercion in a given territory. But he's not the only sociologist that is relevant to a discussion of state power. There is also a French sociologist, Émile Durkheim, who saw inequality more as a kind of moral community. And is it the case that really, for most people, at least up to the 1970s, it wasn't necessarily the state that created and upheld and secured the world they lived in, as opposed to this moral order or this moral community? Now, I don't want to romanticize what I mean by a moral community. Basically, it's clear that there were moral laws, particularly to do with sexuality, which were enforced rigorously, and people suffered when they departed from them. It was very difficult to be outside the moral community in Ireland until, I would say, the 1970s and maybe even later. So this perspective on what it is that held the society together has little to do with institutions and legitimacy and the coercive reach of the state, and more to do with, I suppose, whatever it is that creates and sustains that moral community. And the moral community, to many people, as we know, was very oppressive. And in an article or an interview, I think the poet Nuala Ní Dhomhnaill gave a perspective on this moral community, which I think is a very nice definition and one that maybe we shouldn't really discard, when she calls the Irish state a non-military totalitarian church state. So basically, even when we take the state as a concept, we have to think of the state really in terms of a number of different things, in terms of state capacity, its conservatism, its relation to the church, and whether it's really true that the social order in Ireland was underpinned fundamentally by the state, or whether in some senses this traditional society which existed before the 1970s was self-sustaining in different ways, reliant more on the family, on community, on the church, on tradition and so forth, and this diminished the importance of the state. And maybe for that reason, when people write articles for books like Being Ireland in 2000, I know there's a new edition coming out actually this month, maybe it's not a surprise in Ireland actually that people wouldn't take the state to be something that is essential to their sense of being Irish. But ultimately what I wanted to say in this lecture, and now I'm really concluding, is that this question of whether there is an Irish state tradition is very complicated. That, even when you look at prominent individuals, it's not easy to relate their attitudes to their behaviour. So to give you a concrete example, William Cosgrave, again, during the Civil War, when in the spring of 1923, he met with representatives of the neutral IRA who were asking him to stop the executions and basically negotiate his way out of the Civil War, he stated, rhetorically, that he was willing to execute 10,000 Republicans if this country is to live. And what he really meant is if this state is to live. So the state seems to be quite important. The same man, after the Civil War, said the objective of his government was not just to reassert the authority of the courts and confirm the authority of Parliament, but to resuscitate the Gaelic spirit and the Gaelic civilization for which we have been fighting throughout the ages and all but lost. So the purpose of the state was primarily cultural. It wasn't about the courts, it wasn't about the Parliament, it wasn't about the institutions of the state. It was about culture, identity and civilization. So you have this ambiguity of someone who is willing to take extreme measures to defend his conception of the state, who nonetheless argued that ultimately Ireland, if it's to develop in the way it should be a state informed very much by the themes and aspirations of the earlier Gaelic revival. So there's all sorts of ambiguities, and it's not an easy topic. Now, personally, I believe there is an underground state tradition in Ireland. I say it's underground because I'm citing that political philosopher Hannah Arendt, who argued that the strong state need not be the one that declares itself and is everywhere symbolically in society, but the strong state has a power that is held in reserve, and this strong state comes into play at moments of crisis, such as the Civil War. It would be possible, and other peoples have said so, that you could also find evidence of such a state tradition in the occasional clashes between local and central government that have appeared in the history of this particular state. In this particular lecture, I've talked about the state tradition in terms of the 1920s and 30s, the clash between the Free State, the 26-county entity created by the treaty, and the broader Republican movement. And I think I'm right in saying that on both sides of that particular clash, De Valera included, the state ultimately proved more important than the 32-county republic. If we look towards the future and we think of when this state tradition might once again appear, what's going to happen in 5 years' time or 10 years' time or 15 years' time if there is a referendum in this country on the issue of Irish reunification? Once again, people will have to consider whether their loyalty is to the thing that is delivering, the state, albeit a 26-county one, and the aspiration represented by the 32-county republic. And even if that reunification takes place, and rather than being a utopia, it turns out that, in fact, this 32-county republic is a very conflict-ridden one. Once again, we will have to face the question of the state and the role that the state would play in that context. So for me, I definitely think that there is a state tradition in Ireland. I'm not saying it's the most important thing in the world. I'm not saying that the people who don't identify with the state when they're asked, what makes you proud to be Irish? I'm not saying they're wrong. It might be that politics is something that people like myself, political scientists, take more seriously than other people. But nonetheless, I think that it's there, and it's very hard to explain what happens in the period after the Civil War, and indeed during the Civil War, without taking this idea of an Irish state tradition more seriously. I should add that on my way over yesterday, I read all the 100 short essays in this book called Being Irish. I really found it very interesting and very inspiring. And for those of you who are interested, there is a second version produced, I think, by the daughter-in-law of Paddy Logue, published, I think, last month or to be published this month, also called Being Irish, New Reflections on Ireland and so forth. I haven't read it, I haven't been able to get the book, and the question will be whether it'll prove or disprove what I've already said, and I'm confident enough in my analysis that, in fact, the state won't figure very much in these new reflections. Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Bill. We're now joined by Dr. Ciara Meehan, and I'll hand over to Ciara.
Great, thank you, Anne. Bill, I really enjoyed that paper. It was absolutely fascinating. And as I was listening to it, I was struck by one of the early comments that you made, that by the time Cumann Gael departed power in 1932, there were doubts about whether the idea of state had sunk in. And I know that Will, in his paper, is going to explore more state organisation, the practicalities of it, and what that says about the concept of state. So, listening and responding to your paper, I kind of want to tease out this idea of how the key players conceptualize state and how they sold it. You finished off near the end of your paper there by referencing this concept that a strong state doesn't have to declare itself. But I think what's really interesting, and we haven't gone into it in depth yet, is the degree to which the provisional government and subsequently the Cumann na Gael government, in the early years of the Free State and across the 1920s, sold the idea of the Free State as a state to the international community. I mean, I think the within that, they almost use the terms of state and nation interchangeably at times. And I think that relationship between state, nation, and image projection as a way into the mentality of the provisional government, the Cumann na Gael government, is a really useful way of thinking about how state was understood and conceptualized at this time. So there's lots of areas to talk about, and it could be a paper in its own right, but I kind of like this morning, in the short time that I have, to focus on kind of three elements, and that's the membership of the League of Nations, Paddy McGilligan's Shannon scheme, and then also the Tailteann Games that happened in the early 1920s, because I think those three aspects as part of an image projection project is quite interesting in terms of how the state was understood, but more particularly how the government was attempting to establish this idea of state, which, as I mentioned, they often used interchangeably with nationhood. So while the provisional government and subsequently Cumann na Gael were occupied with the task of building the state, I think it is important that we also remember there was a real consciousness about how the international community would view the new state, the Free State, once it came into existence, and the lengths to which the governments went to project the image of the Free State as a legitimate state, one that was functioning, one that disrupted the idea that the Irish wouldn't be capable of self-government. And I think it's really interesting as well how they tie all of that into a longer history of the Irish, and they use that to inform the language that frames these various aspects. So if we start with membership of the League of Nations, I mean, that was on the agenda even before the constitutional foundation of the new state was fully in place. George Gavin Duffy, who was the Minister for Foreign Affairs in the provisional government, raised the issue at the first meeting of the third Dáil, describing membership as a matter of the most urgent importance. To be admitted to the League of Nations was a confirmation of full self-government and complete nationhood, and it would seal in the eyes of the international community Ireland's status as an independent state. Now, as it turned out, the provisional government moved slowly and correctly, because until the constitution was actually fully in place and the civil war was contained, the application for membership wouldn't have been at its strongest, and it would have been absolutely disastrous for the idea of state and legitimacy had that application been rejected. So it wasn't until September 1923 that the Free State was granted entry into the League. And I think the address by W.T. Cosgrave to the Assembly to mark that occasion, again, is really fascinating. The language that he used on that occasion would later, half century later, be echoed almost in what Jack Lynch would say when Ireland joined the EEC. And it's a kind of an interesting commentary on the continuity of language around this idea of state. And so W.T. Cosgrave talked about Ireland being both one of the oldest and yet one of the youngest nations. And I think there is an interesting use of nation and state almost as interchangeable concepts. He also presented the Free State membership of the League as a continuation of a long-standing relationship, stressing the idea that although Ireland was on the edge of Europe geographically, historically it had always been at the heart. So again, going back to this idea to what Bill referenced about the purpose of the state, kind of having this very much cultural identity to it. And we see that as well, I think, in the way that Patrick McGilligan shapes the Shannon scheme. When he is proposing and defending the idea to harness the River Shannon to bring electricity across the Free State, and not just in Dublin, as the opposition were proposing at the time because of the cost implications, he talked about how without economic sovereignty, political sovereignty would matter very little. And here he was thinking not just in the grand scheme of the importance of building a stable Irish economy, but he was also connecting it to this longer history. And to go back to what I said earlier, whether the Irish would be capable of self-government. So what he wanted to establish was this concept that the state could support itself, that it would be economically viable, and that it would disabuse the idea or the lie that Irish weren't capable of self-government. I'm jumping ahead quickly, and I know I'm moving very quickly, but I only have a short amount of time, and we can maybe tease some of these things out in the questions. But the Tailteann Games are an extension in many ways of that concept and of the language that W.T. Cosgrave used when Ireland joined the League of Nations. Because the Tailteann Games, as an Irish version of the Olympics, was an interesting element of the image projection project that was being undertaken, holding what was effectively a version of the Olympics so soon after the end of the Civil War, while the capital was still being rebuilt, was a massive undertaking. And yet it was a really important element of the projection project to sell this concept to the international community that the Irish new state was up, it was functioning, and it was going about its normal business. So the games themselves not only attracted the Irish at home and abroad, but also some of the Olympians who had participated in the Olympics earlier that year. And this international community brought with them their respective newspapers from the countries that they were coming from, with the result that despite some of the hiccups that were happening and issues with power outage and so on, the idea of a very successful state that was putting on such a major set piece so soon after the Civil War was being broadcast in newspapers around the world. And that was the type of propaganda that was invaluable. So again, just very quickly to tie all that together, these just three elements alone, I think, give us an interesting insight into the government's consciousness about trying to convince the international community of the legitimacy of the state, of recognizing the importance of establishing that legitimacy, but also how, to go back to what Bill mentioned, that for some key figures, there was a preference for nation over state. And I think these aspects speak to the way that which they were almost used interchangeably to suit the situation as required. And it's a really interesting insight as well, I think, into trying to establish this longer history that, although, to go back to what W.T. Cosgrave said, that Ireland was now a new nation, it was also one of the oldest. And I think that relationship between history, the longer tradition that Bill talked about, and the presentation of state is a really fascinating one that shows the commitment the provisional government and the Cumann na Gael government had to establishing, or trying to establish at least, the legitimacy of the state. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand over to William, who I think is going to talk more about the practicalities of it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Ciara. And now we'll hear from William.
Good morning, everybody. And can I begin by saying thank you to Anne Dolan for her work in organising the event, and also for her invitation to participate this morning. It's been a pleasure to be here to meet and listen to Bill Kazan, whose work has had such an influence on debates about the politics of the Civil War, and more broadly on debates about the early years of the Irish Free State. One of the most interesting chapters in Bill's essential book on the Civil War examined how the treatyite elite conceived of the purpose of the state, a theme he has returned to today. Bill has argued that the provisional government and its successors set about establishing what he called a protective democracy, a political project which involved a pretty narrow, not to say aggressive, conception of the state. The state was there to keep order and to vindicate the rights of fellow citizens. Given that key members of the provisional government tended to view the citizenry as dangerously politically immature, this involved protecting the populace from anti-treaty Republicans, yes, but also from themselves through unflinching action and stern parenting. As Bill pointed out today, the state from the beginning very often defined itself by its capacity to achieve security, sometimes in the form of emergency legislation. When one reads some of the statements of Kevin O'Higgins and Patrick Hogan in 1922 and 23, it is difficult to escape the sense that these men had come to view the state as a version of Hobbes' Leviathan, standing between 1920s Ireland and the war of all against all. If this defensive view of the state was almost certainly confirmed by the Civil War, and as Bill has outlined, the Free State was already likely to head in that conservative direction, as it was, to use Bill's words, the project of a triple alliance between the British government, the Catholic Church and the Irish middle class, in which none had an overriding influence in promoting an expansive conception of democracy. And I think those ideas emerged really clearly this morning in Bill's paper. This argument is in many ways very convincing, or at least I find it very convincing. But did any traces of the revolutionary state remain? As we heard yesterday, there was a persistent conversation, a tension as the Irish Free State emerged about the extent to which it was a new creation born of the treaty and the circumstances of 1922, this project that Bill has described this morning, or in contrast, the extent to which it was the successor to a republic which had not been merely a theoretical or imagined entity, but had taken the form of a semi-functioning counter-state from 1919 onward. It seemed to me that these complex questions of breach or continuity very much hovered over a lot of the conversations that happened yesterday in the questions. When asking a question yesterday evening, Conor Mullava pointed to the fact that Michael Collins and Owen MacNeill had worked in the British Civil Service. Yet if the members of the provisional government had taken lessons in running a state, then I wonder whether, for several of them, the closest thing they had to a work placement had not been the revolutionary Republican Dáil Éireann government. And if that was the case, did they not bring anything with them from that counter-state to what was for them its successor state? Did the period of Dáil Éireann government constitute both a bridge and a laboratory? All that energy expended between 1919 and 1921 insisting that the Republic existed meant that many anti-treaty Republicans couldn't move on or turn back. But could the anti-treaty side just shake it off? In some cases, I readily concede the practices or lessons they brought with them may not have been very Republican, or at least not very democratic. The fact that the Dáil Éireann executive rarely had to answer to the Dáil may have encouraged a certain carelessness about the value of, or even impatience at the thought of, democratic oversight, certainly in Collins, for instance. This may go some way toward explaining the failure to call the Dáil during the months in which John Regan has claimed that Collins came close to becoming a dictator in the summer of 1922. But in the end, it was, as Bill has pointed out, the democratic principles that underpinned Dáil Éireann and, of course, the Irish Party tradition that won out. Other legacies were arguably more valuable. For instance, Michael Hayes, Minister for Education in the Provisional Government, later wrote that, quote, "A dangerous vacuum often occurs after a successful revolution. The old authority has been destroyed, but no new one has yet been created. In our case, that situation was avoided by the existence of the Dáil and its government, which had made a partially successful attempt to set up Irish institutions of state as a replacement for the British organs of government whose authority we denied and which we did our best to destroy." It is not that Hayes forgot that there was a civil war when writing this, rather he seems very conscious that it might have been much worse. And what prevented this for Hayes, it seems, was not simply the actions of the new state and its leadership, or at least, certainly not that alone, but that there existed a narrative continuity between the counter-state and the Irish state, a narrative which seemed credible to many, ensuring widespread transfer of loyalty. I wonder how important Bill thinks this story of continuity was to the politics of statehood and to the politics of legitimacy in the Civil War era. If we can see the weight of Harry Boland's complaint that the final version of the Constitution of the Irish Free State was one which made Ireland safe for the Empire, for instance, it was a constitution which had an oireachtas that consisted of the king and two houses, then surely Kevin O'Higgins' desire to emphasise that constitution's republican characteristics were more than mere rhetoric. He contained, he said, the trappings, the insignia, the fiction and the symbols of monarchical institutions, but the real power is in the hands of the people. In 2020, in an article in the historical journal, Sean Donnelly argued that treaty-eyed political thought existed not just in simple opposition to republicanism from 1922, but continued to manifest strains of republicanism. Republicanism in Ireland, like everywhere else, Donnelly contended, is an ideology capable of including both radical and conservative elements. The republicanism of the provisional government may have been a rhetoric rather than a programme, he suggested, but it was a rhetoric that pro-treatyites continued to use with a purpose. In Donnelly's view, the vocabulary of classical republicanism was deployed to articulate a vision of the virtuous state based in the language of civic virtue and the common good. He goes on, when members of the Cumann Gael Executive Committee described themselves as Republicans, they meant it and never conceived of their politics as a repudiation of revolutionary values. And again, I wonder whether this shared sense of republicanism, some ongoing shared sense of republicanism, albeit various, provided a set of shared values across the Civil War divide. Finally, early in the paper, Bill considered the state's capacity to broadcast power, and he very much focused upon the coercive capacity of the state about control, the pro-treaty state's ability to assert its right to the monopoly of violence. Then toward the end, Cosgrave was quoted, and he's emphasising the task of the state to resuscitate the Gaelic spirit and the Gaelic civilisation for which we have been fighting through the ages and all but lost. Cosgrave and his colleagues may not have resuscitated Gaelic civilisation, but one area in which their state had a good deal of success was in the business of broadcasting their existence and purpose to the home audience through the soft power of what Michael Billig called banal nationalism. In other words, they were very good at the everyday semiotics of nationhood, using the stamps, the coins, police in new uniforms, and yes, even the colour of the post boxes to communicate the existence and purpose of the state to its own citizenry. I wonder whether this was because nationalists had been thinking about how an Irish state might broadcast and bolster the existence of the nation, at least as far back as Davis. So on that note, I just want to say thanks again to Bill for a really stimulating paper, which I'm sure has prompted much thought in the audience, and I'm really looking forward to hear what the audience have to say and also to Bill's responses. Thanks again.
Thanks, William. I think first off we should let Bill respond to some of those questions and those points. Bill.
Okay, so thanks very much for those comments. Obviously, I can't really respond to everything, but I'm sure I agree with almost everything that's been said. I mean, just in terms of like what Will was talking about in my 2005 book, about the Civil War and the idea that the pro-treaty side had a protective understanding of the state. In other words, almost straight away, once they attacked the Four Courts, they said the purpose of this state is to protect the lives and property of the citizens of the state. And this, of course, is an old tradition in British or Anglophone political theory. But one thing I didn't really develop enough, but which I think is true, is that they also recognized that this was insufficient, that for whatever reason, a purely economic or a purely legal approach to the state would be insufficient. And I think even Anne, in your book on commemorating the Civil War, you mentioned the fact that they didn't try and identify the state with their own military victory in the Civil War, and rather focused on kind of developing, as Will is talking about, soft power symbols that would be, promoting a different kind of understanding. So I think the protective approach was there, but it was insufficient. And the other way it was insufficient is that Cosgrave obviously thought that if people didn't adhere to the teachings of the church, neither would they adhere to the teachings of the state. So I think that's the first thing I would say. I think with Ciara, when you're saying that, depending on the situation, state and nation would be used interchangeably. One thing that's quite important is that even if you listen to Enda Kenny when he was giving his talk about one of the abuse crises within the Catholic Church, he used so many words for the state, Ireland, government, state, that this is still with us. We use different words for what is supposedly the same thing. And in the area of the Constitution, when we talk about the state being an actor in international relations, well then Ireland became the word for the actor in international relations legally. But generally I think what's also quite interesting is that if you think of the state in the Western tradition as the sole source of law in a given territory and the monopolizers of force, they stick to that pretty consistently, I think, in my view, in the 1937 Constitution. And then, again, with respect to what Will was saying about soft power and Ciara, what you're talking about with respect to culture, how do we interpret all of these people who are so very proud to be Irish and summarize their pride in ways that are cultural, non-material, sometimes non-political, non-economic, sometimes spiritual? Is this a source of strength for the state? I mean, is this maybe the ultimate source for a state? Because if you interview people and they say, well, I support this state because every year my salary is going to go up 5%, or I support this state because I'm likely to get promoted next year, this might be a pretty flimsy basis on which to construct a state. So we're in this area of how culture plays a role in basically serving the interests of the state. And that period, of course, known as De Valera's Ireland, is dismissed by a lot of people because so many of the arguments seem to be so romantic. But again, going back to Anne's book on the Civil War split, they had a pretty strong confidence that by identifying the state with cultural symbols and cultural themes, that this would be a source of legitimacy for the state. So we get back to that connection between culture and politics, which again, almost everyone that was writing about the origins of the Irish state, the long-term origins of the Irish state, a lot of people pointed to the Gaelic revival as being, you know, this is the thing that actually is connected to state formation. So that's as much as I have to say.
Great, thank you, Bill. I mean, we've plenty of time for questions both from the floor and online. It's just to remind people on Zoom to use the Q&A function, and for those in the room, to go to the microphone that's nearest to you. And I just want to remind everyone that the event is being recorded. So can I just abuse my position, actually, before I take the first question that's come in? I mean, to what extent is there a strategic vagueness in the use of words? And is that strategic vagueness to do with the Civil War? Because in a way, being against the state in that pre-independence period is a very important part of their, if you like, the rhetoric of those who are, if you like, wanting independence. And then with the Civil War, you now have a state where people, again, and thinking back to your map with that west of Ireland shaded grey, you have a significant number of people who are, again, feel very much against the state. And to what extent is that, as you say, that slippage of words, state, nation, Ireland, is this a slightly strategic thing in the sense to try and get out of Civil War, get out of Civil War division, or is it? What do you think of that idea?
Very hard question. I mean, even if you took as a subject for research whether there is a strategic vagueness in the use of key basic political concepts, it would be very hard to prove that that was the case. But I think I would say two things. One is that you know, when you talk about the ambivalence of the state, I mean, when I wrote a book about the Constitution and I asked the question, well, did Sinn Féin develop any constitutional ideas about the state that mattered? It seemed that they were almost anarchists in terms of their desire to completely transform the state. And then they get into power and they reproduce the basic features of the British state, particularly in terms of the executive and also in terms of the centralisation of the state. So not just people from the west of Ireland being, for reasons of peripherality and economic hardship, being anti-state, but the core elite was kind of anti-state in some way. So when someone like Eoin MacNeill then comes to power, and he's been writing history books for decades showing that actually the Irish never developed your typical Central European or your typical European centralised state, but it didn't matter because we had other things which we can call a state. Like way before independence, this concept of state is very important in terms of summarising why we're entitled to consider ourselves a nation, why we're entitled to be respected, as Ciara said, respected with a view of how other people are looking at us. When it comes to the strategic vagueness, Like, obviously, a lot of this is, when we look at political actors, like Cosgrave, being interviewed by the neutral IRA in March 23, these people are operating under severe stress. And it's not surprising that some of their use of language seems quite absolutist and not necessarily vague, but actually quite harsh and unequivocal. And then, of course, you have a very different way of thinking of language, which is that, law is the language that a state normally speaks to itself. And then you come to the Constitution drafting in 22, and then, of course, in 1937. And what I would say to that is that the people who drafted the 1922 Constitution, and outside scholars have said this, had to be ambivalent, because they're trying to bring together two things that are incompatible. And I think Laura Callanan said it well yesterday, that if you can't find one theory that is going to basically tell you what is the legality of the transfer based on. And then when you come to 1937, they are more free, they are freer to use concepts in a more florid and a more nationalist and a more symbolically affirmative way, rather than producing what I think there's an Israeli scholar called the symbolic ambivalence of the 1922 Constitution. It had to be like that, and that enabled them to get to the next step. But in 1937, by that stage, De Valera was in a position, really, apart from the fact that there was going to be a plebiscite, to really express his vision of the Irish state with as much language as he wanted to. But even in that document, you will find huge ambiguity. And one of the things that comes up is there, in Article 5 of the Constitution, actually defines the state as a sovereign, independent, democratic state. So it seems very generic. But when you look at the drafting, there were other people who wanted the principles of the Christian religion or a Christian state to go into that definition. So language is, all the time with these people, language is really important. And what's interesting about our study of this period is that we don't have a specialist who is actually a historian of the political language. So to some extent, we're just starting from the beginning on this subject.
Right, so there's plenty of work to be done. We have a question in from, I think, an anonymous questioner. Was there ever any proposal or debate about a separation of church and state during the formation of the Free State that had happened in other Catholic states, such as Italy, for example?
You want me to answer? Yeah.
And all three?
Yeah.
Anybody jump in?
Well, I can say that when we had the discussion in the Royal Irish Academy before Christmas on the treaty, one of the things nobody picks up on with respect to the treaty is there are provisions for religious freedom which go back to the Home Rule bills, and the British were insistent in the 19th century that a Home Rule Parliament could not endow any religion. And then you have a similar statement in the 1922 Constitution, and then in 1937, the state will not endow any religion. But then when you think about it, what does endow? I mean, giving massive amount of financial assistance to Catholic schools or Catholic hospitals or whatever seems to me a form of endowment. But generally, I think that I didn't see, the question of Catholicism could not be addressed totally in 1922, because for Figgis and for Collins and for these people, the 1922 Constitution was still a constitution for the whole island. They weren't sure at that point that the Unionists were going to opt out. So they didn't really pay much attention to what would be the formal relationship between church and state. And then, of course, in 1937, there isn't an established church, but neither is there an attempt to break up that huge informal power that the Catholic Church existed, and the different ways in which church and state were actually interwoven. But once again, in this area, there is just the use of language is the thing that you look at, because it seems to me that a lot of the use of language was really to mask the degree to which church and state were interdependent in Ireland in 1937.
Will, Ciara, would you like to come in on that one? Or?
I suppose perhaps straight off on that one, it's just in terms of thinking about protection of minorities, really, which was, when they were thinking about religion to some extent and separating, that was the context in which they were thinking about it. And it's interesting in the early years as the Irish state is being established internationally, there's a very strong awareness of the dangers that minorities are experiencing across Eastern and Central Europe, and the League of Nations, as it emerges, is trying to put in place kind of structures to protect minorities. And that, coming out of government, think about appealing to the League of Nations about the minority in the north, but immediately the conversation starts, well, how, if we start appealing there on the minority in the north, how does that, have we thought about the minority here, so to speak, and the implications in that regard? In terms of separation of church and state, I mean, I'm very convinced, I think Bill is absolutely right, that I was struck by his, I think it was some Cosgrave quotation about, this twin bind of loyalty to God and state, or to church and state. Desmond Fitzgerald is a very rarely read book for good reasons called Preface to Statecraft, where he imagines, there is an attempt by a former member of the provisional government to conceptualise the state in it, albeit after he's retired, and that is very much there. There's a sense that a functioning state can't exist without an accompanying commitment to sort of moral values through the church at the same simultaneously.
Ciara,
Can I come in there?
Yes,
as well?
of course,
Just
Ciara.
picking up on, thanks, Anne. Just picking up on William's point about protecting the interests of minorities. There's a really interesting conversation happening behind the scenes when W.T. Cosgrave addresses the issue of the availability of divorce in the Free State. And of course, he consults Archbishop Byrne on that. But behind the scenes, Hugh Kennedy, his Attorney General, is having this conversation with him about respecting the interests of the type of people who might want that sort of thing. And of course, he's talking about the Protestant community within the Free State. So I think, again, as William said, there is this awareness at times around the minorities within the state. And although it doesn't necessarily manifest itself publicly, there is these conversations happening behind the scenes about the extent to which religion should be influencing policy formulation.
Great. We might ask a question now, I think, from Patrick Maum, who asks, is there much to be said for the view that the state or administrative tradition of the post-independence Irish state was inherited from unionism or a Catholic Whig tradition and the Dublin Castle bureaucracy? I mean, I was very struck in terms of how, on the one hand, jubilant the press is, and the sort of public discussion, the Handover the Castle, is all about the wonderful future ahead of us. This is going to take on so many different forms. We're going to pull down the castle. We're going to have this idyllic Ireland. But then in the next breath, the provisional government saying nobody's going to be sacked, everything's going to stay in place for, things are going to carry on as they were. So what would you think of Patrick's question, that sense of continuing traditions?
Yeah, I think certainly there is something to this, in the sense that, when people talk about whether Irish history is colonial or not, and when you're politically dependent on a greater power, something you fail to develop is a sense of political autonomy and the ability of a state to act autonomously. And I've heard this debate with respect to Finland, for example, which was dependent on Russia, but because it had home rule in the 19th century, it developed that capacity to act independent, and they were very much a state-orientated nationalist movement. And so I would say there is something to what Patrick is saying, but to make it concrete, again, getting back to the post-colonial scholars' criticism of the Irish state is that they simply duplicate the British state. So what do they do as a way of dealing with the Civil War? Firstly, straight away, there's land reform introduced, which is exactly what the British had done in the 19th century. Then there was employment of demobilised soldiers on public works, which is again something that the British did in the 19th century. Then there was, of course, the reliance on the church, which again the British would have done. And then there was emergency legislation to repress, hardline republicanism. So there was this element of the kind of post-colonial continuity there. But whether it should be seen as a negative or a positive thing, I think probably it should have been seen as a positive thing, because I think that, one of the things that we have to say is that, yesterday we were talking about the vacuum that existed when the provisional government took over Dublin Castle and in the following months. But, maybe there was an idea of the state, and an idea of a state sometimes is also just as important as whether you actually have institutions. And in that sense, maybe in the late 19th century, and I think other people have said it, that maybe the British state became so interventionist in Ireland that they did establish in a kind of protean way some kind of basic state tradition in Ireland.
Will, Ciara, would you like to come in on that?
I suppose my only comment was that, I mean, again, if you look back to a lot of the literature on Central and Eastern Europe at the moment, in terms of, there's a very strong emphasis on how empires were actually in the process of building nation states while those countries were still inside the empire, if that makes sense. And perhaps you could see much of what happened in 19th century Ireland actually is, you know, you're seeing a state being constructed, so to speak, while Ireland is still part of, well, the United Kingdom and empire, and which then gets picked up, I suppose, post-independence. And, you know, there's certainly a continuity in that regard.
Ciara, would you like to come in?
No, I just echo what William said, especially around land reform, land legislation, the continuity that continues after the birth of the Free State. I think is again a really interesting dimension to that legacy.
Great. I think we have a question from the floor. I think it's.
I think it's, or I would like to ask. I mean, sorry. I mean, is it not important to distinguish between ideologies and social realities? I mean, the reality is the Irish Free State was grafted on top of a pre-existing society. Now, I mean, one of the reasons, of course, for sort of the emphasis on the cultural was because Unionists in particular, or Unionist ideologues, were denying that Ireland was a nation. In the words of Kazan, that Ireland was a country, not a nation. And the cultural card, if you like, was seen in the 30 years leading up to 1922 as the sort of strongest suit. But I think there were actually three elements in play here. We talk about the Free State, Republican Treaty, anti-treaty, but the third one was actually social reality. How much did people buy into? Now, clearly, they didn't buy into. Yes, they were happy to learn, preserve Irish, but they weren't willing to go the further step of making Ireland an Irish-speaking as opposed to an English-speaking state. I think Civil War circumstances had a big influence also on, how important the Catholic Church was in providing a sense of continuity. I mean, the speakers are right. I mean, even the 1937 Constitution didn't go beyond, after some consideration of the matter, a de facto Catholic state or a de facto established church. I would just like to make one point about minorities, is that while the minorities, you can estimate it variously, somewhere between 5 and 10%, but perhaps because it was a post-colonial situation, they had a weight, especially an economic weight, considerably in excess of that. And I do think that successive governments did pay some considerable attention, at any rate, to the economic interests of the minority, and on things like divorce and so on. Well, the 1937 had this sort of rather curious clause about recognizing foreign divorces and so on. So I just think there's always a danger in politics, or considering political history, of taking the ideology of the reality. In reality, that I suppose people were trying to a degree to transform the state, but they only had, shall we say, up to the late 50s, a somewhat limited success.
Thank you, Martin. Bill.
Yeah, I think this analysis is quite important. I mean, I didn't discuss in my lecture what I think is an important book on Ireland in this period by an American political scientist written 40 years ago by a man called Geoffrey Prager about the role of culture in the political integration of Ireland. And he takes Ireland as a case that other post-colonial nations could learn from. And without going into great detail, I think ultimately what he's saying is that the reason Fianna Fáil become dominant and the reason the 1937 Constitution lasts while the 1922 Constitution didn't was precisely because the 1922 Constitution did not reflect the cultural understandings of state and society and the social realities in a way that De Valera's Constitution did. But I've also seen someone ask the question, if it was true that the people who founded the Free State were, compared to the anti-treaty opposition, more committed to Parliament, more committed to the rule of law, more committed to the institution, the Common Gael tradition, what then do the people who replaced them in 1932 think of the state? And the first response is just simply to say, well, you know, of course it was a centralised state and, you know, Lamass wanted to develop the country. They just ran with what was there. But the interesting thing, as I've said, and it's not been picked up by almost anyone apart from Joe Lee, is that the 1937 Constitution does mention the state an awful lot, right? So it's not just that they just ran with something, they also had an understanding of the state. And I think the way Joe Lee put it in his article is, don't look at all these uses of the state as being secular or as being Catholic, but De Valera and those are thinking of the appropriate scope of state action given the type of society that existed at the time, which was obviously a very Catholic society.
Ciara, Will, would you like to comment on Martin's question?
I suppose one of the things that I would say about that the state was very fortunate in, maybe, you know, in the early years, was in actual fact, it was, okay, there's a period of the Civil War, but actually he was taking over a country with a very strong civic society in many ways. There were lots of, you know, it was a society jammed full of, you know, societies, clubs, organisations. There was a strong sense of, you know, civic activity and, you know, the capacity to engage in civic society. And that might have, one way I suppose that the state became limited because it handed over all sorts of stuff to these civic organisations. But another way to look at it is that the state, by developing relationships with those civic organisations, bound society to the state. Does that make sense? So you're almost in, it's not that there's this gap between society and state, but you're binding society into the state by, you know, using them and, you know, making them perform some of the functions of the state for you.
Would you like to come in there? Or...
No, I'm fine. I think that's a really fascinating point there from William.
I mean, you make a little bit even just thinking about something like the military service pensions. You know, the thousands of people who, to get a pension, have to say, I'm going to obey the law. And many of, you know, as time goes on, certainly after 1934, these are anti-treaty people as well. So, you know, you can see by a variety, as you say, formal and informal methods, people are being effectively, you know, encouraged, maybe forced on that point to some extent, you know, adhere to the state. We might take one last question from online from Frank Boucher-Hayes. He asks, this is quite an unfair question, I'm afraid, to end on. Who was the better provisional government chairman in 1922, Collins or Cosgrave? I don't know who wants to take that first.
All I would say is Cosgrave was the type of person that if you lent him a fiver and subsequently you didn't see him for the next 25 years, when you then did meet him 25 years later, he'd produce the fiver. He was a very honest, kind of straightforward, definitely a stabilising influence who has been hugely underestimated by, I mean, De Valera called him a ninny who would be egged on by the church, but he played a huge role in the stabilisation of the state. And with respect to Collins, I think obviously Will knows more about this and you know more about this, but how we evaluate Collins is that he's the conspirator coming out in the open, that he comes out into the open during the negotiations in London, and then he becomes leader of the provisional government, he's commander-in-chief of the army, And he has all these strategies to do with James Craig and Northern Catholics. Then he has the packed election with De Valera. Then he has overall responsibility, although he doesn't supervise it, for the drafting process of the Constitution. And so he's doing a lot of things a politician has to do when he's out in the open. But whether he was as good out in the open as he had been clandestinely, that's a different question.
I'll throw that one to William then.
Thanks, Anne. Well, look, the only thing perhaps I'd say to that is, in the question is, who was a better chairman of the provisional government? And I think, Cosgrave was always likely to be a better chairman, if that makes sense. I think Colin's style of leadership was probably not going to be given to being, in the long term, a very effective chairman. But I could, of course, that's pure speculation. But what we can say is I think Cosgrave was, was suited to that role of chairmanship.
Ciara?
Yeah, I'd strongly agree. If you think about Brian Farrell's classification of chairman or chief, as William said, Cosgrave was definitely the chairman, and not just during the provisional government, but over the next decade of in power. The way that he oversees his cabinet is to give the people around him the flexibility to do what they need to do to develop their departments and develop their initiatives and so on. He is a steadying hand, and as Bill said, I think someone who's been very underestimated as well, because of the stability that he brings, not just to his cabinet but to the government as well.
And I think even just thinking back to the point in your paper was the Hoare's point about, that when Collins dies, effectively who's going to take over, this sense of, what's going to happen. I think, you make that point in the Politics There, Civil War book so well, this idea that it's actually the more civilian politicians who pursue that civil war with a sort of vigour that hadn't maybe been shown up to that point.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is that when you look at the British archives, the scepticism as to whether any other nationality other than the British are really suitable for administering countries. I mean, you see this in many contexts other than Ireland, but I think that's a story that could be told a little bit better about there is this transfer of functions, but actually there is also this awareness in Britain that actually, they don't trust Collins, and they're thinking of the contingencies if Collins actually doesn't turn on the Four Courts men, doesn't turn on De Valera. And then when the Civil War starts, and obviously it was quite a confused kind of situation for a long time, maybe it's only when they actually start executing people that they realise, oh, these are the type of people we want.
Yeah. No, I remember myself being very struck. There was a quote from after Collins dies, from London, now the double dealing is over. And there's that sense of now we can get down and deal with these people, yeah. But it's on that note, and I think I should say before we take a quick break, and I think it will have to be a very quick break because Minister Catherine Martin will be coming to speak to us at 11:15. But on that note, I would like to thank Bill, Ciara and William for a wonderful session. It's been a lovely way to spend a Saturday morning. Thank you all very much indeed.
Good morning, people. Welcome back. My name is Kieran Wallace. I'm the Deputy Director of the Beyond 2022 project. But before we go any further with the business today, I want to harken back to a thing that was said yesterday. We were talking about the roles of officials in the negotiation of the handover of Dublin Castle. And it strikes me that when we think of the Decade of Centenaries, it's like a concept. It's also an office, but it's also officials, the officials of the Decade of Centenaries office, who've done so much work. So we're really delighted to be joined today by Catherine Martin, TD, who's the Minister for Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sports and Media, who's going to address the meeting this morning. Thanks very much, Ms Martin.
Gurb mágad as an fáilte críúil a churóm agus tá an áthas orm a bheith libh ar maidin. The handover of power and of Dublin Castle itself to the new provisional government on the 16th of January 1922 is one of the key centenary moments to be remembered in this year's Decade of Centenaries programme, which is led by my department. A rich diversity of engaging and imaginative initiatives have been curated by our valued Decade of Centenaries partners to highlight the significance of the events that occurred that day. This event has often been overshadowed in public memory by the tragedy of the Civil War, which followed later that year. But as we will hear throughout today, it was a significant moment in our national story, and it is vital that we examine and discuss the various themes associated with it. This conference is one of the key events in the commemorative programme, and I would like to congratulate Trinity College Dublin, led by Dr. Anne Dolan, and everyone involved, including the Expert Advisory Group on Centenary Commemorations and the Office of Public Works, in the curation of a really interesting and thoughtful programme. I have said before that the history of this seminal period belongs to all of us, and it's really important that we approach our remembrance of these events in a holistic way, seeking to understand how each impacted upon the next. Academic exploration, analysis and debate has consistently formed a very important pillar of the Decade of Centenaries programme as we seek to understand the journey our country has taken over the past century. We have a revolutionary past which poses challenging questions, and the forthcoming centenaries are complex and still painful for many. Our institutions of learning and our national cultural institutions have had a leading role in supporting this national conversation with an abundance of activities to connect with audiences of all ages at home and around the world. Trinity College Dublin, the Office of Public Works, the National Archives, the Royal Irish Academy and An Post, amongst others, have curated really ambitious and appealing initiatives to encourage us all to explore and reflect on the events that took place on the 16th of January 1922 and their legacy. Dublin Castle, as we know, had a real and symbolic importance as the centrepiece of the British administration in Ireland. We can imagine the scene now. Crowds assembling near the castle from early on the morning of the 16th of January 1922 in expectation of the meeting between the Provisional Government and the Viceroy, Lord Fitzalan, which had been widely reported in the press. The lower castle yard filling with press, security forces and families of officials, all reported to be waiting curiously. Cheering was heard from the direction of Dame Street as the Provisional Government made their way through the streets, arriving at approximately 1:30. Despite all the excitement surrounding Dublin Castle, the proceedings were private and concluded within a brief 45 minutes. Original documents, now on display at the National Archives for the first time in 100 years, cast some light on what happened that day and on its implications for the formation of an independent Irish state. They comprise some of the earliest documents in the Department of the Taoiseach collection retained in the National Archives. One of the most important legacies of the Decade of Centenaries programme is the access we now enjoy to the rich primary source material associated with this fascinating part of history. Among the records on display as part of this key centenary are minutes of the first meeting of the Irish Provisional Government, Rialtas Sealadach na hÉireann, in the Mansion House on the morning of the 16th of January 1922. The handwriting appears to be that of Michael Collins. The second point on the agenda reads, arrangements were made to visit Dublin Castle at 1:40 p.m. in the afternoon for the purpose of taking over the various departments of state. There are also a set of minutes from 4 p.m. on the afternoon of the 16th of January after returning to the Mansion House. They contain the text of the statement later issued to the press, describing how members of the Provisional Government received the surrender of Dublin Castle at 1:45 p.m. today. It is now in the hands of the Irish nation. The brief procedural meeting that took place between the Provisional Government and the Viceroy on the afternoon of the 16th of January constituted a milestone in the British withdrawal from Ireland and the establishment of an independent Irish Free State, paving the way for the modern Irish state. As Minister with responsibility for leading the Decade of Centenaries programme, I am committed to ensuring that this final phase of the programme, 2021 to 2023, will be inclusive and collaborative to the greatest extent possible. Today's events are an example of that. Trinity College, the OPW, the National Archives, my own department and others, all working together to ensure a comprehensive and rich programme to mark this key centenary. My aim is to continue to provide interesting and diverse partnerships and initiatives to allow for the full complexity of the last 100 years on this island to be explored in an authentic, respectful, sensitive and dignified manner. This, the penultimate year in the programme, is an extremely complex year as we mark the centenaries of events arising from the signing of the Anglo-Irish Treaty and the outbreak of the Civil War. My objective is to promote an authentic, measured and consultative approach to commemorations, which encourages a deeper understanding of the context of the time, recognising the differing perspectives on our shared history and seeking to strengthen peace and reconciliation on the island of Ireland. State partners, local authorities, our national cultural institutions, institutions of learning, custodians of records, media and broadcasting organisations, artists and creative communities have developed really imaginative and accessible initiatives to encourage and support citizens of all ages in engaging with this period in our history in an appropriate way. I will shortly be bringing to the full Decade of Centenaries programme for this year to government and publishing thereafter. And I look forward to seeing the various initiatives and plans roll out over the coming months. Events such as this conference are so important in creating a space where we have the freedom to really delve into the various narratives surrounding these seminal moments in our history. The work of historians, librarians, educators and custodians of records at national and community level support us in this journey, grounding our explorations, conclusions and opinions in archival discovery and historical accuracy. This weekend, we have a timely opportunity to explore our history in all its complexity, reflecting on where we are now and imagining the future we would like to create for generations to come. I would like to thank Trinity again for curating such an interesting and thought-provoking programme, and I'm sure it will spark new thinking and debate, and I look forward to listening and reflecting on some of the output. As we mark these defining moments in the birth of our sovereign nation, we consider also the courage, idealism and dignity of those who gave their lives so that the dream of self-determination could become a reality. We have gained an insight into the aspirations, motivations and ideals of the visionaries who shaped our nation. I would like to thank the Expert Advisory Group on Centenary Commemorations, chaired by Dr. Maurice Manning. Their guiding principles and measured advice and direction will continue to be the cornerstones of the commemorative programme as we navigate through this complex and sensitive final phase of the Decade of Centenaries. The contribution of the All-Party Consultation Group too has been a very welcome and constructive forum for ideas and engagement, and I look forward to continued debate and discussion as we move through the remainder of the Decade of Centenaries programme. As I mentioned earlier, this conference is part of a programme of activities to mark this significant centenary. Tomorrow, Sunday the 16th of January, a state commemoration will take place in the Upper Castle Yard in the presence of the President, the Taoiseach and Defence Forces ceremonial. It will be a fitting tribute to the significance of this centenary. Minister O'Donovan and the Office of Public Works are supporting new partnerships and activities to highlight the important role of Dublin Castle during this time, a complex history of which many people are still unaware. This centenary moment is a timely opportunity for all of us to delve into a centuries-old narrative of one of the most important buildings in our state. This week, An Post has issued a set of 3 commemorative stamps designed by Detail Design Studio Dublin to mark the centenaries of 3 momentous events of 1922 that heralded the establishment of the Irish Free State. The transfer of power to the new provisional government on the 16th of January, the establishment of a new police force, the Civic Guard, later renamed An Garda Síochána, and the establishment of the National Army, later restructured into the Irish Defence Forces. I welcome also the 2 wonderful new publications from the Royal Irish Academy, which greatly expand our understanding of the magnitude of the events that took place in that year. Ireland 1922, Independence, Partition, Civil War, and The Handover, Dublin Castle and the British Withdrawal from Ireland 1922. My department and the Office of Public Works are delighted to support this invaluable resource for anyone interested in this period in our history. To conclude, I would like to thank you again for inviting me to be here this morning. It is a very significant highlight in this year's commemorative programme. I really admire the commitment and enthusiasm of everyone who has been involved in developing the plans for this conference and the other activities taking place this week. Guím gachra an gcuid den lá, agus bhar planana don bhliain atá roing. Gurb míle maith agah go léir.
Good morning. My name is Kieran Wallace, and I'll be the chair for this panel session. The session today, we'll have 4 speakers, 1 joining us online and 3 on the stage here with us today. The first speaker will be Dr. Ian Dalton, who will address us on a tugging at the heartstrings, the place of the castle handover in the Southern Loyalist narrative. Second speaker will be Dr. Margaret Dalton of Queen's University Belfast, who will address us on the reaction of James Craig's government to the treaty. Dr. Elspeth Payne from Trinity College Dublin will speak on the friendly and hopeful spectators, British reactions to the handover of Dublin Castle. And finally, Dr. Niamh Gallagher will address us on views from the Empire to the castle handover. So I'll hand over first of all to Dr. Margaret Callahan. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, Dr. Hand first to Dr. Ian Dalton. Thank you.
Hello, good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you for the invitation by Trinity and particularly Anne Dolan to speak to you today. 1 week before Dublin Castle was handed over to the provisional government, the Irish Times was fearful for the Southern Loyalists, as it called them, now beached on the wrong side of a revolution. They, overwhelmingly Protestant and Anglican, face the future, it wrote, with anxious hearts. All their old landmarks have disappeared. They have reached a point where they must break with traditions that were very dear to them. They are forced to adjust their minds to an entirely new set of ideals and ideas. So this talk sets the existential change, that of ideals and ideas, represented by the Castle handover, in the continuum of a narrative that chronicles the slow seeping away of the substance of power from the latter part of the 19th century, increasingly replaced by the symbols of a hollow loyalism. The brutal reality was that the taking over of the castle marked confirmation of a truth that the minority had long recognised in its heart, that it had been becoming peripheral in Irish affairs. The loyalists increasingly were bystanders, not participants. When, in Sidney Webb's inverted words, the inevitability of gradualness, church disestablishment in 1871, the effective demise of parliamentary representation in the South after 1885, the dismantling of their position in local government in 1898, and the transfer of land ownership in the early century, elite loyalism became a sort of strutting peacock, a display of sentimental attachment to crown, military, and empire, preserved in the aspect of elaborate social rituals centred around big houses and the viceregal lodge, acting out Polly Devlin's minutiae of the last days of the Irish Raj. Wars in Africa and Europe temporarily gave purpose, especially to the gentry and nobility, but the main healthy abstract was all but gone. For a long time, there existed a veneer of all-Ireland loyalism in such as the Orange Order, the Irish Loyal and Patriotic Union, later the Irish Unionist Alliance, and the Unionist clubs. The truth was that, politically powerless in the face of democratisation and Irish nationalism, Southern Unionists, like a small boy in a hostile playground protected by a larger one, relied on the orange card to stymie Home Rule for the whole island. It was a dangerous and unstable alliance which ultimately did not pay off. Northern Unionism's jettisoning of 3 Ulster counties in 1920 was the final break with its southern counterpart. Some astute Southern Unionists had been reading the runes before then. Even that arch-enemy of the plan of campaign during the latter stages of the Land War, Lord Barrymore of Cork, admitted in 1913 that, quote, if Home Rule is forced upon us, we shall have to bow under it and get on as best we can. That was a world away from a Northern no surrender. The Southern Unionists, led by Archbishop Bernard of Dublin and Lord Middleton, tried to fashion a compromise with the Irish Parliamentary Party at the convention in 1917-18. Already, though, the Middletonites were arguing yesterday's solutions with yesterday's men. Sinn Féin was the coming force, and nothing eventually emerged. The truce and treaty seemed to offer an end to an extremely disturbed and disturbing few years for the loyalist minority, with stories of murder, burnings, intimidation, and flight. Militants may have perceived their actions as against those who supported the authorities or betrayed them, but many Protestant loyalists thought that they were being targeted merely as Protestants. While no rerun of 1641 or Scullabogue, Church of Ireland diocesan synod reports captured that sense of unease and despair in 1920 and 1921. Depopulation was already obvious through reduced church and school attendance, although it would take until the 1926 census to reveal its true extent. Perception often trumped reality. As Charles Townsend has written, Protestants' own sense of persecution should not necessarily be taken at face value. Insecurity is more a psychological than a physical state. Southern Unionist historian R.B. McDowell thus concluded that, quote, hardships sustained by the Southern Loyalists were on the whole not excessively severe nor long-lasting. However defined, Protestant, Loyalist, Anglo-Irish, the minority is often placed in an enduring trope of descendancy and grand tragedy, and for the likes of J.C. Beckett, Patrick Buckland, and Terence de Vere White, the treaty and its aftermath looms large, exemplified in the title of Buckland's final chapter in his book Irish Unionism 1, The End, 1922. For McDowell, a self-confessed neo-ex-unionist, the change of regime ushered in a rather Zen-like sense of stasis, of semi-assimilation, as he put it. But if that worldview seemed to draw a line under the loyalist community, for others it exhibited a long finish. Elizabeth Bowen, writing as late as 1963, suggested that, quote, with the treaty, a new hopeful phase started. I believe in its promise. After the truce and the negotiations which followed it, the Provost of Trinity College asked if the Southern Unionists were, quote, to be ignored. The answer was more or less yes. They were an irrelevance to a British government which, by mid-1921, had lost its Southern Unionist ideological supporters like Walter Long and Lord Lansdowne. They were fatally divided and their leaders incompetent at securing binding commitments on vital interests. The inconvenient truth which the Loyalists had to face was that once the Ulster issue had been settled, they became a complete cipher. The Southern Unionists got a couple of scraps from the treaty table. In November 1921, Griffith gave a written assurance that they would benefit from representation in the upper house of the new Parliament. Article 2's implied right of appeal to the Privy Council if the treaty were violated, and Article 16's guarantee of educational and religious rights. Ultimately, these concessions were due to sensitivity towards keeping the minorities' money in the country more than Southern Unionist pressure. All their attempted high politicking had resulted in tint cruel. Loyalist reaction to the end of violent hostilities was a mixture of, quote, relief, shocked surprise, pessimistic acquiescence, and the intention of making the best of a fait accompli. Relief was probably the predominant emotion. At a debate in Sligo Corporation on the 29th of December 1921, a unionist councillor stressed the importance of the peace that the treaty would bring. Bishop Godfrey Day of Ossory, in asking his clergy to offer prayers of thanksgiving, welcomed the cessation of hostilities, not because it represented an ideal solution, but because it gave respite. The Reverend Dudley Fletcher probably spoke for more than himself when he opined that, quote, I am in favour of the treaty, chiefly because of the tragic and ghastly failure of the old system, but I by no means expect a new heaven and a new earth. Not all public voices of loyalism were those of pessimistic acquiescence. As the Church of Ireland Gazette editorialised in January 1922, unionism has, in any practical guise, ceased to exist in practical politics. We regret its passing unreservedly, but practical men must face facts. Likewise, the Irish Times' brisk prospectus for the Southern ex-unionists. They must be up and doing. It is their interest that the Free State shall be an administrative and economic success. Apart from the quality of their attachment to the empire and to imperial traditions, Southern Unionists will have the same broad policy in future as the constitutional nationalists. When Lord Mayo organised a meeting on the 19th of January in Dublin of the Southern minorities elite, mainly ex-landed gentry, to face what he called, quote, a cold douche of reality, he too looked for positives. No matter what government might be in power in Ireland, England was their best customer, and they would always have to trade with their best customer. Public declarations of loyalty to the new regime were now almost de rigueur. In return for an outward acceptance of the constitutional dispensation, the Loyalists had expiated their former sins. The responsibility for Irish history was no longer theirs to bear. The extent, though, to which these declarations were purely tactical, rather than representing a Damascene conversion, is open to some very considerable doubt. Church of Ireland Archbishop Gregg of Dublin was publicly prepared to accept the change, quote, as a constitutionalist, but privately he felt banished from the Garden of Eden. Presbyterians were more positive. Quote, with our democratic training, our members would be willing and ready to take their part in the promotion of the peace and of the prosperity of their native land. Many looked for optimism amidst ruined hope. The Church of Ireland Gazette correspondent opined that the coming change, quote, will not be without distinct elements of gain. The emphasis will shift from, quote, internecine political warfare with various governments in England to grappling with the practical problems of state building and management. Historian and Professor Alison Phillips saw in the settlement the best chance the country had of restoring peace and prosperity, because a native government would have the legitimacy and clout to impose law and order. It could be interpreted as liberating for the minority, offering the prospect of a new and different engagement with Ireland. However unrealistic, the Church of Ireland Gazette identified opportunities in the moral and spiritual sphere. Quote, the function of the Church with regard to government in any country should be to so permeate the life and thought of the people with the ideals of the kingdom of God. It seems as if our Church can worthily take a new position of spiritual leadership in the new Ireland, a variant of Bill Kazan's moral community that he discussed earlier. In the secular world, President of the Dublin Chamber of Commerce, Andrew Jemison, was optimistic that business could now have a more immediate influence on government. Hitherto, it had been a story of pointless deputations to an uninterested London. Yet, if it suited Sinn Féin to present the nascent Dominion as inclusive and tolerant, it was unlikely to offer anything other than a symbolic gestures to the minority. Thus, the Church of Ireland Gazette's call in December 1921 for Southern loyalists to be brought more generally into provisional government on the basis of their patriotism, business acumen, and administrative experience was obviously not taken up. Even as the Gazette in January 1922 urged Protestants to realise, quote, no less than by the majority that they are an integral part of the state, the treaty debates revealed an undercurrent of hostility toward and distrust of the loyalists. Lorcan and Robbins claimed that, quote, we want the Southern Unionists and we want every Irishman, hear, hear, unquote. But Constance Markievicz excoriated her class as, quote, traitors and oppressors. And Art O'Connor said that these people have stood in our way every time we tried to make a little advance. However, the Irish Times downplayed, quote, the wild abuse of Southern loyalists, which came from one or two excited speakers in the Dáil. And so we come to the moment when a rude reality finally intruded a few days after the treaty's ratification. Michael Collins and his colleagues arrived at the castle and were shown to the Privy Council chamber, as if Collins didn't already know every inch of the building. The withdrawal of British forces and the handover of Dublin Castle to the new government were tangible reminders that the old order was in the process of vanishing before the minority's eyes. Sir Henry Robinson, Vice President of the Local Government Board, saw it simply as the surrender of the government to Sinn Féin, with the heads of the Irish departments, as he put it, sitting on one side of the Under Secretary's room and the Sinn Féin leaders sitting opposite, glowering at each other. The Church of Ireland Gazette, while admitting that the castle was identified with dark deeds, some of us are left which will regret its passing. No Irish loyalists can watch the departure of the British garrison without a tugging at the heartstrings, sadly opined the Irish Times on the 14th of January. The great fact, it contended, is that the 16th of January 1922 will be written in history as the day on which the old regime ceased to exist and the Irish Free State took possession of Dublin Castle. But for some, the old regime was already disintegrating. Rosamond Stevens' informant told her that, quote, the discipline in Dublin Castle is what you never would believe. Drink, idleness, gambling, and the most extreme form of flirtation between the young men and maidens. To feel that chaos is in the castle, too, is depressing. The very manner of the handover was not lost on Protestant observers, critical wherever possible. The Methodist Christian Advocate claimed that, quote, the Lord Lieutenant appears to have been kept waiting for some time. The Gazette reproduced the Irish Times' misreading of the Sinn Féin tactic that the castle had been handed over to, quote, 8 gentlemen in 3 taxicabs, hardly the stuff of an heroic victory. The Times also criticised the triumphalist tone of the handover's official report by the Irish side. The members of Rialtas Shaladach na hÉireann received the surrender of Dublin Castle at 1:45 p.m. today. It is now in the hands of the Irish nation. But were Protestants considered it a part of that Irish nation? The paper commented that, quote, the phrase contrasts ungraciously with the Lord Lieutenant's courteous language to Mr. Michael Collins and his colleagues, and emphasised the civility on the British side. Lord Lieutenant congratulated Mr. Collins he wished them every success in the task they had undertaken and expressed the earnest hope that the ideal of a happy, free and prosperous Ireland would be attained. Nevertheless, hopefully seeing a glass half full, the paper suggested that the word surrender was more about the treatyites establishing their credentials against Republicans than, quote, a desire to hurt the feelings of Irish loyalists. But loyalist Rosamond Stevens' feelings were certainly hurt. Loitering outside the castle on the day of the handover, as a bystander, not a participant, her reaction was a mixture of loss, fatalism, and alienation. I stood in Dane Street and watched with the crowd for the giving over of the castle to the provisional government. It has haunted me ever since. It was horrid beyond words. Then some of them said that the sun was shining and that it was a great day and Ireland was coming into her own after centuries of oppression. And I said it was very amusing to watch a crowd, but I had to go, unfortunately, so I left them. If that last comment captured a Protestant sense of leaving the new Ireland, perhaps Ireland had already left them. In 1916, they had been characterized as, quote, the illegitimate children of Hibernia and John Bull. The new dispensation found many not now knowing what they were, or indeed what others expected them to be. Major Somerset Saunderson of Cavan lamented, "Now I have no country." Lord Oran Brown and the Provost of Trinity both feared that they were now colonials. Edward Gwynn of TCD wrote that this last year has made me feel for the first time that I am essentially English and not Irish. Much later, contrarian Protestant essayist Hubert Butler would characterize the minority as nobody's children. That southern minority, a term which started to come into common currency in early 1922, was not a ripe fruit just waiting to fall into Kathleen Ní Houlihan's capacious apron. Its sense of identity was tenacious, and it was never mysteriously going to change overnight. And indeed, over succeeding decades, Southern Protestants became a species of inner diaspora, living in an open prison of their own construction, inventively imagining a community for themselves within the bounds of the new polity, one which we might call the Protestant Free State. It was one way in which belonging to what was could be squared with what loyalists wanted to belong to. A variant, again, of Bill Kazan's questions about how the state is actually conceptualized. And the change of regime symbolized by the nationalist occupation of the castle and the constitution which followed in itself did not require the minority immediately to choose between competing allegiances. As Nora Robertson later wrote, in respecting new loyalties, it had not seemed incumbent upon us to throw our old ones overboard. Church of Ireland Gazette maintained that while Protestants were, quote, as good Irishmen as any, they will still be loyal Britons. How those parallel loyalties could be reconciled was summed up by the Reverend Dudley Fletcher. I am proud of my British blood and name. I allow the same privilege to my Gaelic neighbour. We both want to be proud of being Irishmen. That was encapsulated in the wider British citizenship and membership of the Commonwealth that Sinn Féin had acquiesced in to come within the empire. The settlement allowed loyalism, that is a sense of cultural and royalist Britishness, to linger on. The Dublin Anglican cleric could thus reassure his flock that over the Irish Free State, we are still to have our king. It enabled loyalists and ex-unionists to imagine themselves still in a game of thrones, subject of His Majesty in this revived Kingdom of Ireland. The position of the monarch in the polity legitimised flying the Union flag and singing God Save the King. Symbolising this, it was important to show that the Vice-Regal Lodge was still functioning. On the 11th of January, the Irish Times reported that Lord and Lady Fitzalan of Derwent attended a lecture in the RDS. Next day, Lady Fitzalan was discussing the question of a wedding gift to Princess Mary from, quote, the women of Ireland. On the day of the handover itself, the Viscountess visited Miss Hamilton's exhibition of paintings in Dublin. It was almost as if there was a determination to show that nothing much of consequence had happened. To conclude then, the castle had always been, in the Times' words, the centre and symbol of British authority in Ireland, or pejoratively by the Freeman's Journal, a, quote, sinister symbol of alien rule. Like the Ascendancy's big houses, it had never been a native Irish redoubt. Even the Times admitted that always the castle has been a place apart from the Irish people. Like those big houses, it was, quote, the stronghold of the class which remained a garrison. Like the houses, it too lay in Elizabeth Bowen's unwilling bosom, in which it was set. From Chapel Royal to Throne Room to Privy Council Chamber, little of its architecture, function, or symbolism had meaning for the Irish nation now in charge. But its sturdy continuance contrasted with the fate of the other ancien regime's elements, most closely connected with Britishness in Ireland: the Irish Privy Council, the honorary offices of Hereditary Chief Butler, Hereditary Lord High Steward, the Order of St. Patrick, the RIC and Irish regiments, the position of Governor General, the representative peers, and ultimately the monarch himself. But the curious thing is, the castle itself was never under threat from the new dispensation. It radiated power, and that is what the provisional government had to project too. The new regime showed utility in how it subsequently used and managed the sprawling estate. Many of the offices that were there on the 16th of January 1922 remained there for quite a long time. And is it perhaps whimsical to suggest that the castle's essential otherness is still reflected in its being the headquarters of an equally feared and perhaps alien entity too, that of the tax-gathering Irish Revenue Commissioners? Thank you.
Hi, I'm told there's a timer here. I'm just trying to see where it is. Ah, it's over my head. Thank you. So it's Margaret O'Callaghan, and my title is The Reaction of James Craig's Government to the Treaty. James Craig had already got an administration in Belfast for Northern Ireland before the truce of the summer of 1921. Moves for the establishment of a shadow administration in Northern Ireland were in place from after the passing of the Government of Ireland Act. A skeletal Northern administration was in place before, in fact, the King's opening of the Northern Ireland Parliament in the summer of 1921. Before the pre-negotiations of the summer, before the treaty negotiations in London of the autumn, before the signing of the treaty on the 6th of December 1921, before the handover of Dublin Castle in January 1922. So there is a Northern administration in place. The handover of Dublin Castle therefore had restricted meaning for James Craig and his ministers and administration, because they had already been handed over some of the powers to preside over their new entity of Northern Ireland. The end of Dublin Castle was well preceded by their establishment of offices in Craig's own place at Cabin Hill, which functioned partly as the new administrative headquarters for Northern Ireland. Craig's rapidly set up departments also had offices, administrative structures, locations at the Scottish Provident Building by the side of the relatively new Belfast City Hall. Craig had brought loyal and dedicated civil servants directly from London with him. He also had people like Sir Ernest Clarke, Blackmore. He had trusted allies. Not merely did Craig have good and direct relations with senior British politicians, he also had experience at ministerial level in London and was part of many networks of Tory communication and contact. He was also on reasonable terms with Liberal politicians, not least Lloyd George. So no Unionist politicians in Belfast had surrendered anything. And a handover, such as it was, of powers, if not of a grim castle, had been partly granted to them 18 months earlier, well in advance of the treaty. The new Belfast administration had been up and running for months. They were not Southern Unionists. They had, in fact, One, they had appeared to have got what they claimed to want, their own area, with the borders designated at 6 counties, not 9 or 4. Northern Ireland as an entity can then be seen as a political Noah's Ark, dropping in before the handover, bearing out the luckiest of Unionists into their protected land. It did involve, for the new Unionist leadership cadre, acts of strategic abandonment, as Ian's mentioned. It involved abandoning Donegal, Cavan and Monaghan Protestants, its defensive protections granted by the imperial government also involved a final abandonment of all other southern Protestants who were Unionist. The borders and structures of governance of the new entity of Northern Ireland apparently proved the newly constituted Unionist position there from a repetition of the gradual quasi-democratisation of Dublin Castle in the years from 1900 to 21, to which Alvin referred yesterday. The castle had changed to some degree with the weight of demographics and their consequences for democratisation in all of Ireland since the franchise reforms of the 1880s and the local government reforms of 1898. Partition in the radical form of the Government of Ireland Act, or Fourth Home Rule Bill, was imposed by the British Imperial Government as an instrument of policy that marked that government's failure in the wider problem of governing Ireland. It provided a precedent for later British imperial partitions, a landmark in the genealogy of partitions. But to go back before it, from 1912, but most starkly from the Irish Convention sitting in Trinity College, Dublin, through 1917 and into 1918, it was clear that though many Irish Unionists aspired to an accommodation with a wider Irish nationalism, the Ulster Unionist representatives had already concluded that hanging back was their best policy. While ignoring the new electoral situation after the war in 1918, it's interesting that Lloyd George chose Walter Long, one of the most conservative of conservatives, as chair of the Cabinet's Ireland Committee. This indicated the direction of his government's policy to come and made a British-Irish war perhaps likely. But if one recalls the position of the Conservative Party before the war on supporting and protecting Ulster Unionism as bulwarks for the empire, it's perhaps not so surprising. Lloyd George, after the war, also shared Long's sentiments on the need to punish Irish nationalists. Amid a series of imperial problems going into 1919, to which he gave precedence, nationalist Ireland was permitted to wait. But the Fourth Home Rule Bill certainly represented, of 1919, before it became a law, represented the biggest new initiative on Ireland since 1886. And I think this is a key point. This new bill's key novelty lay in the idea of establishing two limited, devolved entities on the island of Ireland, which would remain within the UK and Empire. The imperative from the government's point of view, the British government's point of view, was to establish the new Northern Ireland immediately, in advance of anything else, and to make of it a fact on the ground. Once this Government of Ireland Act was in train, guiding, steering, and shaping what a partitioned northern entity might look like and be shaped like was, it turned out, Craig's call. The provision for the administration of the new Northern Ireland was in train by early 1921, if not late 1920. The basic shape of a devolved administration was being sketched out. Thus, in the words of Ronan Fanning, partition would be imposed by the British, but the ending of partition would be a matter for the Irish. Bonar Law was asked, when he believed the Southern Parliament option would not be gone for, Will the Ulster bit be put in place if the bill is rejected by the rest of Ireland? Most certainly, was the reply. By the time that Government of Ireland Act, often referred mistakenly, I think, to as the Fourth Home Rule Bill, an act primarily for the partition of Ireland, became effective, Craig thought he could actually feel secure. He had his civil servants in the Scottish Provident building by the side of City Hall. He had an embryonic structure of administration in place. The future of basing administration there was apparently safe as a short-term or perhaps long-term measure. Stormont had not yet been conceived. But 6 months later, the Treaty of December 1921 caused chaos for Craig. This is really the second half of what I have to say. The Treaty of 1921 was negotiated by a team apparently negotiating on behalf of all of Ireland and provided, as we know, for specific Ulster counties to move to exclude themselves from the terms of that treaty. So this changed the game radically for James Craig. He had assumed his battle for Ulster was won when he'd secured 6 counties in that symbolic moment represented by the King's speech in the summer of 1921. But now, after the truce that had followed that, a truce never very evident in Ulster in any case, the whole stability that he thought he had won through that Government of Ireland Act for his new entity seemed to be thrown up in the air by the terms of the treaty. The Clause 12 option in the treaty seemed clearly, infuriatingly, to open up the ostensibly signed, sealed and delivered partition question again. Lloyd George and the signatories had conceded the rights of the treaty negotiators to negotiate on behalf of all Ireland, the island of Ireland. The crucial clauses of the treaty, Article 12, provided not just for an opt-out, but for a boundary commission that, at least in theory, could consult the wishes of the inhabitants in the new Northern Ireland. It could consult the wishes of the inhabitants in the light of economic and geographic conditions, unspecified. And in view of the electoral record of the previous decade, this was very worrying for Craig and could potentially change the lie of the border. So, from the point of James Craig and his supporters, from December 21, January 22, his aims are not over. His job begins again. Lloyd George had, in some measure, betrayed the unionist idea of Ulster. It was infuriating for Craig. It gave the lie to his previous sense of security. Clause 12 of the treaty, the one that provided for consultation with wishes of the inhabitants through a potential boundary commission, gave Craig pause. He worried that the nationalist majority counties of Tyrone and Fermanagh could slip away and that his whole new territory could conceivably be placed in jeopardy. Elections under PR to local government had earlier produced a nationalist mayor of Londonderry that also produced large majorities for nationalists in that city and other areas. While PR was widely canvassed as a means of protecting minorities, it was first past the post as an electoral system that had proto-partitioned Ireland before 1920. But the local elections of 1920, with PR and other elections, revealed the true state of demographics on the ground in Ulster and retrospectively made the partition line even more problematic. The treaty, the provision for a boundary commission, made all of these buried PR actualities of the past relevant again. Moreover, sectarian murders earlier in Londonderry, in Belfast, in Lisburn and Bangor were difficult for Craig to deal with. The problem was a double-edged sword. Attacks in Ulster itself against local Catholics, that was not the image Craig wished to project to London for his new Northern Ireland. After the treaty, Craig himself later wrote, he was careful never again to relax as he had during the treaty negotiations. And he successfully plotted and planned the future border strategy with absolute focus over the following years. There was murder and mayhem in the new Northern Ireland, certainly up to the summer of 1922. And securing its interpretation was to become crucial for securing military supplies and licence from London in the name of security and in the name of maintaining Northern Ireland, which some question in London in February and March of 1922. This then is the context through which we can understand the Craig-Collins pacts of early 22. What were Craig and Collins doing? Why did Craig actually think of enlisting Catholics en masse into the new specials? Winston Churchill plays a key role throughout this year in managing every aspect of the situation. It seems clear that he assisted Craig at every turn, while also giving constant, avuncular, slightly hectoring advice to Collins. By the 30th of March 22, Craig Collins are proclaiming peace is today declared. They announce a religiously mixed police force and conciliation committees based on those of the autumn of 1920. So-called specials, A, B and C, but initially specials, were established even before the opening of the Northern Ireland Parliament by the King. They can be seen initially as part of the same process that led to the recruitment of black and tans and auxiliaries in the rest of Ireland. Unlike in the rest of Ireland, the recruited tended to be local and almost from the beginning were not under the control of the RIC. In the hiatus period after the end of the RIC and the beginning of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, the proto-specials bedded down. What did Craig think of them in any case? Were they there to give jobs and security to the discontented? How well vetted had they been? To whom were they answerable? Some recent research I've done, and I need to do more, indicates that they were embedded in the county structure of the landed aristocracy to a degree higher than hitherto thought. Warring over the representation, sources of, and responsibility for violence in Ulster, particularly in the 6 months after January 1922, was to dog Craig. Even if the IRA were active, as they indeed were under Collins's direct directions in Ulster, in inverted commas, the proportion of Catholic deaths at the hands of security forces and nameless others was very disproportionate. The IRA were active and counter-gangs confronted shipyard workers in these years, but the scale of deaths on both sides was highly disproportionate. Nadia Dobryanska has pointed out that there's a great division in how the respective newspapers report activities against their side. The newspapers themselves function as bearers of false news to their quote-unquote own sides, frequently reporting only what is done to their own people. So if you read the Belfast Telegraph, for example, you'd believe that all that was going on in Belfast was IRA attacks on state forces, while if you read the, well, long title for the Irish News at the time, it's all about pogroms against nationalist Catholic areas backed up by state and specials. Craig insisted in communications with London that all attacks on Catholics were a response to IRA attacks. While IRA attacks did mount up, especially in 1922, it's important to recall that the game did change radically after December 21 because the stakes had intensified. Henry Patterson's recent paper on the burning and driving out of Catholic businesses from Bangor suggests that this was responded to by a unionist idea that specials or their equivalents were potentially protection for Catholics, or that they were a way of corralling the better kind of unionist to protect Catholics. How is this so far at variance with the view that most Catholics took of them and of Brown Square Barracks at that time? And how did Craig manoeuvre through 1922? We know that he's rescued by the full outbreak of civil war in the South, and the timing here is crucial, and Churchill plays a not inconsiderable role in it. This takes the focus off what was happening in Northern Ireland. But we also know that in the first few months of 1922, there's serious consideration in London to not giving Craig all that he needs to keep his new regime steady. It seems dangerously unstable. Craig may not get all the money that he requests from London, but he does manage, through endless personal intervention and closeness to Winston Churchill, to secure a security apparatus and extreme special legislation that effectively permits him by the summer to lock down the North, certainly by June of 22. And he continues to build direct alliances with politicians in London. Craig is a wealthy man. He has a London house. In reading the files, it's clear he's back and forth to London constantly. Lloyd George's attempt to bend Craig to his will through the Boundary Commission and through his meetings with him in November 21 was, in a way, unsuccessful. But Lloyd George does, through Clause 12 of the treaty, destabilise James Craig and the new Northern Ireland. Lloyd George is never really forgiven, and Winston Churchill plays a key role in shoring up Northern Ireland, the cause of Ulster, for which his father had once fought so strongly. The Boundary Commission would end the partition process, but that was not to be until 1925. And it's hard for us now to remember that the outcome was by no means clear. Security and the campaign to resist the treaty's Boundary Commission consumed James Craig and his government until 1925. Thank you.
So firstly, I'd like to add my thanks to Anne Dolan and everyone involved in organising the conference. I've been asked to look at British reactions to the handover. And to do this, I want to focus on what was being said in the British newspapers. The events of the 16th of January 1922 were of great interest to the British press, just as they had been captivated by what had come before and would be captivated by what was still to come. Sorry, 1 second.
Am I blocking?
No, the slide's not just moving on that. There we are. Indeed, the newspapers had documented preparations at Dublin castles in the days preceding the handover. They described the dismantling of the barbed wire, bomb scenes, and sandbag fortifications. They noted the removal of the castle archives to London, with documents of historic interest to be returned to the Free State at a later date. And a few remarked upon the great deal of burning going on at the castle, with the ashes of the past falling like black snow apologies for that, with the ashes of the past falling like black snow upon the battlements of the Chamberlain Tower and the pinnacles of the Chapel Royal. The first reports of the handover itself appeared that night in the evening editions and the following day in the morning titles. And this was a big deal, featuring in national and local newspapers and engaging the quality and tabloid papers alike. It merited front-page attention and precious column inches. Many of the newspapers still had their own correspondents based in the Irish capital, while others relied on information from the Press Association. Official statements and telegrams were reprinted alongside descriptions of the proceedings inside, although no pressmen had been admitted to the ceremony and outside the castle, as well as explanations and photographs. Across the diverse titles of the British press, transcending differences in political leanings and formats, a lot of this content is very similar. In the sea of near consensus, however, there was one lone maverick voice, the Morning Post, an extreme right-wing daily newspaper and champion of the ultra-conservative, die-hard faction of the Tory party at Westminster. The paper had not yet come to terms with the Anglo-Irish settlement and, unusually for the period, was still calling for a reconquest of Ireland. Almost all the British newspapers commented on the vast crowds assembled to observe the proceedings at Dublin Castle that day. Many remarked upon the commitment of these people who had lined up in anticipation, eager not to miss a thing, even though the exact timing of the handover was not known. The papers detailed the frantic cheers for the provisional government and the hot chase of their cars as they entered the Dublin Castle yard. One title even suggested that, in this jovial mood, acclamation was impartial, with cheers awarded to both sides. Others commented on how auxiliaries just inside the gates gave full vent to this merriment as they sat on the sills, overlooking windows and passing jokes with comrades below. Only the Daily Mail's correspondent was disappointed by the large but not a great crowd, which he said was to be primarily occupied in booing the passing lorries, filled with auxiliaries and bursting into loud and repeated cheers as the Irish cabinet appeared. The arrival of the Irish Provisional Government in taxicabs and the Lord Lieutenant in limousines was remarked upon by some. The comments of the apparent amused Dubliners that it will be the other way round next time were relayed in the Daily News and the Sheffield Independent. Transport choices were afforded particular significance in the Daily Mail, where the fact that the cars were of a, quote, a much bedraggled character was seen as symptomatic of the Provisional Government's disregard for appearance. The article went on to describe how, with the exception of Cosgrave and Duggan, the delegates did not don garments one would have thought proper to the occasion. This allegedly stood in marked contrast with the stern, tall, correct figure of the Lord Lieutenant and his well-turned-out motor car. The Morning Post was less impressed by the Lord Lieutenant's clothing, deeming his choice of a bowler hat as a sign of his ignorance of the symbolic immensity of this occasion. The newspapers commented on the irony of former rebels, men who until recently were outlaws with a price upon their heads, now entering the castle as leaders of the new Free State. But they were largely not perturbed by this change. All bar the Morning Post trusted them, and some now even liked them. Collins was deemed to be saying and doing the right thing so far, while Griffith, not in the Provisional Government or at Dublin Castle that day, was understood to be the wise strategist. De Valera was, for most of the newspapers, the villain of the piece. He was the, quote, intractable windbag and fanatical Republican idealist who threatened Irish peace and prosperity. Only the Morning Post announced Collins and De Valera as one and the same. And only the Labour-leaning tabloid The Daily Herald expressed any sympathy for De Valera, blaming the British press for creating ill feeling, and while not necessarily sharing his outlook, stressing it must be recognised by all honest people that he is an honest man. According to the British press, there was a cheerful and friendly atmosphere in Dublin Castle on the 16th of January. The ceremony took place in an easy and friendly manner with good wishes and the least excitement. Although an attempt to burn the Union Jack reportedly led to a scuffle between auxiliaries and the public, the newspapers explained that order was soon restored and what looked like the beginning of a nasty fight soon developed into mere jostling. This was understood to be an exception, and one that did not change the mood of the day. Only the Morning Post viewed it as a bad omen for the future and for Ireland's Dominion status. It also used the scuffle to denounce the crowd, quipping, "There is nothing heroic about your Dublin mob." Belated reports of jewellery stolen from the residence of the officer commanding the RIC during the handover, and news of the theft of the viceregal car later in January 22 were dealt with in much the same way. For all bar the Morning Post, these incidents were presented as the work of a minority and were not accompanied by condemnation of the Free State or rejection of the Anglo-Irish settlement. And when British troops were returned to the entrance of Dublin Castle because the public were, quote, entering too freely, saying no doubt to themselves that, since the castle had become property of the Irish people, they, as the Irish people, had the right of inspection, the left-wing Manchester Guardian assured its readers that this development had no political significance. It was a temporary measure of protection taken with the consent of the provisional government. The descriptions of Dublin Castle itself in the British press were less favourable. A few of the titles provided a whistle-stop tour of the castle's history, detailing its multitude of uses and functions, and regaling readers with the more dramatic tales from its past, from Easter Monday 1209 to Easter 1916. There was little nostalgia here, though. Even the Telegraph, which described the viceregal ceremonies and courts as brilliant functions and cherished memories in Dublin society, recognised the castle was a symbol of alien rule, hated by the Irish and British alike. And it was these negative associations that dominated press descriptions of Dublin Castle. According, for example, to the Hull Daily Mail, Dublin Castle had never looked the part and rarely played it. It stood for more than failure, it stood for ineptitude, and it could turn even the most loving impulse into hatred. The Weekly Dispatch even likened Dublin Castle rule to Downing Street transferred to the Tower of London and a foreign premier ruling the country behind sandbags and barbed wire. Thus, and unusually even the Morning Post here agreed, salty tears would not be shed by the British or the Irish if it crumbles to dust. But unsurprisingly, the Morning Post reasoning was different. It blamed Dublin Castle, its spirit of intolerant bureaucracy, the type of politicians it's harboured, and the kind of administrators it bred, for the destruction of the union it prized. The newspaper criticised the, quote, high-salaried officials who have done not an honest bit of work for years, and condemned in particular their recent record, citing spy infiltration and attempts to curry favour with rebels. The Morning Post was more vitriolic than its contemporaries in its attack on individuals. The British press was largely content with vaguer allusions to misgovernment and bad rule. And although the Telegraph commented on the castle civil servants' role in securing peace, this was not a common observation. The perhaps hyperbolic conclusion drawn by the Morning Post correspondent was that Dublin Castle should be levelled. Such was its curse. While the rest of the British press did not necessarily share this destructive impulse, they did speculate as to the future of the castle. Many reported there were plans for it to be turned into a museum, with gardens open to the public. Some wondered whether it would be the seat of the new Free State government. Others advanced passionate arguments against this move. With its bitter history and terrible legends, they warned that to do so may well prove fatal. If Dublin Castle encapsulated all that was wrong with British rule in Ireland, it is not perhaps surprising that the handover was viewed by nearly all the British press, all bar the die-hard Morning Post, as, in the words of the Press Association, one of the most momentous days in Ireland's eventful history. Some went further still. There were never more dramatic scenes. This was the most historic happening. But these were superlatives they were just as comfortable applying to other changes of the period. The handover, however, unlike the treaty, was understood to be an important, visible, outward sign of change, tangible evidence, proof of Britain's sincerity, and it would, they hope, be good publicity for the Free State government. The papers declared it to be the start of a new era and a new Ireland. The Irish would henceforth be responsible for their own affairs and would, they hoped, become a contented and prosperous dominion in the British Empire. The papers did not, it should be stressed, view this as a fait accompli. They were aware of the work still to be done, from the formal handover of documents to questions of the Constitution, border, army, the Governor-General, stamps, money, and even the future of the national stud. And that it was not a dramatic end did not negate the significance of the handover in the eyes of the British press. The Manchester Guardian observed, "Many an Irishman must have died dreaming of a day when Irish soldiers would march into the hated stronghold with flags and drums. Tone, Emmett, Fitzgerald, Smith, O'Brien. Did any of them ever picture so casual a ceremony of abdication? But no march of the troops could be so dramatic as the surrender of the fortress to an Irishman on whose head a fortune had been set. It was as if, by that one act of throwing open these guarded doors, the new ministers had brought daylight, democracy, and freedom into Ireland's darkest dungeons." The storming of the Bastille proved a particularly popular analogy deployed by the newspapers to explain the importance of the handover to the average Irishman. The Daily Express declared it to be one of those striking and symbolic acts that passes through the historical sieve and becomes ensconced in every textbook, akin to the destruction of Carthage and other well-known events in ancient history. Some, including the Derby Daily Telegraph, doubted whether the people of Great Britain yet realised the mighty changes that are now being enacted, but reconciled that no greater food for thought could be given to the thinking portion of our people than the handover of Dublin Castle. But by and large, the handover was deemed an important event in British, often referred to as English, history. The Hull Daily Mail, for example, declared an English man may well be pardoned for exclaiming, "Thank heavens that is end of bureaucracy in Ireland. We are well quit of it." The transfer of internal power was, according to the Leicester Evening Mail, to mean the end of indefinite difficulties and unpleasantness for England and the beginning of better political relations with Ireland. Its correspondent went on to express hope for more material benefit, including substantial savings to the national purse. This was not particularly unusual. Many of the titles reported that the end of the highly paid Dublin Castle posts, alongside the closure of the Irish office in London, would save the already overburdened British taxpayer £12,625, can be found in many of the newspapers. Less was said about the constitutional implications of Irish independence, aside for a couple of lines in, for example, the local Bedfordshire and Hertfordshire pictorial. Describing good-humoured scenes, lamenting the wicked and melancholy history of Dublin Castle, and welcoming in a new era, it is perhaps not surprising that few of the British press took issue with the description of the handover as a surrender in the statement issued by the provisional government. Many were comfortable using the term with no comment. Others merely placed it in quotation marks. Several sought to justify its use. Here, while references were made to the amusing and characteristic swagger and the Irish habit of drama, there was a sense that, on this occasion, exaggeration was necessary. With the final affray not costly and the ideal of the Republic not achieved, the significance of the victory and detachment from British rule needed to be hammered home as loudly as possible. Surrender was, in the words of the Sheffield Telegraph, a bombast intended for Mr. de Valera's edification more than ours. The Daily News correspondent, Hugh Martin, an influential English journalist involved in exposing the policy of reprisals during the War of Independence, similarly stressed this was a phrase for home consumption. He counselled, "England should not allow herself to get irritated if there is a good deal more of this stuff during the next month or so. The Irish elections are not far ahead, and any hint of softness in dealing with Great Britain would be excessively damaging to Mr. Collins's chance of a sweeping majority." The term surrender did, however, ruffle a few feathers. The Yorkshire Post complained it was an ugly word and a bitter one for Englishmen to swallow. It argued a more appropriate phrase should have been chosen and criticised the Irish Provisional Government for their careful, quote, refrain from any appearance of recognising the goodwill and generosity which has induced the Englishman to acquiesce. The paper did not, however, reject the settlement itself or the handover. According to the positive account of the Irish correspondent in the Manchester Guardian, surrender was the correct term, though, not because of the ceremony itself, but because the heads of the castle administration had presented themselves to the provisional government for instruction. This time, the Morning Post unhappily did not object. It agreed a surrender had taken place. And while the paper recognised other phrases may have been more tactful, it in fact thanked the provisional government for so ruthlessly stripping away all pretences and presenting the British nation with the facts as they are. Nevertheless, the Morning Post remained scornful, mocking both their use of the Irish, Rialta Sealadach na hÉireann, and inclusion of the English translation, Provisional Government of Ireland. It claimed that, without, even the most faithful would not understand. The newspaper concluded, quote, "To surrender to murder is not less humiliating because the murderers are also buffoons." But in its complaints and its offensive contempt, the Morning Post was once again the outlier. Their reaction was exceptional and pales in comparison to the more positive responses of their contemporaries. The British response to the handover of Dublin Castle fits with the wider press view of the developments in Anglo-Irish relations in January 22. With the exception again of the Morning Post, they had all welcomed the news of the ratification of the treaty and formation of the provisional government, and in similar language about historic documents and new eras. Many, again not the Morning Post, presented the negotiation of the general amnesty for political prisoners that month as an important step to improving trust in Britain. Although some viewed the removal of British troops in the same light and added express relief that a heavy duty was ending, this was a change that was seemingly not as easy for all to swallow. If the loss of Dublin Castle would be mourned by no one, the same was not said of the troops. But only for the Morning Post was this about security or Britain's position in Ireland. Instead, here was a sentimentality largely missing from accounts of the handover. The Telegraph, for example, claimed Tommy will leave some sad hearts, masculine and feminine, behind him when he whistles his last march out of the towns and villages of Leinster and Munster. Tommy's winning personality, sporting prowess, and spending habits would all apparently be missed. The more problematic record of the Black and Tans was not erased here. Instead, distinctions were drawn between the service of the regular army and the auxiliaries and cadets, the recruitment of whom was deemed a mistake. Again, with the exception of the Morning Post, which wrote of barbarism, crime and anarchy and obsessed over communist and Republicans' conspiracies, the British press largely viewed the future of the Free State with very cautious optimism. They recognised the potential troubles ahead, particularly the threat of the Republican opposition, as well as labour unrest, issues pertaining to the border, housing, agriculture and education, but hoped the provisional government would ultimately pull through with the support of the apparently moderate masses. And the response of the British press to the handover of Dublin Castle fits with the dominant ideal of the relationship with Ireland carved out by the newspapers in this period. They were to be friendly observers. Only the Morning Post was still calling for a reconquest. As friendly and hopeful spectators, Britain was to watch with sympathy, goodwill and patience, and echoing the words of the Lord Lieutenant on the handover, wish for a happy and prosperous Free State.
Okay, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, and particularly my thanks to Anne Dolan for her efforts in organising all of this. I'm sure it has been a tremendous effort, as though she would never let on. Okay, so my name is Niamh Gallagher. Very nice to meet you all, and I am going to start today with a quote. My paper will be, as you can see, about views from the British Empire. Though there may be several empires, this was the empire, the one that was under contention. So, from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean, it is the same combat against the same enemy. Today, we are the avant-garde. But it isn't just for Ireland that the Lord Mayor has died, it is so that the whole British Empire is destroyed. These words, you might recognise, were those of Art O'Brien, President of the Sinn Féin Association of Great Britain, spoken after the death of the Lord Mayor of Cork, Terence McSweeney, in October 1920. 1 year later, when negotiations began between British and Irish representatives, remaining within this empire, with the British monarch at its head, became a major bone of contention in the Dáil debates that followed, splitting the Republican movement in ways all too familiar. But while the empire was characterised in these debates as an all-powerful, hegemonic superstructure, holding in thrall roughly 1/4 of the world's population, it was far from monolithic. It embraced a diverse array of people and shifting relationships that cannot be so easily characterized. What John Darwin has called a chaotic pluralism might be a better descriptor. The empire was a bit like one of those jigsaw puzzles, which contains thousands of pieces, many of which look very similar, but when you try to join them up, they never quite seem to fit. Take the range of constitutional relationships within the empire as an example. It contained colonies of rule, such as India, an empire within the empire, settlement colonies in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, most of which were self-governing by the late 19th century. Protectorates, such as Aden, crown colonies like Malta, and condominia, such as the Sudan. Palestine and Transjordan were recently acquired mandates in the aftermath of World War. So-called British occupations had existed in Egypt since the late 19th century and Cyprus a little later. And what were termed spheres of interference in Iran, Afghanistan, and the Persian Gulf were just some of the patchwork constitutional models that existed within this larger superstructure. This diversity was matched by an equally mixed set of commercial, cultural, diplomatic, communicative, and political relationships between the imperial centre of London and its periphery. And that periphery can hardly itself be described as monolithic, varied as each of the countries within the empire were in their geography, demography, culture, language, ethnic profiles, religions, and customs. And all of these shifting relationships were evolving in real time as the Dublin Castle handover was completed. To explore the empire's reaction to the handover of Dublin Castle is therefore an impossible task. There was no single reaction in such a large and messy system. But nonetheless, there were reactions stretching from one side of the world to the next. And what I would like to do in this paper is talk about a small segment of them through looking at the immediate reactions to the handover as they were reported and analysed in a range of mainstream newspapers. Irish affairs were far from new in newspapers throughout the empire. From the Home Rule struggles of the 1880s to the Dáil debates over the treaty, news about Ireland frequently made headlines, and the handover was no different. The transfer of power made front-page news throughout Canada, Australia, Jamaica, what is today Pakistan, and India, and no doubt was reported further afield as well. To start down under, from Adelaide in South Australia and Perth in the west to the east coast of Brisbane and more densely populated cities of Sydney in New South Wales and Melbourne in Victoria, Australian newspapers were full of headlines reporting the transfer of power on the days following 16th of January. The finality of language used in newspapers of all political persuasions was striking. The end of Dublin Castle rule. Irish Free State government installed, congratulations and good wishes. Fall of the castle, Ireland's glorious hour, Ireland's destiny, and the fall of Dublin Castle, handing over Ireland to the Irish. These headlines encapsulated, in different degrees, that journalists in Australia felt British rule in Ireland had come to an end, and the Irish were now in charge of their own affairs. Similarly, in Canada, from the provinces of British Columbia and Alberta in the west, moving east through Manitoba, Ontario and Quebec, the handover made front-page news. Men who now rule free Ireland from Dublin Castle. Dublin Castle rule ends, and the new Ireland echoed the theme, as in Australia, of one era ending and a new one beginning. The mainstream press in both dominions was pro-British and pro-empire, and editorials effused these sentiments. The Melbourne Advocate interpreted the handover as an example of the British love for freedom and free institutions, a sentiment matched by the Montreal Gazette in Quebec, which referred to Britain's fair play. Much was made of how a free Ireland would now strengthen the empire, And David Lloyd George, the Welsh Prime Minister who had overseen the treaty negotiations, was indeed praised. The reputations of Michael Collins and Arthur Griffith had undergone stars in their eyes style transformations since the signing of the treaty on the 6th of December and the dull debates in previous weeks. Now professed to be moderates, Griffith was frequently described as the brains of the operation behind the new government and Collins the heart. De Valera and his followers were deemed yesterday's news, the irreconcilables, one example for a headline. Only the Gazette gave more credit to the threat of Republican opposition, but in every newspaper, Republicans were a minor story if they were mentioned at all. A racial and classist element underpins some of the commentaries. The Melbourne Herald declared that, and I quote, "The members of the Southern Irish government arrived regardless of decorum in a straggling procession of motorcars, dressed in everyday attire." On the other hand, Lord Fitzalan, the Viceroy, motored there with every circumstance of dignity. It is well known that clothes can be laden with ideas around class, but it was surprising to me that even driving could be loaded with prejudice. And the same newspapers emphasised that the new government now needed to learn the principles of citizenship, as if the Irish were further down the rung of peoples for whom citizenship was something to be learnt and its principles gradually attained. Relations with Ulster and across confessions were also remarked upon. The Montreal Gazette, seen here on the left, urged Unionists in the South to assist the new government in every possible way. The Daily British Whig in Ontario combined these sentiments in its interpretation of North-South relations and what the outcome might be of the Boundary Commission, which would come into being should Unionist Ulster refuse to be a part of the Free State. Some historians have been rather dismissive of the Commission, presumably because its findings were suppressed and it ultimately failed. But hindsight is a wonderful thing in history, and it is of interest that even pro-British organs in the heart of Ontario felt that major transfers of territory would be given from the north to the south, particularly those dreary steeples of Fermanagh and Tyrone, as Winston Churchill would later call them. Rather than suffer the loss of territory, the Whig advocated that Ulster join the Free State. Similarly, the Brisbane Courier saw the transfer of powers as a step on the road to Irish reunification. However, the Dominions were far from homogenous in their settler makeup. A substantial Irish population existed of Protestant and Catholic heritage, as people had come in waves to the settler colonies through a mixture of push and pull factors ever since the 18th century. They helped to make up a significant proportion of the white settler populations, which would later give these dominions their racially protected status. In 1871, 1 in 4 people living in Victoria, Australia, was born in Ireland. While immigration had declined by 1900, Catholics still comprised over 70% of the Irish-born population living in Australia in 1911, most being migrants from the 1880s or earlier. In Newfoundland and Canada, there were almost 1.1 million persons of Irish ethnicity living there in 1911, making them the second largest ethnic group after the French and roughly 1/4 of the Canadian population. About 60% of those emigrants were Protestant, who clustered in Ontario and the western provinces. The remainder were Catholics, who had a significant presence in Quebec and the separate Dominion of Newfoundland, where almost half of Newfoundland's population had Irish origins, and most people were of Irish Catholic descent. No single newspaper was read by the settler Irish, Catholic or Protestant populations, but some organs stressed Irishness or Britishness more than others, attracting readers of certain political persuasions. Irish Protestants sympathetic to unionism could find their views echoed by the mainstream British press, and both Catholics and Protestants might diverge in the reading of papers sympathetic to what we might today call left or right causes. The historian Jeff Kilday has argued that Catholics in Australia were mostly Irish by birth or descent, and the Irish were mostly Catholics. Newspapers such as the Catholic Press and the Freeman's Journal Sydney, which took its name from the long-standing Dublin-based paper, claimed to represent Irish Catholic views, while in Quebec, the Montreal Gazette couldn't ignore its very large Irish constituency in the ward of St. Anne's. The Catholic press therefore dwelt on more familiar nationalist tropes in its reporting of the event, reminding readers that Dublin Castle was, and I quote, a den of jobbery and corruption and the seat of a bloodthirsty British government. It printed a potted history of the castle, concluding in strident fashion that, and I quote, if they, the new government, feel so disposed, they can blow it into smithereens, and there will be no one to question their actions or judgment. While the pro-imperial views of Protestants is largely known and indeed accepted, Irish Catholic settlers and their descendants also had views about the empire that broadly stood apart from those expressed by nationalists and, of course, republicans in Ireland. Decades of settlement, gradual success, and more recently the losses in the Great War had fostered more favourable attitudes towards the countries of the empire that many called home. The Freeman's Journal in Sydney, for instance, argued that the handover should put an end to repeated criticisms of Catholics in Australia by Protestants and accusations of their supposed disloyalty. And it cited the contribution of Catholics to the recent war effort to help make its case. It also highlighted the patriotism for Australia that had grown ever since the World War, speculating that it could feed the notion of greater Australian autonomy, a prescient remark, as the decade that followed would cause the White Dominions to push for greater autonomy from London. In 1911, all of the bishops and archbishops in Australia were Irish-born, all of them, aside from 2 bishops who were the sons of Irish parents. Not much had changed 10 years later. Archbishop Michael Kelly of Sydney declared, and I quote, let us thank God for the great peace that has come over Ireland, and that Ireland's struggle for truth, right and liberty for 700 years is now at an end. Bishop Dwyer of Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, stated that Irishmen had now gained their political rights, and he linked it to the historic success of the Home Rule movement. The views of Catholics in Rome also took centre stage, especially the congratulations offered by Cardinal Gaspari, the Pope's right-hand man, as well as Pope Benedict himself. The Cardinal sent a congratulatory telegram to the Speaker of the Irish Parliament, conveying, and I quote, the Pope's congratulations to the Irish people and imploring God's blessing upon the noble nation who throughout her sufferings has always been faithful to the Catholic Church. Irish settlers also marked the occasion. The Irish Self-Determination League of Hobart, Tasmania, congratulated the new Irish government and marked the honourable termination of the feud of centuries. A branch of the League in Melbourne took a slightly different view, claiming it would hold out sending congratulations until the treaty was put to the Irish electorate, and therefore the legitimacy of the new provisional government would be confirmed. This view was likely fostered by the influence of the Republican-inclined Archbishop Daniel Mannix from Cork, a confidant of De Valera's, who was silent during the handover itself, but on the 4th of January had reminded an audience of the Australian Catholic Federation that, and I quote, the treaty had been signed by the Irish representatives with practically a pistol pointed at their heads. For colonised peoples elsewhere, what Ireland had achieved was far beyond what freedoms might be granted to them. In addition to reporting the details of the handover, commentaries reflected local concerns, drawing on both affinities with and clear differences to the Irish situation. In India, where nationalist movements had existed since the late 19th century and which were beginning to split over the means to achieve home rule, which was a very far cry away from Dominion status, newspapers pointed out differences between Irish nationalism and Indian desires for self-government. In Lahore, modern-day Pakistan, the Tribune newspaper declared on its front page that the handover was, and I quote, the last act in a drama which should be effaced from memory, except for the sole purpose of future guidance. Now that the Irish problem was solved, it suggested that, and I quote, British statesmanship is free to turn its undivided attention to the only 2 outstanding problems of imperial interest, but of great urgency, those of India and Egypt. Will it do so? In Calcutta, the leading newspaper suggested that, and I quote, if the British government were wise, they would have the conference with Indian leaders just now, instead of waiting for India to develop into a bigger and more dangerous Ireland. This was a reference to current circumstances where Gandhi's non-cooperation movement had been in full flow and Gandhi had agreed to suspend it for a time-limited period to facilitate a conference between British and Indian leaders, a conference which never materialised. The newspaper drew parallels with how Lloyd George had in 1920 called Sinn Féin no better than murderers and robbers, and that similar comments were being made about Gandhi's non-cooperators, called hooligans by some in London. Instead, it stressed that Lloyd George had to eat humble pie. The Prime Minister had to wait for Dáil Éireann to ratify peace. Will it not be a far more glorious achievement for the British people to do for India with peace what they have done for Ireland after centuries of bloodshed? Back in Lahore, the Tribune used the handover as a moment to remind its readers of what had happened in recent weeks. It reprinted the Dáil debates in a full 2-page spread and mocked the British Times of India, which characterised Collins and Griffith as moderates, stating that neither man could hardly be considered moderate in light of the previous few years. Instead, it congratulated them, but stressed India's commitment to constitutional cooperation, and it made clear that those who sought to pursue constitutional change through violence would be sidelined from the new India. No doubt this was only one strand of Indian nationalist opinion, and on the other side of the globe, the predominantly middle-class Afro-Caribbean newspaper, the Daily Gleaner in Kingston, Jamaica, devoted several front-page columns to the transfer of powers in Dublin. Ambitions for political sovereignty were significantly more muted in Jamaica at this time. There was no agreement on what type of reform people wanted. Solutions range from bringing in representative government in legislative councils to the creation of a British West Indies Federation with Dominion status, and perhaps more bizarrely, a British West Indies Canada Federation with Dominion status. However, despite their differences, gradualism was the watchword. And in any case, the Dublin Castle handover was not interpreted in terms of reform at all. The main concern for the Gleaner's readers was the future outlook of the sugar trade, which had been heavily disrupted by the World War and the post-war environment. In its editorials, Irish affairs appeared in tandem with a range of world factors that were destabilising the world sugar economy. But it speculated that the outlook for sugar is encouraging. Conditions abroad are in a happier state than at any time since the Great Cataclysm and its aftermath, i.e. the World War. The results of the disarmament conference, the fact that the Irish question will soon be determined, as well as that the problems involved in Germany's reparations payments are also in a fair way to be solved, all distinctly hopeful influences. The Irish question for these Jamaicans was simply part of the mix of factors which had depressed the local economy and which, following its resolution, was helping to create a more stable trading environment for local farmers and businesses to get back to normal. So in conclusion, what can we learn from this moment in the history of the British Empire? Newspapers are a fantastic resource, but we must remember that they are only one strand of opinion and often middle class, male, and broadly conservative. Nonetheless, I think it would be fair to say that the handover generated significant interest from one end of the globe to the next. Newspapers reported reactions in Dublin and generated new articles on the history of the castle and the historic Anglo-Irish relationship. The positivity surrounding the handover in Australia and Canada was in tune with the long-standing support for moderate nationalism in both dominions, and acceptance by the more British-inclined populations that this was a British negotiated deal that they could support. De Valera and anti-treaty supporters were painted as anomalies. Even in Melbourne, where Archbishop Mannix exercised such influence, it was hard to prevent the Catholic press from demonstrating its support for the transfer. Most interestingly, the handover gave rise to editorials and commentaries which situated Ireland in local contexts, whether this was the differences between Irish and Indian demands for self-government, British treatment of the Irish versus how statesmen should treat other colonised peoples, the legacy of World War and world peace, the treatment of the Catholic minority in Australia, the faint signs of the White Dominions pushing for greater autonomy from London, or in the case of Jamaica, a further restoration of normality in world affairs that would help get the local sugar trade back up and running. The handover was only a moment in time, but it was a useful moment for gauging the range of issues that people within the empire were grappling with in an era when World War had unleashed new wars, pressures and fresh demands for living within the 20th century. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Niamh, Elspeth, Margaret and Ian. We've used up so much of the time with that fascinating content that we barely have time for one question. So I'm going to perhaps abuse Chair's privilege by making it a question of my own, if I may. It struck me listening to the various speakers, from Ian talking about the Southern Protestants had moved on and accepted reality. Margaret had talked about that Craig's Northern Ireland government was already up and running. Elspeth had talked about that some of the British press had blamed the castle for the demise of the Union, and Niamh talking about the Empire press, that it was perhaps a positive move, a sign of British fair play to hand over the castle. So did anybody regret the passing of the castle at all? Was it a sad thing for anyone, or was it actually that all eyes were now on the future? So was the castle merely an historic moment, but that by the time of the handover, everybody is facing forward in their own different channels? So perhaps to Ian first.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I think the curious thing is that the handover itself got a couple of days headlines, and then that was it. It doesn't appear anymore. But I think it is a symbol, curiously enough, of positivity and of looking forward. And I would agree with you in that. Certainly for the group that I'm looking at, Southern Protestants, they were not inclined to spend too much time looking in the rear view mirror at this. They had an idea of a road ahead, and I think they were more focused on that than looking back at what was or what might not have been. That's not to say there weren't pockets of nostalgia here and there, but their leadership certainly was more concerned with engaging Southern Protestantism and ex-loyalism, if you like, with the contemporary, with looking what they could do within contemporary Ireland and making the best of the situation in which they found themselves. I think their history after the handover for the next 2 or 3 decades showed that was a tenable, viable policy to actually give their community a sense of identity, but difference at the same time.
Thanks very much, Ian. Just to move briefly on to Margaret.
Maybe Castle Catholics perhaps regretted it. They may be a category we could go to. For Northern Unionists, I think, obviously Stormont was so much more satisfactory to them. They had direct control over policy. They didn't have to listen to minority concerns or did anybody regret it? Yeah, I think I'll just leave it. Maybe Castle Catholics who'd begun to accommodate themselves to its mores.
Thanks very much. And Elspeth, your help.
You definitely get the sense that a majority of the British press are happy to close the door on an embarrassing incident, particularly the ones that had been very vocal against British actions in Ireland in the preceding years. So this is the end of the end of the bad record in Ireland. You mentioned the lamenting the end of union, but even, and as you said, they are not happy. Even the staunchest, diehard unionists aren't happy about Dublin Castle at that point. So, no, I think from the British press there's a striking lack of sentimentality.
Thanks. And final word to Niamh.
Yeah, briefly, as all been said, I was very surprised. Nobody regretted it.
Nobody regretted it. Great. Thanks very much. So it just remains to ask you all, please, to put your hands together and thank our speakers, Dr. Ian Dalton, Dr. Margaret Callahan, Elspeth Payne and Niamh Gallagher. Thank you.
session on the castle in Irish life and imagination. My name is Patrick Egan. I'm delighted to have been asked to chair this session, and we have three wonderful scholars who are going to be talking to us today, and then we'll have time for questions, both from our audience here in Dublin Castle with us and also from all of you who are watching online. And those of you watching online can just use the Q&A function and send your questions through. I'll introduce our three panelists. We have William Durham, who is a curator here in Dublin Castle with the Office of Public Works. And his work over the past few years has really helped to deepen and illuminate our understanding of Dublin Castle, its architectural history, its cultural history, its political role. He's currently working on Dublin Castle in the 20th century. And if you're reading today's Irish Independent, John Downing praises his marvellous scholarship for around this period. So we're delighted to be able to be hearing from him. We also have Margaret Kelleher, who's Professor of Anglo-Irish Literature and Drama at UCD, and an award-winning scholar. And her work really brings so vividly to life the changing cultural, political, social changes in Ireland in the 19th and early 20th century, and does it so brilliantly. She's also the chair of the Irish Film Institute. And our third panelist, Dr. Anne Dolan from Trinity, really needs no introduction, because the reason why we're all here and the reason why we're all able to watch such a fascinating conference is thanks to the great organisational work and leadership shown by Anne over the past number of months organising this. And I think that is the word that I would use to describe Anne, and it is leadership, because it's the leadership she's shown in bringing together this conference, but it's also the leadership you see in her own scholarly work, and it's done so much to change and challenge how we view the revolutionary period, its aftermath, its impact on it, and her work continues to raise so many important questions about how we view this period. And I think we're all very grateful to her for all the work that she has put in to making this conference such a success. So we're going to begin. Yes. And we will begin with William Durham, who is going to speak to us on "The Castle is Dead, Long Live the Castle."
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can't really compete with an introduction like that, but I suppose I would like to thank Anne as well, and all of our colleagues at Trinity, not to mention my own colleagues here in the OPW and the department as well, for just making this conference happen, and all of you and the other speakers for attending today. So the conference asked me to speak about Dublin Castle over the last 100 years. That's quite a tall order, but we'll give it a go. There are multiple threads in the story of the castle over the last 100 years, involving different people, functions, and events. But for today's paper, I have chosen to look at the building primarily through the lens of the state apartments and the Chapel Royal, the most symbolically charged parts of the castle, and through the life of one individual who, somewhat surprisingly to me, has emerged in the course of my studies as one of the most significant to its survival and reinvigoration during that time. The day after Dublin Castle was handed over to the provisional government, the newspapers carried multiple accounts of the event itself, as well as various outlines and insights into the castle's long history. The Freeman's Journal concluded its coverage with the lines, "The castle as a garrison headquarters is gone. The castle as the centre of the government of the Irish Free State remains. The castle is dead. Long live the castle." Notice the lack of an exclamation mark. This was possibly one of the most prescient statements made at the time, though probably not intended positively, for immediately after the handover, relatively little changed. The state apartments had not been used for their intended function of ceremonial and display since the outbreak of the First World War, and they now lay gathering dust. The provisional government didn't get vacant possession, so to speak, until August, as John Gibney and Kate O'Malley have shown in their new book on the handover. The Chapel Royal continued to be used for Anglican services, the last of which took place on Christmas Day of 1922. And the Office of Ulster King of Arms, Ireland's heraldic authority, symbolically linked to the former regime, continued to operate from the Bedford Tower in the Upper Castle Yard until 1943. One of the particular tasks that fell to this office in the months following the handover was the commissioning of a panel of heraldic stained glass bearing the coats of arms of the last Viceroy, to continue a long tradition of such windows in the chapel. The window was made by the Irish artist Sarah Purser and was inspected in her studio by the Deputy Ulster King of Arms, Thomas Sadler, in May. The only reflection of the castle's new, changed circumstances are discernible in the fact that, unlike his predecessors, Lord Fitzalan had the bittersweet honour of paying for his own window. Thomas Sadler's papers also contain interesting accounts of the declining military situation at that time, describing the bombardment of the forecourts and the ensuing fighting in the city, as well as attacks on the castle in February and June 1923. In addition to Thomas Sadler, Eamon de Valera later recalled those bleak grey days when he himself stood in the Bedford Tower in Dublin Castle and gazed on the burning ruins of the forecourts. Dublin Castle seems an odd choice for Dev to choose as a vantage point. However, it was conveniently located near his office on Suffolk Street. He would make several more unexpected visits to and interventions in the castle in the years ahead. Several suggestions had been made for the castle's use following the handover, particularly for the state apartments. It was noted that Michael Collins was taking a personal interest in who any new tenants might be, and that under no circumstances whatever is any department to be placed into the castle until he has given his decision. The OPW noted that if questions of sentiment can be left out of consideration, there is little doubt that the most economical and satisfactory use for the castle is as a Parliament House and for the offices of the Cabinet and Finance Ministry. Ultimately, the destruction of the forecourts in June decided its fate, and by the 4th of September, the Provisional Government had reached a decision that the state apartments would be used to accommodate the now homeless courts. Not without a sense of humour, the Lord Chief Justice, T.F. Maloney, suggested that the Court of the King's Bench occupy the former throne room. The courts took up residence in the state apartments in time for the Easter sittings in April 1923. Several years later, the Chapel Royal was also deployed for use as a courtroom from April 1927 until September 1931. The chancel, choir and galleries being partitioned off, the Irish Times noting that the alterations were temporary and could be easily removed when the commissioners have concluded their work. Removed to what end, we will see later. The courts remained at Dublin Castle for almost 10 years, returning to the Forecourts building in October 1931. For these first 10 years under the new Free State government, the attitude to the castle can effectively be described as one of benign and minimal intervention. It was only in the 1930s, when the dust began to settle on the tumultuous creation of the new state, and the courts were preparing to return to their previous home, that the occupation of the castle's state apartments again arose for consideration. One suggestion proposed their use as additional accommodation for the National Museum. However, such questions were overtaken by the results of a general election. On the 9th of March 1932, the Fianna Fáil party of Eamon de Valera came to power. On foot of this, a month later, in April, the OPW inspected Dublin Castle with a view to utilising the state apartments for the upcoming Eucharistic Congress in June. The work involved was considerable, the OPW estimating it would cost £3,700, excluding furnishings. Most of this involved removing the fittings and walls that had subdivided the apartments into suitable courtrooms. It was to be completed within an extremely tight time frame, but work got underway almost immediately. The Irish Times reporting on the 19th of April that the castle was receiving the greatest spring clean in its history. The state reception duly took place in June, guests being received in St. Patrick's Hall. If the use of the state apartments appears incongruous with the Republican ideals and aspirations of De Valera and Fianna Fáil at the time, even more expected was his request to the Ulster King of Arms that the banners of the Knights of St. Patrick be rehung in the hall in time for the occasion. You can see them here. The Order of St. Patrick had been founded in 1783 by King George III, whose portrait dominates the painted ceiling in the room. Such an interest in the charged and historic symbols of the castle and its trappings seems at odds with De Valera's stated public position. At Easter the following year, speaking at Arbor Hill at the graves of those executed in 1916, he stated, Let it be made clear that we yield no willing assent to any form or symbol that is out of keeping with Ireland's right as a sovereign nation. Let us remove these forms one by one so that the state we control may become a republic in fact, and that, when the time comes, the proclaiming of the republic may involve no more than a ceremony, the formal confirmation of a status already attained. However, just a month before, on St. Patrick's Day, in an echo of former viceregal tradition and the castle's social season, he and his wife hosted a reception at the castle. The No. 1 Army Band played the national anthem upon their arrival, and De Valera inspected the Guard of Honour. The formalities continued inside, newspapers reporting that the grand staircase was lined on each side by members of the Special Escort Troop in their ceremonial uniform, and they presented arms with their swords as the President and Mrs. De Valera arrived. The reception, hosted in St. Patrick's Hall, was for the diplomatic and consular corps to allow them opportunity to meet members of the Oireachtas, the judiciary, the heads of the civil service, and the chiefs of the defence forces. Mrs. De Valera, it was noted, wore a gown of St. Patrick's blue Irish poplin, handsomely embroidered. While the support of native Irish industries chimes with De Valera's public utterances, it also had precedent in the patronage of the viceregal court, while the renewed use of the castle for such functions, and in particular the hue of Mrs. De Valera's gown, had similar antecedents. In the following year, 1934, in what one newspaper described as the first time the throne room has been used for a state function since the establishment of the Free State, De Valera held an evening banquet at the castle. This took place on the night of the 9th of April in honour of the Minister Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the Irish Free State, W.W. McDowell. It was described in the same article as having all the brilliance of a state reception. Elaine Mahon, in her work on diplomatic dining, has drawn attention to the menu of 10 courses, which included dishes such as clear turtle, casserole of lobster, dariole of foie gras, asparagus mousseline, champagne sauce, and angels on horseback. The dinner ended in tragedy, and the new envoy, seated between the President De Valera and his wife, got up to speak. He had been speaking for about 5 minutes when, shortly before 11 o'clock, he collapsed on the ground to the consternation of his fellow guests. Attended to by the German minister and the Minister for Agriculture, both of whom were doctors, as well as the papal nuncio, he did not survive the massive heart attack he had just suffered. This tragedy, however, did not deter future use of the former viceregal apartments by De Valera. Several months later, a similar reception was held there for the German minister, von Kuhlmann. In 1935, events were held for both the Prime Minister of Australia and the Prime Minister of Tasmania. In 1936, the Postmaster General of the United States received similar hospitality. And in 1938, the US Ambassador to Britain, J.P. Kennedy, was also hosted by De Valera at the castle. The Irish Times described this latter event as follows. Oil paintings of earls and marquises looked down upon a gathering of some 80 representatives of ERA, including church, state, diplomatic corps, and professions. Behind Mr. De Valera, the tricolour mingled with the stars and stripes in the centre of the picture room. The guests were received in the throne room by Mr. De Valera, and the No. 1 Army Band, which rendered musical selections during the banquet, signalised the arrival of the ambassador by the American anthem. Later that year, in August, after another such function, an official at the Department of External Affairs reported to the OPW that, after dinner, the Taoiseach and guests visited practically all of the state apartments, including George's Hall and Chapel Royal. It is worth noting that prior to all this, official receptions for important dignitaries under the Cumann and Nail government were held in Dublin hotels. This remarkable litany of state ceremony, entertainment and hospitality, actively appropriating the backdrop, the trappings, and occasionally the forms of the defunct viceregal court, particularly the castle itself, lessened somewhat with the outbreak of war in 1939 and with an accidental fire in January 1941, which did considerable damage to the east range of the state apartments. We left Eamon de Valera a moment ago, conducting his guests on what seemed to have been a late-night tour of the State Apartments and the Chapel Royal, and we left the Chapel Royal last in use as a courtroom from 1927 to 1931. It is to that building that we now turn our attention. In 1937, the Department of Finance proposed a scheme for the placing of the organ at the disposal of recognised schools of music and music teachers. But before proceeding to do so, the department was to inquire whether the President sees any objection having regard to his interest in the preservation of the amenities of the castle and the State Apartments. Clearly, de Valera's interest in the castle was well understood. His office replied that, subject to the adoption of appropriate safeguards for the preservation of the amenities of the castle and the State Apartments, and for the protection of the interior of the Chapel Royal, the President has no objections to the proposals. While this was happening, a request had been received from University College Dublin for the removal of the organ through their premises on St. Stephen's Green. On the 27th of December, de Valera himself signed a letter stating that, "I understand that the removal of the instrument would result in material damage to the character and intrinsic value of the Chapel Royal as a whole, and would, in any case, be difficult to justify." UCD were told they could make use of the organ in situ, and in August 1939, a newspaper notice appeared advertising that the organ of the Chapel Royal, Dublin Castle, is to be made available to serious students of organ music for training and practicing. The departments of Finance and Education are anxious that the fullest possible use should be made of it. Several years later, in the midst of the emergency, the chapel reopened as a place of worship, now in the guise of a Roman Catholic garrison church. On the 13th of June at 8:30 a.m., the ceremonial kicked off, with the Archbishop of Dublin, John Charles McQuaid, inspecting a guard of honour in the lower castle yard. In attendance were Taoiseach de Valera, the Tánaiste Sean T. O'Kelly, senior members of the Defence Forces and the Judiciary. An article in the Irish News described how crushed forever is the pomp, the power, the tyranny of the past. Now, the mighty in church and state mingle with the plain in this strikingly obvious and impressive object lesson in democracy. Formerly, much of the trappings of the suzerainty were on show. The former contrasts strikingly with the present. My colleague Miles Campbell has described this sentiment of triumphalism and national pride as an almost militaristic sense of Roman Catholic victory. Indeed, from the tone of this particular piece, it is hard to disagree. The following year, on the 4th of June, the chapel was rededicated and renamed the Church of the Most Holy Trinity, which just happened to be the official name of the Church of Ireland's cathedral a short walk away, better known as Christ Church. The garrison chapel of the Most Holy Trinity continued in use up until 1983, when the necessity of major structural overhaul forced its closure. During those 40 years, in addition to regular use, masses were celebrated for individual brigades of the old IRA, as well as for the garrison of the forecourts, amongst others. Regimental flags of the Irish Brigade of the French Army, when presented to the President Sean T. O'Kelly by the French government in 1959, were put on show in the chapel. So it is clear its use as being a place of conspicuous display. If such a thing as a state church existed, this was surely it. Some insight into de Valera's thoughts on Dublin Castle came to the surface when he visited several years later, on the 16th of March 1952, to inspect building work then in progress. In a memo in an OPW file, it is recorded that, on the general question of the State Apartments, the Taoiseach said the aim should be to keep them in good condition. While some people held the view that emblems of British rule should be removed, there was a case for preserving them for their historical significance and for the emphasis which they placed on the changeover to national independence. This applied particularly to places like St. Patrick's Hall and the State Apartments generally, where there is so much of value and artistic merit as well as of historic significance. Such sentiments, given voice many years later, may well explain the most obvious appropriation of the castle under de Valera, which has been its use as a place for the inauguration of the Irish president. The new constitution of 1937 was one of de Valera's great political achievements, and it gave birth to the office of Uachtarán na hÉireann, the President of Ireland. In light of what I've already demonstrated, it is hardly surprising that the following letter from the chairman of the OPW, Joseph Connolly, opens the file labelled Inauguration of the President, June 1938, Possible Use of Dublin Castle. I was speaking to the Taoiseach today. In the course of our conversation, he mentioned to me that the government would shortly be considering the arrangements to be made for the inauguration of the President. It is likely to be held about the first week in June. He said the function would probably be held within the castle and that a suggestion had been made that it should be held in the open air. The OPW chairman succeeded in persuading the Taoiseach to move the ceremony indoors, and plans were formed for it to take place in St. Patrick's Hall. In later correspondence, the OPW noted that the principal accommodation on the dais will be a gilt armchair, which the chairman has directed to be covered in blue silk, and a suitable table for An Uachtaráin to sign at. This might sound rather benign, but this was no regular armchair. It was, in fact, a repurposed throne, one of a pair made in the 19th century, bearing the royal monogram of VR and topped with an imperial crown. In addition to a new blue silk covering, the throne had its crown and monogram removed. With such minor alterations, it was replaced where it had stood in former times, on a dais at the end of St. Patrick's Hall to receive the nation's head of state. But this was a very different head of state. The subtle contrast to those who noticed must have been striking. In time, De Valera himself would be similarly inaugurated when he was elected president in 1959. One of his most telling uses of the castle came in 1963 when President John F. Kennedy visited Ireland. Kennedy was awarded honorary doctorate at Dublin Castle from Trinity College and the National University of Ireland. De Valera also happened to be Chancellor of the National University as well as President, and before the formalities in St. Patrick's Hall, he chose to present President Kennedy with his NUI robes in the throne room. The symbolism couldn't have been more telling. A democratically elected president greeting the democratically elected leader of the free world, standing in front of an unoccupied throne. The redundancy of that vacant throne represented everything he had achieved. Nothing could have emphasized the changeover to independence, as he had previously put it, quite like this scene. It seems fitting, in light of his interest in the preservation of the amenities of the castle and the state apartments, that it was in St. Patrick's Hall that Eamon de Valera would bid farewell to the nation. Following his death in 1975, he was laid out in state in the hall, where thousands of people filed past his coffin. One can almost imagine a wry grin on his face as he peered up at the painted ceiling overhead, eyeballing King George III in this piece of painted propaganda espousing the union of Britain and Ireland. Eamon de Valera had had the last laugh. The title of this talk, The Castle is Dead, Long Live the Castle, I have chosen to focus on De Valera, as he has emerged in the course of my research as one of the people who did the most to ensure this sentiment became a reality. It was not without its opposition. In 1953, in a Dáil debate about the amount of money being spent rebuilding the castle, a Fine Gael TD asked, was it not a pity that it did not fall down long ago? A Fianna Fáil TD adding, I would be delighted to help the deputy to knock it down. In a later debate, another TD stated that I want Dublin Castle blown sky high and nothing put in its place. However, De Valera, through his use of the castle, had established it as a place of national ceremony and hospitality, and to my mind at least, perhaps just a little bit of a trophy, a token of his victory in the long struggle with Britain for Irish sovereignty and independence. There are many other threads to the story of the castle over the last 100 years. The role of other political leaders in consolidating and rebuilding the structure and in continuing its use as De Valera had established it. Its various occupants, from the Aliens Office and the Censor to the Revenue Commissioners and An Garda Síochána, to name just a few. And in more recent times as a place more open and welcoming to the public, most obviously seen with the announcement of the results of the marriage equality referendum in 2015. The matters of sentiment referred to by the OPW in 1922, I suggest, are now changed, the castle now meaning different things to a different generation of Irish people. In closing, I return to the Freeman's Journal that appeared on the 17th of January 1922, the day after the castle had been handed over. The line, "The castle is dead, long live the castle," appeared on page 4. However, the front page of that day's journal was reserved for the advertisements of the Times, one of the largest of which announced "bargains beyond all shadow of a doubt." I suggest that, perhaps unknown to some at the time, and in light of its use by the Irish state in the last 100 years, Dublin Castle represented one such bargain. Thank you very much.
Very good. Well, I'm now delighted to call on Professor Margaret Kelleher, who will speak to us about From the Duties of Clerks to the Great Muslin Market, Dublin Castle in the Irish Literary Imagination.
Thank you, Patrick. It's an honour to be part of this historic event and to hear the scholarship and insights from my fellow participants. And I'd like to begin by expressing warm thanks to Dr. Martin Maguire and to Dr. Anne Dolan for the invitation to speak. I'm going to begin with this quotation from Jane Wilde, better known as Speranza, from her Sketches of the Irish Past, which was published in 1887 as part of Ancient Legends, Mystic Charms and Superstitions of Ireland, a highly popular text that remains in circulation to this day. Strange scenes, dark, secret and cruel, have been enacted in that gloomy pile. No one has told the full story yet. It will be a Radcliffe romance of strangeness and treacheries, of swift death or slow murder. God and St. Mary were invoked in vain for the luckless Irish prince or chieftain that was caught in that Norman stronghold, but that was in the old time, long, long ago. Now the castle's courts are crowded only with loyal and courtly crowds, gathered to pay homage to the illustrious successor of 100 viceroys. Speranza's misspelt allusion here is to Anne Radcliffe, the late 18th and early 19th century very popular writer of English Gothic novels. In fact, Dublin Castle had appeared as setting in a number of historical novels prior to Speranza's comments and would continue to appear, often in tales of prisoners, be they the Munster Geraldines or the O'Neill O'Donnells of Elizabethan times, or novelistic accounts of the 1798 rebels and their fate. In 1890, just 3 years after Speranza's remarks first appeared, Emily Lawless published With Essex in Ireland, set in 1599. In this novel, she describes the castle in the late 16th century as a foul place, unfit for habitation of reason of damp and neglect, and home for some hapless prisoners, including state prisoners in the Birmingham Tower. Here, Lawless is gesturing to one of the theories of how the Birmingham Tower, which was demolished and rebuilt in 1775, got its name, possibly from the Birmingham father and son, William and Walter, who were imprisoned there in the 1330s. Following their unsuccessful attempt to escape, William was hanged, a controversial execution at the time. His son Walter was later released in 1334, and in an early example of the twists and turns of Irish castle history, would serve as Chief Governor of Ireland 12 years later, from 1346 to 1349. My focus in the short paper today is a double one, focusing on the decades prior to the handover of the castle, where I seek to move behind the high-profile political scenes, firstly by discussing the literary imagination at work within the castle through its most famous literary staff member, and secondly, by examining how fiction can evoke different histories of buildings. And the example I'll discuss portrays the social importance of the castle in what its author calls the Great Muslin Market of the late 19th century, and thereby brings to light perhaps the more hidden role of the castle in social wrongs and domestic griefs, as well as the story of revolution. To begin with the Stokers. The Stoker family relationship with the civil service spanned 3 generations. William Stoker worked in the Ordnance Office, and his son Abraham, later father of Bram, entered the civil service as a clerk in the Chief Secretary's office in 1815 at just over 16 years of age. His career does not appear to have prospered. He remained junior clerk for over 2 decades and progressed to senior clerk only after almost 40 years in service. He retired with an allowance of $650 a year. But the significance of the castle life for the Stoker family is clear, and Abraham ultimately served for 50 years in the castle administration. In tracing family influences on Bram, his mother, Charlotte Thornley Stoker, deserves considerable mention, and not just with reference to her role as storyteller to the young Bram, which is the appearance she usually makes in biographical studies, but in fact as an activist in her own right. Charlotte advocated the training and employment of women. She read at least 2 papers to the Statistical and Social Inquiry Society of Ireland. One was on the necessity of a state provision for the education of the deaf and dumb of Ireland in 1863, and the second was a paper on the theme of female emigration from workhouses in 1864. As Stoker's biographer Barbara Belford has illustrated very well, the Stokers used their Dublin Castle connections to further their children's careers. One son, Richard, joined the Indian Medical Service. Another, Thomas, joined the Bengal Civil Service. But the family were most definitely not Castle society. Turning briefly to Bram's career, following a childhood marred by illness, he began studies in Trinity, having matriculated at the age of 16. In 1866, he secured leave of absence from his studies, having been successful in the examination for a clerkship at Dublin Castle. And he went on to hold that post of clerk for the substantial period of 12 years, from the age of 19 to 31, and would appear to have completed his studies on a part-time basis. In the detail here and that follows, I'd like to express my depth and great esteem for the work of the late William Niall Osborough, whose work as legal scholar and legal historian continues to be invaluable. And in his study of Stoker's Dublin Castle career, Osborough notes that his place of employment here was first called the Department of Fines and Penalties, and then some years after Stoker joined it, it was renamed the Department of the Registrar of Petty Sessions Clerks. And that department formed a central part of the Chief Secretary's office. Bram's starting salary was likely £100 a year, rising annually by about £10. In subsequent years, he made a number of attempts to give up this employment, and in a familiar dynamic for Irish writers and indeed others in the civil service, he was importuned by his father to stay. Abraham died in 1876, and at that time, Bram, who was then 10 years in his post, was offered a promotion to a new post of Chief of Inspection. Part of that role was to tour the country regularly to ensure that other petty sessions clerks were performing their duties correctly. The petty session courts, of course, being the lowest tier in the countrywide court system, handling smaller cases and lesser offences, as well, both criminal and civil, as well as licence applications. Stoker remained in that role for 2 years. He finally resigned in November 1878 to begin his life in London, initially, as we know, as the manager of the Lyceum Theatre for Henry Irving. But during his period travelling around the country as Chief of Inspection, he gathered impressions and experiences that would shape his later work, in particular his first novel, At the Snake's Pass. But also at that time, he wrote what is safely his least well-known and least read of his works, The Duties of Clerks of Petty Sessions in Ireland, published in September 1879, printed by Falconer Publishers in Dublin and warmly endorsed by his boss, Richard Wingfield, who was Registrar of the Petty Sessions Clerk's Office. The book runs to 248 pages, and it was the product of an immense amount of work. Stoker himself notes that it was compiled from what he called an enormous mass of paper: statutes, general orders, circulars, law opinions, files of paper, registry books, returns, and he described it as a work of excessive labour. His target readership was clearly other clerks, and he exhorts them early in the work to take special care that all their work is efficiently done and without delay, exhorting indeed the value of what he calls method and neatness. One of the themes of yesterday's discussion was how and why bureaucracies matter. And I think it's striking here to see the pride and dedication to the role that we can see in the young official, and we might indeed dedicate that to the numerous unnamed public officials, men and women, who have worked and continue to work in this complex. Actually, just staying with that quotation for a moment to give you a sense of what I mean. The Clerk of Petty Sessions should take pains to let his manner with the public be consistently urbane. He should not forget that as a public servant, he owes a duty to every member of the public, and that as most of those who seek his services do so under some pressure of circumstances tending to worry and confuse them, he should be patient in his endeavours to help them to a thorough understanding of their wants and to the relief accorded by law. It's a work full of detail. Just to give this example of the petty session stamps, for example, mauve-coloured stamps were affixed to dog licences, and the issuing of dog licences had been recently introduced into Ireland in 1865. The collecting of those licences represented a considerable part of the clerk's income. There's a lot about stamps and licenses in this 248-page work. And it's been described by biographers as an obsessive project. Stoker himself later dismissed it as dry as dust, though there's evidence that he remained proud of the work involved. This may seem a far cry from his most famous work, Dracula, and his literary future. The second image there, the green cover, is a cover I like a lot, designed by Austin Molloy, and it features as cover for the translation of Dracula into Irish by Sean O'Careen in 1933, part of the Ungoom publication and translation project. But maybe it's not as far away as it might seem from the duties of clerks to Dracula. Fans of Dracula will remember that Jonathan Harker has just been promoted from solicitor's clerk to solicitor, that Mina Harker is an excellent typist and a self-described train fiend, and that her expertise in train timetables is crucial to the success of the plot, the value of method and neatness. Furthermore, very engaging recent studies of Dracula by Catherine Conrad and others have shown the key role played in the novel by new media technologies, such as the portable typewriter, the telegraph and the telegram, Kodak, the wax cylinder phonograph, and others, and also the importance of technological advancements such as the Winchester repeating rifle, the blood transfusion, and trains. Though, of course, it's worth remembering that those who strive to defeat Dracula need also the assistance of pre-modern, older technologies and emblems of belief systems, including knives, garlic, crucifix and the sacramental host. But when their quest ends, as we read in the last paragraphs of the novel, the main surviving evidence of their adventures, in perhaps a gesture to Stoker's past in this complex, is what's called in the text a mass of typewriting. Briefly, by way of interlude, 2 images. This is an image of the castle from St. Patrick's Day in Dublin, the trooping of the colours as shared in the graphic illustrated magazine in April 1880. And the next is more of a political contestation. The United Ireland on the 11th of April 1885 in a cartoon entitled The Prince's Job of Whitewashing, which is alluding to the visit by Albert, Prince of Wales, to Dublin, which marked also the ending of the tenure of John Spencer. And the caption reads, "Immediately on landing, the Prince of Wales packed off Earl of Spencer by special train to hide himself." And in the conversation that's given at the end of the caption, the prince is saying to Spencer, "Put in your head and be hanged to you. If the Irish people catch sight of that Mam Trasna mug of yours, they'll tear down the rotten old house about us." An allusion, of course, to the execution of Miles Joyce and 2 other men in December 1882, but also, I think, a more coded reference to the botched legal inquiries that had succeeded those executions. My second example, which I'm just going to talk about in the remaining 5 minutes, is to do with George Moore, captured here in the 1879 portrait by Manet. His novel, A Drama in Muslin, was first published in 1886 and by the next year had run into its 7th edition. This illustration is used in the Colin Smythe edition of Moore's novel. It's the very beautiful watercolour by Rose Barton from 1897, Going to the Levee in Dublin Castle. It's a portrait of carriages entering Dublin Castle for the Lord Lieutenant's annual reception in the first week of May, watched by, in fact, a relatively small group of Dubliners. In some art histories, this watercolour is described as celebratory, capturing an air of festivity, but I would agree with the interpretation given by Vera Kreilkamp, who points to the dark tones and the faceless grey anonymity of the citizens watching as suggesting a much more funereal atmosphere. In the searches that can occupy us all, I found recently this album, digitised wonderfully by the National Library, photographs from the fancy ball held at Dublin Castle in 1876. It features one Miss Barton, which is an image either of Rose or of her sister Emily. Rose made her entry into Dublin society by being presented in the castle in 1872. And the castle season, historians tell us, typically ran from early February until St. Patrick's Day, with the key event being the night of the drawing room when debutantes were presented to the Lord Lieutenant and his wife. The most graphic fictional depiction of the castle season is in Moore's novel, set in February 1882, when the heroine Alice Barton is made to experience, quote, the worst horrors of a castle ball. And what is distinctive and was immediately controversial in Moore's description is the contrast he draws between classes, the conspicuous wealth of those within and the poverty of those who stood without in the wet and the cold. So you can see here in the description of the heroine's carriage ride to the castle, where Moore moves to present tense for dramatic effect. On the left is squalor, multiform and terrible. The plaster in huge scabs falls from the walls, and the flaring light of a tallow candle reveals a dismantled room. Beneath the upas tree, a tree of poison, which is Moore's metaphor for the castle, the city, even to her remotest suburb, has withered, but that in the immediate shadow, Ship Street, was black, plague-spotting, pestilential, and as a corpse, quick with the life of the worm. It's difficult to read aloud. It's even difficult, I think, to read silently. And in one especially controversial passage, which was removed by Moore in his 1915 edition of the novel, he describes the vice-regal procession as including, quote, a band of underlings who swarm about this mock court like flies about a choice pile of excrement. Only slightly more nuanced is this account of the political and ideological dominance of the castle in late 19th century Dublin society. For Dublin is a city without a conviction, without an opinion. Things are right or wrong according to the dictum of the nearest official. Castle tape is worn in time of mourning and in the time of feasting. Every gigman in the Kildare Street wears it in his buttonhole, and the ladies of Merrion Square are found to be gartered with it. This is a novel now most remembered, as signalled in its title, as a depiction of the Muslim martyrs, the fates of these upper-class women, which would be determined in this very complex, less administrative centre and more great Muslim market, though it's important to acknowledge and indeed to spell out that the lives of their working-class sisters in their homes, or more precisely their rooms, remain hidden from view. But by way of closing note, and perhaps an enduring one, Moore does valuably remind us that the history of a nation as often lies hidden in social wrongs and domestic griefs as in the story of revolution, and if it be for the historian to narrate the one, it is for the novelist to dissect and explain the other. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm now delighted to call on Dr. Anne Dolan, who will speak to us about popular reactions to the handover of Dublin Castle.
Thank you, Patrick. I suppose I want to start, maybe not in the obvious place of Dublin, but somewhere slightly different. On the 4th of March 1922, the Anglo-Celt published a letter to the editor from a William J. Gard of New York. Gard had chosen the Anglo-Celts because, as he called himself, a good Cavan man, no other newspaper would do. He wanted the Anglo-Celts readers to know, as he put it, how liberal, intelligent Americans regard the situation. So he enclosed editorials about the handover of Dublin Castle from the New York Times and the New York Evening Post. If the readers of Cavan and Monaghan, of Longford, Leitrim and Louth were in any doubt, he added his own thoughts on the handover, succinct and clear. Thank God it is settled, surely settled as far as common sense is concerned. Gard was not from the Irish blocks of Queens, of Hell's Kitchen or the Bronx, was no recent emigrant with an eye always eastwards and a hearkening for home. Gard had been an editor at the New York Times and was publicist for the Metropolitan Opera Company when he wrote. There was no performance at the Met on the 17th of January 1922, the day those editorials were published in New York. Maybe that was why he had the time to clip them out and send them to the Anglo-Celt. But with the first ever American performance of Così fan tutte looming, and with the opera already dismissed by New York's waspish critics as not one of Mozart's best, Gard had more to do than write to the Anglo-Celt. But write he did, to a newspaper in a place he had left as a child. The New York Times' stirring account of the castle, as the editorial put it, as the object of as much hatred as ever beat in waves against the Bastille, may have roused Gard's giddy urge to write. He may have written because he had been an ardent critic of British perfidy in Ireland, a regular enough sender of letters to American editors on the topic in 1920 and 1921. But while we might never know why he wrote to the Anglo-Celt, it was the handover of Dublin Castle, not the truce, not the treaty, that prompted him to pick up his pen. It was the end of the castle that impelled him to write those words, thank God. Gard may not be typical by the standards of Shercock or New York, but he was not the lone enthusiast to be found. Before Judge Johnson heard the first case of the day at the Clonus Quarter Sessions on the 18th of January 1922, he announced, "I cannot let the occasion pass without making some reference to it. For Johnson, the handover of the castle marked, as he put it, the beginning of a new era. We rejoice, he said, with all our hearts that peace and order dwell once more amongst us, and the night of darkness has passed. I am absolutely convinced, he finished with a flourish, that a great future is in store for our beloved land. With that sentiment out of his system, he convened his court and presided over a dispute about a will. It might have been a new era, but the leavings of a life still prompted avarice and spite just the same. Maybe Johnson was so relieved by the Provisional Government's pronouncement that all law courts, corporations, committees, councils, judges, civil servants shall continue to carry out their functions, that he felt moved to speak like that. In other words, that the end of the castle was not the end of Judge Johnson. But that would be very cynical on our part. There was a type of joy taken in that moment in Dublin Castle in January 1922, and we might try to take some account of that. Joy doesn't have much of a history in Ireland, nor for that matter has hope. So maybe this is an indulgence on my part, but I'm going to hazard an attempt. There are many good reasons to explain why the handover of the castle has been largely overshadowed and overlooked. Maybe because we know how 1922 went on to collapse into civil war, because we know its costs, because we look back at the heady claims the handover prompted, such as, "We ourselves are the revolution," with at best a jaundiced or a weary eye. Maybe because the moment of the handover itself wasn't even much of a spectacle. We are perhaps too quick to dismiss what on that day, what through those days and months that followed, it might have meant. The joy of Michael Collins supposedly shouting, "Griffith, the castle has fallen," when he got back to the Mansion House. His delight in his letter to Kitty Kiernan that I am as happy a man as there is in Ireland today, have just taken over Dublin Castle and I'm writing this note while awaiting a meeting of my provisional government. What do you think of that? Even his most ardent detractor would understand and might not begrudge him his satisfaction at that. But in this, Collins was a case apart from the man and woman in the street. So too, perhaps, was Bat O'Connor, who wrote effusively to his sister as follows. He said, "I witnessed the greatest event in all my life, the day I stood among a crowd of sightseers at Dublin Castle and beheld Michael Collins, accompanied by his other ministers, drive into the upper castle yard in their swell autos to take the surrender of Dublin Castle. I wonder, can you picture my feelings of joy and gratification in seeing the man above all others who laid the plans to break the power of this same castle, politely walk in and take over its power and all it stood for? No matter whatever may become of me now, and no matter what I have risked and suffered, and I have lost heavy financially in the struggle, I am repaid 1,000 times over to witness what I saw taking place that never-to-be-forgotten day at Dublin Castle." Maybe the costs and the risks in O'Connor's case too easily explain the depths of his joy. Far less prominent than either O'Connor or Collins, the parents of Donald Foley took their son to the gates of the castle. And while it is unclear from Foley's account if this was January 1922 or on the marching in of the Civic Guards in August, the sentiment is nonetheless clear. "It is hard to understand," he wrote, "how any young Irishman of sensibility could remain unmoved in 1922 at the sight of a British regiment of soldiers marching out under the great arch of Dublin Castle as our own bedraggled lads marched in, heads high, to take over that fortress of imperial rule. My father, whose business as a building contractor had been ruined beyond recovery by the Black and Tans, held my arm in a grip of iron on one side, and on the other my mother's hand lay in mine. Both were weeping copiously. Many of these hunted men had often found sanctuary in our home, and the relief of that day, the overwhelming joy of it, could find expression only in tears." Foley admitted in the same breath that "I am an enthusiast by nature," and while it ought not to be forgotten that he spoke these words decades later in the United States, he still spoke of what he said, a wave of national enthusiasm washing over him in 1922, that there was, as he said, a spirit of optimism and participation so powerful that it survived the terrible realities of civil war. The future it was that mattered. It was a time for doing, not for mourning, which should certainly challenge any easy presumptions on our part of independence as disappointment and civil war as despair. But maybe the Foleys, with their hidden IRA men, had been too close to the fray for their joy and relief to count as ordinary. So what did that crowd of sightseers, as Bat O'Connor called them, make of the handover on January 16th? Did they share in the Foley's overwhelming joy? Something certainly did stir the thousands who turned up at the gates of Dublin Castle, who made sure that the throng was dense and the cheers were deafening, as the Evening Herald said. Many came far too early to Palace Street and Dame Street and Parliament Street, even though it was a Monday morning and a work day, even though there was a frosty nip, as the Freeman's Journal called it, in the January air. They stayed for hours, even though they saw little more than, as we heard earlier, the provisional government's 3 taxicabs go in and those 3 taxicabs come out. Little more than Lord Fitzallen's more stately car go in and Lord Fitzallen's more stately car go out. All the same, some stayed in the streets until 11 p.m. that night, and others came back the next morning, expectant that more was to come, that the 17th of January would be more significant than the 16th. It is clear from press reports that the spirits were high outside the gates, that some chased in with those taxis and made it to the Upper Castle Yard. Several journalists reported, like Cork's Evening Echo, that the auxiliaries as well as the public cheered Lord Fitzallen on his arrival, and the former indulged to the amusement of many in what the Echo called good-humoured crosstalk, with one auxiliary theatrically having a Union Jack removed from his cap by his comrades as the provisional government drove in. There were other reports of British soldiers as giddy as the people on the streets to see what was going on, and while there were accounts of much excitement and snapshotting, as it was called, the crowd did draw its own distinctions, apparently cheering the British soldiers but booing the auxiliaries passing in and out. There were reports of some tension outside the gates, though most papers chose to describe it as a good-humoured scene. A lorry leaving the castle with a Union Jack on its bonnet prompted some in the crowd to rush forward, grab the flag and attempt to burn it. A group of auxiliaries recaptured the flag after a few blows had been exchanged, although it was reported as follows that the British forces and the crowd took the incident in good humour. I don't imagine the girl who was knocked down and injured did. Another little girl, as she was termed, ended up in a city hospital when, in what was described as a scuffle, 6 auxiliaries charged into the crowd and were apparently overpowered. But the accounts of the cheering and the delight and the excitement far outnumber the column inches taken up with incidents like these. Phrases such as great excitement prevailed were preferred, perhaps because they better reflected the newspaper's politics and how editors wished to frame this particular day. But maybe great excitement did prevail, and that means we have to take the cheering for all the muddle of joy and relief and hope it might have been at its clamorous word. The impetus to be there that those people felt, to see what could not even be seen, may have been prompted by all sorts of things that will remain as they should, perhaps, beyond our ken. The curious join crowds, the enthusiastic form their core, but whether ardent or after several hours of standing just apathetic and cold, there would always be the satisfaction of being able to say that I was there, that depending on your politics, Collins or Lord Fitzallen waved at me. But we should perhaps hesitate. One, maybe more, as Elspeth said earlier, took the welter of the crowd to steal what was worth stealing from the residence of the RIC Inspector General in the castle. So we might beware of being quick to sentimentality about crowds in light of that. Maybe some were cajoled into going by the excitement whipped up by the Irish press on the 15th in the evening and the morning of the 16th, keen to be part of something bigger than the everyday. But pinning it to the press alone undermines, I think, the depth and the complexity of what to some this moment may have meant. But whatever stirred people to go to Dame Street, the reporting of the handover certainly did its best to quicken even the coldest heart around the country. Up and down the country, the coverage was certainly high-flown. Again and again, the comparison, as we've heard earlier, was made to the fall of the Bastille. But the allusions were classical too. There was the destruction of Carthage, the defence of Thermopylae, and for the Freeman's Journal, it was biblical itself. The castle, like Lucifer, had fallen, it said. Maybe this was, as some have argued, a pro-treatyite press cajoling the public into a frenzied state of joy. Indeed, some gave scant detail of the formalities of the handover itself. Even French and American newspapers, I found, were more precise about the niceties of what actually happened inside the castle that afternoon than the Irish press. For most of the Irish newspapers, though, a more assertive vocabulary was called for. the Provisional Government took the castle, vested itself with all the power of government, as the Herald wrote. There was no giving, only surrendering here. Plenty mentions that this was the first fruits of peace, the proof, as one put it, that a revolution has been effected, while other editors went further still, asking, who will venture to contend that the Irish plenipotentiaries who signed the treaty have failed to secure the delivery of the goods? But to assume, particularly of those cheering crowds outside the castle gates, and many more who may have read these newspapers with their breakfast the next day, that this was any sort of straightforward demonstration of public support for the treaty, I think that would be to accept too readily that the split that had divided the Dáil was already clear and emphatic among the public by January 16th. Even those who loathed the treaty might have taken some satisfaction in seeing Collins enter Dublin Castle and come out, as the Kilkenny people put it, with its title deeds in his revolver pocket. What those people who read the next morning's effusive papers hoped for their own future, what that moment of the handover may have signified for them, is impossible to know. But those high-flown phrases in the next morning's papers do suggest some of what they were being encouraged to expect of an Irish-governed Ireland, now that the castle's day was seemingly done. There was to be prosperity, probity, fair play all round. They were promised, amongst other things, an Ireland without distinction of class or creed, an Ireland where the divisions of unionism and nationalism would end, an Ireland where all shall contribute in common to the national life for the future. And they're all different quotations from some of the papers. And this sense of hope did provoke public response, maybe stirred by the declaration that the atmosphere of Ireland during the last couple of weeks was one of freedom, as one newspaper put it. One P. Donnelly wrote to the Irish Independent with his plans to end the unemployment of the 39,000 men he claimed were walking round Dublin idle. Maybe conscious of reports that 200 men had seized the concert room in the Rotunda to protest at the lack of work within 2 days of the handover of Dublin Castle, Donnelly had a scheme in place. Donnelly had a reforestation scheme that was going to solve everything. And it could all be fixed, he believed, because, as he wrote, such challenges would be simply an easy matter for the group of men who acquired Dublin Castle. It seems if they could do that, they could do anything. Others seemed to take the Tuam Herald at its word. Ireland, in every sense of the word, has a great future before it, and Dublin Castle was part, certainly, of some people's plans. J.P. Dunn sent on his scheme for a newly designed metropolis to the editor of the Irish Independent, and Dublin Castle, he said, would make an excellent site for a Catholic cathedral. To one anonymous writer, the emptying barracks and all those buildings in Dublin Castle, he said, could house at least 30,000 people. If it was to be a new state, then there could be a better way of life for those who struggled most. For the author who wrote under the name Young Ireland, taking over Dublin Castle was proof that in 1 or 2 weeks the Provisional Government had achieved more than the Dáil had in 2 whole years. Young Ireland clearly agreed with the Irish Times belief that the Provisional Government, as they wrote, will not disappoint the country's hopes. And it wasn't just blind hope. For all that the readers of the Connacht Tribune were told that the future lies with the Irish people themselves to make or mar, the paper was as quick to admit that it would be absurd to discount the difficulties that lie ahead. While there was to be no mistaking the historical and national significance of the handover of the castle, readers were reminded. This is a state, it said, beginning its work in what may be described as the midst of a political crisis. It is a country which has gone through a hell in which the civilian population has been compelled to share. There are young men's graves, sad and bitter hearts. Maybe that was why some, according to the Donegal Democrat, took what it called the surrender of the Bastille in Dublin with a philosophic calm. There may well have been hope, but a hope that counted costs and kept an eye to everything that was lost. Like the Foleys, it was a joy and hope mixed with all sorts of other things and feelings. The Leinster leader was among the very few to wonder why, as it said, the historic capitulation of Dublin Castle, which would once have set the whole country mad with the joy of victory, had not worked on what they called the phlegmatic disposition of the people. The paper blamed the treaty debates, what it called the daily drip of dreary declamation, that what it called the soul-destroying proceedings of Dublin Castle had much to do with the present public apathy. But still, the paper's assumption, nonetheless, is telling. The Leinster leader expected that public should have felt joy. For some, Dublin Castle may have seemed just news in the background, irrelevant to their lives. John Mina, for instance, might well recall those early days of January 1922 with joy, not because of anything that happened in Dublin Castle, but because he was awarded the prize of best-looking man at a Carrigallen dance. There are always other joys to eclipse more political things. The more pragmatic may have read, with greater interest, which minister was to take charge of which of the castle's departments and boards, of the bodies that structured life, from the registration of a birth to the recording of a death, from the workings of the Land Commission to the inefficiencies of the local government board. In these things were the real possibilities of different kinds of life, and hope might well have come in the shape of how all of that might change. The enthusiasm the handover prompted might well be measured in what the Manchester Guardian called the casual calls by the curious to the castle in the days after January 16th, and Elspeth touched upon these earlier. The public, it was noted, was interpreting rather too literally the phrase about Dublin Castle having been surrendered to the Irish nation, that they had taken Collins at his word when he said that he would make a present of the castle to the Irish people. Unauthorised people were said to be wandering about the corridors. They had been told the castle was theirs, and they wanted to see it for themselves, what it was like. While this seemed to amuse the editor of the Manchester Guardian, there is something to be said for that excitement and curiosity that took those people through those castle gates in those January days of 1922. We can be too quick to dismiss moments of joy or excitement or hope. As my colleague David Fitzpatrick said, it is the essence of the historical profession that we are always too late. And he was right. Knowing too well that the joy didn't last, that the hope tarnishes and fades, may make those sentiments easier to discount or overlook, but it doesn't mean that the joy or the hope was any less wholehearted or heartfelt. Of those early days of 1922, the Australian writers Joyce Nankerville and Sidney Locke concluded that Ireland is in the hopeful present. As we move from centenaries of the treaty to the split, and then inevitably on to civil war, we might do well to remember that sentiment, that sense of a hopeful present. Hope is too important to what keeps us going, I think anyway, not to have a history of its own. Thank you.
Well, we've had three wonderful papers there. Now, we do have some time for questions before we're going to hear from the Taoiseach. So we have two microphones here, and then there is also an opportunity for people to send through questions on the Q&A function on Zoom. Lisa Godson on Zoom has asked a question. Was there any commentary by the provisional government about the lack of ceremony in the handover?
It's a good question. I mean, I think there's plenty. I was kind of more interested in the comment from kind of within the castle. Some of the civil servants, and Martin may have touched on this, when they met the new provisional government, there was certainly a sense of they aren't dressed very well. Their hair is a bit long, and a sense of, oh my God, what they've suddenly realised what's ahead of them. They suddenly realise the magnitude of what's actually happening. There's a sense of certainly that idea of Collins going back to the Mansion House and going, Griffith, I've taken the castle. But. Again, Collins is late. He's late potentially because he's been down at the weekend in Granard. And I know Kate O'Malley and John Gibney have interpreted this to sort of suggest that, the fact that he went to Granard for the weekend, that he was late because there was issues around the possible railway strike, that, they weren't ready, they weren't there, this thing had to be delayed, that this doesn't suggest that there was much of a sense of ceremony on the part of the provisional government. And, I mean, the handover itself is quite a sort of tame thing. It's handing over pieces of paper. It's meeting the different civil servants and them getting to meet their new bosses. So it's, in that sense, it isn't the type of ceremony that certainly, we might expect. And certainly Neil Jordan has maybe led us to think it was,
Very good. Patrick Duffy has a question coming through. Did De Valera deliberately choose to inaugurate the President of Ireland on the vice-regal throne to show the sovereignty of the Irish people electing their own head of state, or was this a pure coincidence? That might be for you, William.
Yeah, it's open to interpretation. I've yet to find anything to say that De Valera was very consciously and actively aware, saying, I want you to use this. But Joseph Connolly, who was chairman of the OPW at the time, had been a Sinn Féiner, you know, from the get-go. He was a follower of De Valera. De Valera, I'm quite convinced, is very conscious of the material culture he's using around him, whether it's the architecture of the castle or the trappings. I don't think it would have been lost on him. It seems to have been lost at the time. Lots of newspapers described it as a brand new chair that had been made specifically for the event. But it's one of a pair of thrones. The second was stripped down and is now used by the chairman of the Cathaoirleach of the Seanad. So yeah, the material culture kind of flies around everywhere. Whether he actively knew, I don't know, but I have a sneaking suspicion if he didn't actively ask for it, he certainly actively approved of it.
Very good. Another question through here. Were there any plans to have the President's official residence as the castle, or was it always intended to have the Viceregal Lodge as his official or her official residence?
It's unclear. Actually, at one point they wanted to knock down the Viceregal Lodge, but with the arrival of war, they basically said, we'll stick the President in there until the war passes, and then when we're in a better financial situation, we'll readdress the issue. But by the time the war finished, it would appear that the Presidents were quite happy in the Viceregal Lodge, and it stayed as it was. A couple of minor changes, of course, but effectively it's still the home of the President today, so that says it all, really, I think.
Very good. A very interesting question here. Was there any direct commentary from anti-treaty TDs on the events of the day?
It's very hard to find any. I mean, it's a sense, I mean, that was one of the things I was really curious about, to see this sort of anti-treaty opinion and to try and find it. And I mean, there's, you know, I couldn't find anything too direct. I mean, very quickly though, it's striking how quickly it happens. You see, in a way, both sides mobilise the castle in the sort of, as the split deepens, you're seeing both sides mobilise the castle. Each side is accusing the other of Dublin Castle methods. And it's, so in a way, it's that association with the War of Independence period is clearly caught and stuck with this. I mean, Collins talks about it at an election meeting, or at a meeting in April when he's going around the country trying to sort of, you know, encourage support for the treaty. So you can see that the odd reference here and there, but it's actually very hard to pin down anti-treaty opinion on it. Certainly, you know, I mean, it is quite hard to pin, because it's a tricky position, because taking the castle is such a significant moment, and because of all the castle has signified for them. And if you look at someone like Ernie O'Malley's memoir and you see his account of his time in the castle, there's a really interesting picture in the collection outside, which shows O'Malley coming back in later life, in a quite, you know, striking, quite harrowing picture of him in the castle grounds. And when you see that what the castle meant to those people and what it had come to mean to them during the War of Independence, it must have resonated in some shape or form. And I think this is a very poor answer to your question, but I think to some extent we still need to think about that fluid. That period is still very fluid in terms of how people are taking their positions pro and anti-treaty. There's still a lot of people who are still trying to make up their minds. So I think it's very, very hard to know. That's a very long-winded way to say I don't actually know the answer.
Very good, Margaret.
Could I, in a way, add to the question, Stan? Because I was very struck, Anne, by your final point about hope, and it reminded me of, you know, doing some work on Rosamund Jacob recently. In her novel, The Troubled House, she again captures, in the kind of more generally in the period, that sense of hope, particularly for women, which of course, you know, has such an ironic tinge now in terms of what would transpire. So I was interested if there is do you see any kind of gendered aspect to some of that hope, or you know, or even about the discourse, because it does sound very male, and I suppose I'm wondering, are there any even fleeting female voices there?
Yeah, I mean, in ways that was very hard to find, and I mean, but it was interesting. I was struck that Foley's mother and father, both mother and father, were there, and I mean, I think it would be foolish to say that this is, you know, restricted to one gender. I mean, I think in a way we forget often just how young these people were, and many of them who'd taken part in the War of Independence. The sense in which this is a moment when, you know, it is about, well, we've got this far. What do we do with it? Where do we go from here? And to say that's so easily and readily gendered would be, I think, too easy. But but I think as well we're very much stuck and trapped in a position and a view about women in politics in that period, because of the way we've interpreted the women in the Dáil who go anti-treaty, and in many ways we haven't really understood them properly. And in a way that has then cast a shadow in terms of opportunities for women in politics and in many other contexts in the Free State afterwards. But I think in many respects one of the wonderful things about the digitisation of so many sources and the opening of access to archives in so many different ways is that we are now seeing more voices of individuals and ordinary people, both male, female, young and old. And I think to some extent the work is there for all of us to do to try and find more of them.
Excellent. Do we have any questions from our audience here? I think, yes, we have someone coming to the microphone.
Many thanks. Just a quick question. I wonder if you could comment on the regular comparison between the fall of the Bastille and Dublin Castle, considering the Bastille was ultimately razed to the ground as a symbol of oppression, and is it a commentary perhaps on the different types of revolution, one very traditional and one very radical?
I've always had a supposition that the castle survived more out of necessity than anything else. Certainly in the early years, like in my own paper I said, like in the 50s and 60s there's plenty of accusations that it should be levelled and bulldozed, and as Anne has shown even at the beginning. But you have to remember the GPO had been destroyed in 1916, the Customs House had been burnt out where revenue and local government were based, and the forecourts was shortly about to go to say, wait, it was one of the few institutional buildings left that you could run a country from. Revenue commissioners were accommodating Jury's Hotel on Dame Street up until I think it was the end of 22 or into 23 when they moved into the castle. So I think that expediency probably overtook any initial urges to get the sledgehammers out. And then by the time the courts moved back to the forecourts, which had been restored in 1931, my own opinion would be that sentiment had kind of deadened a little against it. It was no longer, I know Ian Dalton said earlier on that the castle still radiated power, and I think it did, but it was now power in somebody else's hands as opposed to power in British hands. I think those first 10 years where by necessity and economy more than anything else, it was used by the Free State government, that took the kind of the blue, white and red tarnish off it, if you know what I mean, and gave it a much more green tinge, as much as you could, to something that had been used for 750 odd years under a blue, white and red flag.
Very good. I think we have another question here from the floor.
Thanks so much for all your papers. My question was actually for Margaret, and I just wonder, you gave examples of pieces of literature where the castle featured, thank you, where the castle featured, but in general in Irish literature, does the castle feature in stories about Dublin prominently or not very much? Thanks.
Not as much as I wanted for the subject matter of this paper, and again, I'm open to correction and I would really welcome other suggestions. My own sense, in fact, thinking about this in recent times, is one of the places that I would need to look more systematically than I have is actually even Irish language accounts, and in particular Irish language children's literature, which I think is an undervalued genre and yet a really important genre, particularly in the early years of the Free State. In terms, it becomes itself a form of historiography, really. So I'm open to more suggestions, but no, not as many. I mean, I would have looked at the wonderful Lober work, and not as many as I hoped for. But there are fleeting accounts, I suppose, particularly to do with imprisonment. And I think, some of the accounts, for example, of the treatment of the United Irishmen would have reverberated, and I found myself thinking from both the other papers, the people who were outside the gate at the period we're commemorating, how many of them were ever inside, and if they were inside, were they inside because of in novels they had read rather than actually physically inside? But no, not as much as I would have hoped.
Very good. And Margaret, actually, we have a question in online then from Cecilia Keenan for you, saying that the quotation from Speranza seemed very positive about the castle. And do you think that's surprising given her nationalism?
Yeah. Thanks, Celia. yeah, it's a surprising quotation. I mean, her critique is directed, I think, more towards the kind of slavishness of her contemporaries, and I think she's very like Moore on that. And her creative imagination, I suppose, is drawn towards the castle and what it can evoke. But could I bring maybe William in on this, with your own sense of it as a historical setting? I mean, in a way, I suppose visual treatments is an area we haven't time to explore, and that's why the Barton image kind of really interests me, which in turn is interesting to put with Speranza.
Yeah, I suppose from my own studies and studies of my colleague Miles Campbell on the castle, there are two large circles in a Venn diagram that overlap hugely, but they are slightly different. And one of those is society at the time, and one is political. So, you get people, Countess Markovich attended a wedding in the Chapel Royal here. There's a picture of her at the moment in Patrick's Hall painted by her husband, where she's sitting at an investiture of the Knights of St. Patrick 9 years before she was outside the gates in 1916. Again, I think the castle at that point was both kind of the apex of the social system for those who agreed with it and didn't agree with it. It was just a class thing that you went along to the castle if you remember that class, as much as it was overlapping with a lot of people who made up that class, and the social season at the castle would have been the political administration here in the country as well. So I do think it's quite quite conceivable. Like we have records of Daniel O'Connell being here, at levees with the Viceroy. So it's quite possible, I think, over the course of history, when you look at the way nationalism evolves, to be a nationalist and to attend parties here at the castle. And it certainly didn't seem to harm Eamon de Valera afterwards either.
Very good. We might have time for one more question. Yes, the gentleman there, if you'd like to go to the...
Thank you. My inquiry is, considering British forces didn't leave Ireland or 26 counties until November of around towards the end of 1922, the tacit commander-in-chief of the army of the forces here would have been the Viceroy. And when did he vacate Áras an Uachtaráin? And did he wait until all the troops had departed, or what was the situation?
I wish I had a better attention for detail right now. I'm pretty sure, no, I'm not pretty sure. I am pretty sure. The last event that took place at Dublin Castle was a children's party actually held by the Viceroy. So gone are the large kind of levees and drawing rooms. The Viceroy stayed around until December. I'm not sure if he departed literally on the 6th. I've come across references to the Sword of State, which represented the authority of the king and used to sit across the throne and preceded the Viceroy in procession everywhere, being shipped back to London. I think it was, it sounds very unglamorous. I think it was wrapped in a gun case and brought back on the ferry to Holyhead and back to London by the Ulster King at Arms, Neville Wilkinson. I can't give you an exact date when the last Viceroy left, I'm afraid, but he was around until the end. Certainly his office was.
Very good.
I'm not sure if either of the...
I mean, I was struck when I was, particularly looking through the newspapers, and many of the papers who were so jubilant about Handover the Castle, and you kind of go down to the end of the page, and in one case, there was a letter from Lady Fitzallen saying, this campaign to get young women in particular to contribute to a present, I think I don't know who it was, a princess or something. And, this is on exactly the same page, so that in a way, it tells you all about that sort of sense of confusion and the views of the castle at that moment.
Yes, Margaret O'Callaghan might have something to add.
No, I was going to ask a question. We know that police reports, put together and sent to the castle, some of them ended up in the Public Records Office in Kew, others remained here. Do we know anything about the removal of the archive from Dublin Castle? I mean, in other words, a portion of the Chief Secretary's office papers remained here and are now in the National Archives here, but some went to London. Do we know when that happened, how that happened, what happened? Did people just toss stuff into the back of the lorry as they were leaving? How was the archive moved
I mean, I just know from some of there's pictures of sort of flat back trucks with piles of paper being put in on them in the newspapers in the days after. And many of the newspapers kept referring to this idea you could see dust in the air of papers being burned, and things being read into this, and that the Dublin people were intrigued by the smoke in the air and bits of document in the air. And now, not sure. I mean, William might have a better sense, but there was a sense of
I've come across references in the papers as well to fires, but there's certainly photographic evidence of people packing up and newspaper accounts of literally files and boxes on the back of trailers and lorries. I suppose it's important to point out, though, that despite the files that did disappear back across the water, like the Chief Secretary's Library eventually ended up forming the basis of the Oireachtas Library down in Leinster House, and also the State Paper Office, which was in the Record Tower, remained there until it became part of the National Archives, I think in 1989, or following the National Archives Act in the 1980s. And as a result, a huge amount of those records were saved when the Public Record Office did go up in smoke. So we did lose, I suppose, the files that were more politically tinged. But they seem to be, again, the newspaper accounts, which is all I've really looked at the moment, it seems to be rather a rapid kind of, literally, while Michael Collins is heading up to the Privy Council chamber, the lads are outside, just plonking boxes on the back of lorries. I imagine it was done quite quickly, and that there wasn't much time to go in and sift through and kind of go, we'll take that, but leave that. It's kind of go, grab that box, that one should be fine. I haven't come across any first-hand account of it, just what the newspapers say.
Well, that does bring us to the end of what I think has been a very interesting and enjoyable and informative session. I think we'll show our appreciation to our three panellists. It's just left to me to thank all the people involved. A special mention to the brilliant work of Martin Maguire, to Anne Dolan and those involved. I was reminiscing when I was listening to Anne's paper. The first conference I ever worked on with Anne was 19 years ago on Robert Emmet for the bicentenary then, which involved a failed attempt to capture Dublin Castle, and now 19 years later to be involved in one commemorating the handover. And that was a conference involved with the Provost of the time, John Hegarty. This one was developed under the last Provost, Patrick Prendergast, who I'm delighted to see here, and then coming to fruition under our new Provost, Linda Doyle. And when we talk about the handover of Dublin Castle, it's a very important symbolic change. It's also a very important real change. And perhaps that's a very good way of introducing the Provost, because her election and appointment as Provost has been a very important symbolic change, and also indeed a very important real change. And delighted to call on her now, Professor Provost Linda Doyle.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here, and my job this afternoon is to welcome An Taoiseach Micheál Martin to address our conference, the handover of Dublin Castle. As you've all heard, on the day of the handover, Michael Collins arrived late. So I think we can already say, Taoiseach, that you've outdone Michael Collins. You've been here for the last hour. You've given very graciously of your time, and we're delighted to have you here. But enough of great Cork people. We're delighted, Taoiseach, that you have joined us, and we're particularly delighted that you've agreed to present a paper at the conference. It reflects your genuine interest in history and the history of this period. I believe you were talking about that on the Late Late Show last night, and indeed your support for learning and scholarship. This conference, as we all know, is part of the Decade of Centenaries programme, and the involvement of Ireland's universities, including Trinity, today led by Anne, really illustrates the essential role that universities play in the life of our nation, and in particular, the role our historians play. Three things strike me about that. Firstly, the papers presented today and yesterday are the fruit of serious academic research. Rigorous academic research ensures that our past is kept safe from simplistic interpretation and rescued from those who would seek to reduce it to populist sound bites. The state benefits massively from strong independent research universities. Secondly, our universities are teaching and training tens of thousands of students in the skills of critical thinking and deep learning. Our democracy is nourished by this, and we owe it to future generations to ensure that our universities are always well supported. And thirdly, on a day like today, we see the powerful role universities play in engaging with the public. Sharing the fruits of our research and learning is a core element of our mission, and I was delighted to see that the conference has been followed by several hundred people online, as well as having the great, I suppose, experience of being here with real people and being able to be in a room together and share these ideas. So on that note, I know everyone is absolutely eager to hear the reflections that you're going to bring to the table on today's topic. And fáilte is muile buchas a híseach.
Provost, go maith go agus a gcuinúis le go léir bhualam dúspáir an míle má bhuichas a gháilí a socht an gcuire cinálta heolsibh chuim chun láirt le bheith an go gáil háchtach seo, agus bhualam eatant go háirithe obardóibh siúd atá freigrach as cur le chéile an liste rán fartathe céimúla, agus léargas sa scoláireacht leathan agus dain as an éirí amach agus dútha an stáid. Go míle maith go léir as an sá obair sin. January 16, 1922 is by any measure an important date in our history. It touches upon many fundamental developments in the last century, as well as movements and struggles of previous times. However, it was not a day of great emotion and ceremony. In fact, it was defined by improvisation and no small amount of uncertainty. This should not be surprising to us, given that the first planning meeting on the handing over of the administration didn't actually occur until 2 days later. Whatever their feelings early in the day, as matters proceeded, everyone involved began to see the deep symbolic importance of the moment. Many of the senior civil servants present had been involved in running the war against the forces of Dáil Éireann and in negotiating both the truce and the treaty. They only began to feel the full scale of the change that was underway when they were summoned to the Privy Council chamber to meet their new ministers. On the other side, Cabinet minutes record that those same ministers started the day discussing what they referred to as taking over the various departments of state, and ended the day noting the surrender of Dublin Castle. Kate O'Malley and John Gidney's comprehensive account of the events as they unfolded gives us a new opportunity to give a sense of the human side of the day. When you step back from the formalities and the public appearances, perhaps the most striking thing you see is that together with a sense of satisfaction, there was also an undeniable sense of uncertainty and fatigue. After all, it was only 6 weeks since the treaty had been signed, and each member of the provisional government had participated in intense and at times tumultuous campaigns and debates. Bearing heavily on their minds were the sharp divisions in the Dáil, together with the narrow majority backing the treaty and the provisional government. Just a few days earlier, rancour during the Dáil election of a new president went so far that figures as significant as Michael Collins and Constance Markovich were reduced to shouting abuse at each other. On that eventful Monday, everyone understood what had been done, but no one was clear about what would come next. For many, there was hope and relief, but very few showed optimism, and even fewer believed that a final destination had been reached. The process of establishing a new state began here on January the 16th, but was not fully completed until December the 6th. Between those two dates, a remarkable number of decisions were taken and events occurred which had profound implications for the future of our country. The British did not leave on January the 16th, and the nature of the withdrawal during the year is something which deserves more attention for its impact on the divisions within the country. And of course, the drift towards and sudden outbreak of civil war casts a shadow over everything. This conference forms a very important part of marking 100 years since the establishment of an independent state, and it is the beginning of a year of activities. Amongst these, a commemoration will be held in September in the Garden of Remembrance in memory of all those who lost their lives in the Civil War. A National Academic Conference will be hosted by UCC. This will provide another opportunity to explore the many aspects of our Civil War, its causes, its impact, its context, and as Anne Dolan has put it, the bonds which remain strong enough to put this place back together. This conference marks a step in an ongoing programme to remember and reflect on events which are both central to our history and to understanding our social and political culture. The tone and much of the content of the centenary commemorations have been set by the expert advisory group led by Maurice Manning and Martin Manser. The group has performed its role with both rigour and balance, showing yet again that we have nothing to fear from challenging debates about our history. As Taoiseach, I am very conscious that there's a delicate balance to be found in a free democracy between appropriate commemoration and the promotion of a fixed national narrative. Every state has a right to remember and honour its founders and the traditions which both won the support of the people and secured progress. However, this can never be allowed to become inflexible and closed to new perspectives. It must respect the fact that diverse societies allow open, reflective debate. I think our approach to commemorations is both meaningful and respectful. The first major modern public commemorations were in 1998 for the bicentennial of the 1798 Rising, and in 2006 marking the 90th anniversary of the 1916 Rising. These commemorations showed that a modern and increasingly diverse republic could mark foundational events in a way which did not involve trying to impose an official version of history. Where appropriate, difficult issues like sectarianism were highlighted. These commemorations were not a demonstration of the institutional strength of the state, but a demonstration of social bonds and values. This informed what has been the very successful approach to the decade of commemorations. I think it is important for us to appreciate how our state's approach to history or approach to commemoration isn't some abstract matter which is irrelevant to the realities of today. The truth is that we live in a moment when attempts to distort and manage public histories are becoming more and more serious. Attempts to demand a closed national narrative, to limit research, to reanimate historical animosities, and to block progress in the name of historical traditions are becoming more and more common. We have seen this very dramatically in recent weeks, where the Russian government actually criminalized an organization devoted to documenting the enormous crimes of the Stalinist period. Historians are literally being threatened and jailed for publishing details about forced labour camps which existed from 60 to 100 years ago. In a development which any former colonial country should carefully note, there is an attempt to revive imperial claims of rights of dominion over others, concepts which we had thought disappeared with the lengthy dissolution of empires are actually being tabled in negotiations at this very moment. Elsewhere, curriculums are being altered to promote a more uniform and closed set of narratives about the past. Different countries are seeing calls for patriotic history to be taught. New monuments are being erected to focus on reopening historic grievances. When I see all of this, I cannot help remembering what Orwell talked about in his famous essay on totalitarianism, when he described the, quote, nightmare future in which the leader or some ruling clique controls not only the future, but the past. Now, more than at possibly any point since the end of the Second World War, the practice of history and commemoration matters profoundly. It goes to the heart of who we are and the society we want to be. The harsh reality is that ours is a world where disinformation and populism are a very real threat to the sustainability of free democracies. And in fighting this threat, an absolutely essential requirement is to have a diverse range of independent historical scholarship. And to not stop at this, but to make it accessible, to support it through independently administered grants, and to open archives as widely as possible. Above all, we have to stand against attempts to distort the complex reality of our history to meet partisan needs of today. And that is why our approach to commemoration is so important. It is why we have, beginning with the opening of the Bureau of Military History's archives 20 years ago, followed a systematic approach of opening the historical record in all its messy reality. I believe that an open and challenging approach to history, one which honours success but is not afraid to evolve or to acknowledge failings, is an essential foundation for our democracy, and it is something that we cannot take for granted. January 16, 1922 is a moment in our history which we should do more to understand together with the process of taking over public administration. In doing this, we can, I believe, illuminate important aspects of our political culture, our state-building processes, and the impact of imperialism. We can find new perspectives beyond what are often simplistic views about the importance, motivation, and inevitability of various developments. When the Lord Lieutenant greeted the new provisional government and formally began the transfer of power, it was a moment which marked a once unthinkable success for Irish nationalism and republicanism. It was not a moment of unity, but it simply could not have occurred without the broadly based revolution which had preceded it. This was a revolution which was founded on the ultimately radicalised and separatist view of the majority that Ireland should be in control of its own destiny. Ireland had different traditions, frequent demonstrations of loyalism in unexpected parts of the population, and different levels of political interest. But the reality is that for decades, groups which emphasised moving away from London's control won every election with a broad franchise. And when the franchise was broadened again in the 1918 election, it helped propel the overwhelming victory for the Sinn Féin party, which Eamon de Valera had recently become the leader of. Why this earlier history matters is that the nationalism of the majority and the agenda of wishing to take control was deeper and established for longer than in most countries who were seeking and achieving independence in the early 20th century. But unlike in many of those countries, the transition here was not a clean break. It was not defined by a broad national unity, and it left critical issues open. I believe that in the elongated handover and in the conflicting priorities of those involved, you find many of the seeds of the tragedies which were to follow during 1922. When the provisional government in when the provisional government left Dublin Castle, they were in no way in control of even the castle. 2 months later, the Lord Lieutenant was to be found still regularly attending events in the Chapel Royal. British troops were in the castle celebrating St. Patrick's Day. It was only in early May that most departments were reported as transferred to the control of the new ministers. When the Irish Free State formally came into existence and the Viceroy departed, the new state faced divisions and challenges many times more serious than it faced in January. The great failure of 1922 is the number of times when opportunities to at least look for common ground were spurned. Only limited and temporary efforts were undertaken to de-escalate. A momentum built which was subsequently portrayed as inevitable, but there is no reason to believe that other outcomes were not possible. Through most of the year, and especially at critical times, London and its representatives in Dublin acted in an inflexible way, which both limited the provisional government's options and reinforced divisions. The approach to the treaty text was, as it had been during the negotiations, about insisting that nothing more could possibly be done. They were not only looking over the shoulders of the new ministers, they were using all the leverage they could muster to retain influence on security decisions. It is hard not to wonder if some way back from conflict could have been found if there had actually been a cleaner break on January the 16th. The slow transition also emphasised continuity, leading in part to the remarkable, in fact near complete dominance of the Westminster model of Parliament and government in the new state. The only significant difference was proportional representation, but most innovations, especially a constitution based on separation of powers and removing amendment by Parliament alone, came much later when the agenda focused on subverting the treaty text. I think we should also consider if the short ceremony of that day and the events which followed have shaped our political culture in ways which we have missed, particularly because we overemphasise the political divide of the Civil War. It is understandable, of course, that a lot of focus has been given to the post-colonial context of our independence. This has particularly been done in comparing how transitions to independence were handled by the British Empire after 1922. There is no question that London approached Irish independence through the perspective of empire, and its experience with the transition in Ireland directly shaped how it managed the gradual withdrawal of colonial rule through the following century. Ireland was the first part of the empire to violently secure autonomy since the Treaty of Paris in 1783 acknowledged the independence of the American colonies. Ireland also served as an example for other countries seeking independence throughout the 20th century. This perspective is important in understanding the efforts to retain as much influence as possible and to still seek to define the Irish state in terms of its relationship to the British state. However, I think we also need to pay much more attention to the European context in trying to understand the dynamics of the time. In the period 1917 to 1920, there were 27 violent transfers of power in Europe. It was the most concentrated period of state formation in European history, with some states gaining restored sovereignty and others created for the first time. It was also a period which saw sustained outbreaks of violence as part of what some historians have called an extended European civil war. The Wilsonian doctrine of a Europe of nation-states was implemented in an incomplete, confused, and often unstable way, but it was the only coherent vision offered of a Europe without three of its historic empires. Ireland was the only new state which achieved independence from a victorious state. But there are so many other comparisons with the experience of state building in Europe that it is something we should explore more. For example, the approach to legal continuity followed here is something which you find in many new European states. Just as the first legal measure of our provisional government was to confirm all existing laws as remaining in place, throughout Europe, revolutionaries went immediately from the streets, where they were pulling down statues, to parliaments, where they voted to retain the laws of the departed regimes. In the decades before the war, many territories linked a rising nationalism with new regional elected bodies, very much the same as our experience with the Local Government Act reforms. Our complex and unresolved attitude towards the death and injury of so many of our people in the World War is also seen elsewhere. Throughout Europe, new states had to navigate conflicting feelings about the sacrifice of their communities in the name of departed empires. In doing more to explore European perspectives, we would also be reflecting the historic centrality of European ideas and events to the development of Irish identity and nationalism. For example, the proclamation of 1916 can only really be understood in the context of generations which closely followed and were influenced by European developments far earlier than the First World War. Finally, we need the European perspective to be able to explore why Ireland did not fall into the ideological extremes seen in many other newly formed independent countries, particularly where they had experienced significant social divisions. I think we should also consider if the manner of the transition in 1922 caused us to have some significant ambiguity towards our state, an ambiguity well beyond the obviously important issue of the division of the island. We did not have, for those who wanted independence, a clean rupture and emotional attachment to the emerging state. Yes, we had many cheering crowds and ovations, but we had those before. This is, after all, the country whose nationalism gave the world the first mass political meetings. Loyalties were not a given. They had to be argued over. Institutions had to build trust rather than assume it. And we lacked a figure who could unite the nation. We had no Masaryk or Pilsudski to inspire our pride in the new state. I think we ultimately found our way to showing our pride in the achievements of our state and its place in the world. While we are one of the few countries which does not have an Independence Day or a Republic Day, we do have one of the largest, most colourful and most inclusive national days. The emphasis which this places on community is a great strength for us. It is also ironic in a historical sense because the early markings of St. Patrick's Day in the late 18th century was designed explicitly to promote loyalty to the state. In terms of the impact of the transition and 1922 on our political system, I think we've been overly distracted by what I believe the incorrect idea that everything which followed should be seen through the lens of the Civil War divide. This is dismissive of individual choices, it ignores major changes in popular support, and it brushes aside the often significant differences between governments in favour of an essentially populist narrative. Fundamentally, this is an approach which robs us of more interesting perspectives on our politics. The War of Independence marked a dramatic propaganda victory. Every opportunity to shame and embarrass the British government in the eyes of the world was exploited as much as possible. It inflicted deep damage on the international standing of a government which thought that its victory in the World War should have meant an expanding empire rather than having to subdue its oldest colony. The nature of propaganda is that it paints an emotional picture of good versus evil, right versus wrong. It is personal and it seeks to damage. And where once it was an effective tool against the British government, now it was used against former friends and comrades. Sadly, 1922 was a year of propaganda, not a year of debate. Margaret O'Callaghan, Dermot Ferreter and others have written about how the war to shape the historical narrative started earlier and went on much longer than the physical war. The other side's leaders were denigrated, not just for where they stood on the treaty, but their role in earlier events were diminished or dismissed. This divisive and aggressive rhetoric actively fed into the escalating conflict. It had a disproportionate influence for many years, perhaps even to today, when so many see how much of our public discourse is framed in a populist manner. I believe we must also do more to understand the impact of 1922 in rolling back the recognition of women as full partners in the new state. The proclamation may well have been the first declaration of independence, which included a promise of extending the franchise and political rights to women. For the next 5 years, there were small but important advances, with women elected to Parliament and taking prominent roles in the conflict. Constance Markovich, who would later chair the founding meeting of my party, remains one of the great symbolic figures of the time. After that moment of hope, 1922 marked the opening of a long and cold period for women in Irish public life. The treaty debates saw women TDs dismissed as hysterical and their arguments ignored. A decisive move to exclude women began, with January 10, 1922 being the last day for 57 years that a woman would sit in an Irish government. And of course, it was not just the new government which regressed in this way. Other governments followed and built new exclusions, and women even bore a rising burden in the political violence in more recent decades. The last recorded case in Europe of the barbaric medieval practice of tarring and feathering women for fraternising with the enemy is to be found in the 1970s in Belfast. It is impossible to talk of the impact of the new state and miss the central fact that the state did not have jurisdiction over the whole island. Partition was not introduced by the treaty, but how the treaty was implemented did unmistakably help to reinforce partition. I think the absence of partition from much of the treaty debate stems from the fact that deputies believed that the Northern Irish state was simply unsustainable, or would be as soon as the Boundary Commission had done its work. Nobody claimed that it would or should be permanent. In almost every possible in almost every possible way, bad faith was shown towards the nationalist majority on this island when it came to addressing partition in 1922 and the years following. The Council of Ireland and the promised replacement for it were not implemented, and the Boundary Commission refused to even consider significant action. While county boundaries had been used to create the border, other approaches were used to block obvious changes to it. London's indifference to the reality of sectarianism faced by Northern nationalists also caused immense damage. Partition became a regular part of the pattern of later acceptances of independence, and the parallels with Ireland are unmistakable. For the majority, it was a deep and lasting shock to see a divide introduced where they had until very recently never considered one to be possible. Their churches, unions, sporting organisations, legislators, and much more had never before been divided in this way. Even for many unionists, this was an unnatural divide, which I believe is rightly seen as shaping much of our subsequent history, and not for the good. In the days after the Castle ceremony, groups of Southern Unionists went to great lengths to express their willingness to be loyal citizens of the new state. And in the Dáil, there was no dissent when Arthur Griffith confirmed the intention to make sure that there was a strong unionist representation in the new Parliament. At the same time, much in all as I believe we have a right to question if they were justified, we cannot ignore the fact that there were many who feared an independent state and that this motivated their push for partition. We have today an agreed blueprint for how to decide the future of our island. We have begun by far the largest ever programme for funding new connections and growing understanding between North and South. Our focus must be on overcoming the challenges of today, especially the high levels of poverty and underinvestment seen in too many areas. However, I think it is impossible to look back a century and not see what we lost. We lost a chance for a more diverse, challenging, creative and successful state, one which, with goodwill, might have found ways to lead the world in working to overcome sectarianism. As I've argued, I believe we have much more to learn from the events of 100 years ago. The context and the events of the long handing over of power can offer us many new insights and perspectives on not just our history, but on our social and political culture. Given its place in our history, Dublin Castle simply had to play an important role in the departure of the British government. For centuries, it had been a detached citadel which symbolised the elite and at critical points, repression. While newspapers and even Collins himself inevitably referred to January the 16th as the fall of our Bastille, it does not have that symbolic place in our history. The reasons why tells us much about those times and how we have changed since then. To the French, the fall of the Bastille represents a euphoric moment of popular sovereignty. It is the action of an impersonal crowd against a symbol. It is a single moment chosen to represent a revolution which had been slowly developing for decades and was anything but short. Against the background of the divisions of January 1922, a formal exchange of pleasantries and a few brief waves to the crowd could never provide this euphoric moment of unity and resolve which could sum up a revolution. The context and reality of how the transfer happened was central to a year which could have been one of celebration, but was ultimately one of regret and loss. However, I think that over time, we have as a country developed a strong sense of pride in our revolution and have done so in a unique way. Throughout our country, we have hundreds of places where the decisive moments and personalities of our revolution are marked. These modest monuments speak of heroic fights and tragic losses, and they replace the impersonal idea of a war for independence, and they give it a human dimension. There was no one alive who remembers the people listed on those monuments, no one who knew the sound of their voices or the touch of their hands. But those monuments are nonetheless deeply personal. Where once they were a mark of loss and sadness, a determination to not forget, today they have become a focus of pride. And they show us that the sovereignty of this state was achieved in those places and by thousands of volunteers, supported by the clear majority of the Irish people. They are a positive link between popular sovereignty and an enduring civil society. These hundreds of individual Bastilles give our people a personal attachment to their revolution and the far from perfect but undeniably successful state we have built. Thank you very much indeed for facilitating my appearance today.
I'd kindly ask you to remain in your seats. Our final panel is about to begin. We just have some brief housekeeping to do here on stage. The panel is standing by and will begin momentarily. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David McCullough, and I'll be chairing this final session of this conference. And over the last day and a half, we've heard some fascinating papers and some real insights into the events of 100 years ago tomorrow. And it's the job of this panel to try and draw some of those threads together and create a tapestry which will sum up everything that happened. So no pressure, guys. It's going to be easy. We're joined by Katrina Crowe. Katrina is a former head of special projects at the National Archives of Ireland. And I think every historian and particularly every genealogist in the country owes her an undying debt of gratitude for successfully putting the censuses of 1901 and 1911 online, free of access to everyone, and very easy to access as well. And she's also, of course, as well as editing books and presenting television documentaries, she is well known as a commentator on matters cultural and historic on television and in other forums. So you're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Dermot Ferreter, also, of course, a very familiar face from television. As you probably know, it's a legal requirement that any television documentary
produced in this country has to include an interview with Dermot. He also writes a weekly column for the Irish Times and has written more books than I have time to go through, but the most recent, Between Two Hells, is on the subject of the Civil War, so we will find out how much he remembers about that book during the course of this discussion. And he also, in his spare time, is Professor of Modern Irish History at UCD. Joining us by Zoom, I hope, yes, there he is, looming over us, is Dr. Brian Hanley, Assistant Professor in 20th Century Irish History at Trinity. And Brian has written widely on Irish republicanism and radicalism and is currently writing about the global impact of the Irish Revolution. So hopefully we'll be able to talk to him about that. And finally, last but by no means least, Dr. Caoimhe Nic Gabháid is Senior Lecturer in Modern History at the University of Sheffield. She's also a member of the Centenary Historical Advisory Panel to the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and her research interests include the history of Irish republicanism and the comparative history of political violence, and her current research project is titled Emotions and the Irish Revolution. And I think somebody, was it Alvin Jackson yesterday, was talking about the need for an emotional history of this period, so luckily you are on that particular job. And I'm going to start with you, Caoimhe, because there's a lot of emotion obviously involved in what happened in Dublin Castle 100 years ago tomorrow. How much of that emotion was down to what reality of what was happening, and how much of it was down to symbolism?
Well, I think I would challenge your premise, which is to suggest that there is a distinction between symbolism and reality. So I think that the symbols of what was going on in January, in all of 1922, matter deeply. So the fact that the provisional government come and take over, claim Dublin Castle on the 16th of January 1922, actually is really quite important. Anne's really interesting paper is so illuminating on the emotions of the crowd and the people who are watching, but I think it's also about sending political messages. It's showing that the treaty means something, showing that real power can be transferred, showing that they can work the institutions of that treaty. And, you know, it's quite clear, as the Taoiseach has pointed out, you know, the handover is long and sort of protracted. It takes many months before Dublin Castle in its entirety is handed over. It takes many months more than that before all the troops depart. And, you know, there's more to be said about how destabilising the British forces are, particularly, you know, the sorts of memorandums that Neville Macready is writing to Lloyd George right up to the outbreak of the Civil War in June 1922. But I think symbols actually are quite important, and this is showing that the treaty means something and that it can produce results very quickly. I mean, this is only 10 days after the treaty is passed. There you have something concrete to show for it right away. Okay, and Katrina, the symbolism of Dublin Castle, quite apart from the siting of various government departments here and so on, but the symbolism of the castle in Irish life, very important.
Hugely important. The fact that since the 12th century, it had been the centre of British administration here. My old teacher, Donegal O'Corran, told me possibly an apocryphal story about a siege of Dublin Castle by the Irish forces, such as they were, sometime in the late 12th century, when they had them on the run. They were starving to death and eating rats within. The Normans were going to go, and suddenly there was a fine day, and the line, he said in the source, was, "The Viach siad ag snov sa Liffey." The Irish went off for a swim in the Liffey, and that was the end of that. Now, I'd love to believe that was true, because we have a pretty serious, ingrained sense of constant victimhood in this country, which is certainly justified in large degrees, but needs to be more nuanced and focused on. And some of that focuses on Dublin Castle as the centre of all of this. It was interesting to hear people talking about comparing it to the Bastille. The equivalent of the Bastille in Dublin would have been Kilmainham Jail, where so many prisoners were kept over the years. I'm sure we're all very glad that nobody burnt it down. There was enough depredations on civic buildings in the city during our various conflicts, the Four Courts, the Custom House and the GPO, and Dublin Castle remains a very interesting 18th century building. I was fascinated by William Derham's paper on De Valera's interest in it, and the fact that he wasn't overwhelmed with hatred for George III and the various paintings and symbols that were about the place. That level of maturity in the 1930s, and the idea that the Eucharistic Congress, of all things, was going to be cited here is fascinating. So yes, it is symbolic, but I suppose one of the things we're learning over these 2 days is the confusion at each step of the way about where things are going and what's happening. Laura Cahalan, I thought, was absolutely illuminating yesterday on the actual legitimacy, the legal legitimacy of the state. A lot of us may not have known that that wasn't in place until much later that year, and that various things had to be done to do it. So it is a hugely important moment. Caoimhe is right, it's both real and symbolic. The details of it have to be fleshed out over the year to come. Many other things that nobody is anticipating on the 16th of January are about to happen that we can see in retrospect. And I guess we have to try to be careful not to judge everything backwards, because we know the Civil War starts, because we know how tragic and divisive and terrible that was, that looking at this in the way we are in these 2 days is really useful, because it's bringing us back into that prelude, if you like, to before everything.
Yeah, Dermot, I mean, it is difficult to look at it in the terms of what actually happened that day without, as Katrina says, trying to let what happened afterwards overshadow it. And I mean, the Irish Independent at the time, I think Elspeth Payne quoted this earlier on, certainly the most significant event in Irish history for hundreds of years. Now, whatever about hundreds of years, in the previous decade, you'd had the Ulster Covenant, you'd had the lockout, you'd had the First World War, you'd had the Easter Rising, so on and so on. So there are plenty of events to hold up to it. But at the time, this was seen as a big deal.
Yeah, and that assertion by the Independent would have also been seen by opponents of the treaty as propaganda. And the Taoiseach made that point about the extent of propaganda over the course of 1922. So we have to think carefully about the sources that we are using. I mean, the newspapers have been used brilliantly during this conference. They're a marvellous resource. But you do have to be very conscious of the agenda, the editorial agendas that exist as well. But we do have to give January 1922 the open-ended future of that year. There were a lot of people wavering. We are so used to talking and thinking about two sides in 1922. And we forget how many people were wavering. We forget how many people had no interest in what was going on in Dublin Castle. Was 1922 a good year for the crops? Were they thinking about bread and butter issues? Some of the diaries that we have relating to 1922 from some people involved in political and military life, they do also refer to everyday concerns, you know, supplies, commercial, family details. So people do also have to get on with their day-to-day lives, and that's also relevant to how they're negotiating their emotional feelings about all of these events. So, you know, we have to consider all of those nuances, but at the same time, what you see being recorded away from the newspapers in localities and communities and parishes and families around the country is this tension and this brewing tension. Yes, there is optimism, there is hope. There are those who firmly believe, and we shouldn't discount it, the taking your place amongst the nations of the earth thesis. George Gavin Duffy was very conflicted about the treaty, but he believed very firmly in that idea that this was a golden opportunity. So it's to factor that into our thinking and acknowledge the depth of the effort to try and avert civil war. Some are more sincere about that than others, there's no doubt about that. And I'm glad what's also been woven into today's discussion is the British shadow and the continuing threat and the continuing attempts to control. So it's quite a mixed bag, but we can't jump from the handover of the castle to the occupation of the forecourts to the attack on the forecourts.
There's a lot more going on, yeah. Brian, could I bring you in there? And it's been mentioned, you know, the propaganda value of the surrender or the handover of the castle. And from the provisional government presented this as the surrender of Dublin Castle to them. But from the point of view of legalities, of British legal theory, as Laura Callan explained earlier, from the British point of view, this was merely the acknowledgement of a new His Majesty's ministers in his Dominion of Ireland by the Lord Lieutenant. That was the British view of it, and that was the anti-treaty view of it as well, wasn't it?
It was, and it's important to stress, as Dermot has done, that the propaganda war had already begun. I mean, over Christmas, 1921, local newspapers and also priests at masses and bishops and so on had already said that the treaty was overwhelmingly supported by the majority. The idea that the majority were for the treaty and that anyone who opposed it was undemocratic, for example, was already out there before there'd been any chance for this to be put before a democratic forum. And it's also important to remember that there was a lot of talk about soft power yesterday and today, but the existence of hard power was still in Dublin. The British Army hadn't left Dublin, as a number of people had noted. And this entire period happens underneath this threat of re-intervention if things don't go according to the way the British hope they will. So there is that threat. And at a local level, if you look at newspapers on the day of the so-called handover, they're also reporting gun battles in Phibsborough between armed robbers and Republican police. They're reporting trouble on the land in the countryside. They're reporting strikes. So it was not a place at peace. Of course, the Civil War hadn't begun, but the intense bitterness of the treaty debates had worked its way down, I think, to certainly many Republicans. And then you also had people like the Labour movement who felt that they'd been excluded in many ways from these discussions, who represented a very, very large number of people who really, during the period of the truce, had begun to feel pressure from the Republican movement. The kind of benign neutrality of the Dáil towards the Labour movement had ended during the period of the truce, with the IRA being used to bring factory or creamery occupations to an end and so on. So you do really have a sense that it's important not to read backwards from the Civil War, but certainly it's not a place that's without a feeling of turbulence and a worry about where these things are going to go. But I do agree that the symbolism is hugely significant, and it is part of an attempt by the pro-treatyites as well to say we have won. This has been a victory, that there isn't any strings attached, because those strings, particularly the fact that this is really the solution that the British are imposing in many ways, is what can unravel the whole thing.
Katrina, I was struck by something Anne Dolan said. She's talked about the crowds outside. Joy and hope and relief. And you can imagine the relief that the war is over, joy that the British appear to be going, but hope for what this new state, this new independent state could be. And were the hopes, perhaps, I mean, people talk about the way the Civil War kind of spoiled the perception of the new state, but perhaps was the hope a bit overblown? Were they expecting too much, perhaps, from independence?
It's probably a natural tendency when periods of extended conflict come to an end. We have to remember, this is a period of extended conflict. It's 40,000 Irishmen died in World War I, 160,000 were injured, and we've got, I think, about 6,000 altogether between 1916 and the end of the Civil War. So there's been a lot of fighting, injury, bereavement, loss, trauma. In many ways, I think a lot of people would have been happy with whatever solution was reached, as long as the fighting stopped. We underestimate the degree to which violence can absolutely upend people's lives, and it's a lesson that is still hard learned, I'm afraid, today. Hope. There were reasons to hope. You're looking at a government, albeit now divided, that proposed certain things. The strategy of Sinn Féin, for example, something we heard about yesterday, for transforming the civil service, which didn't happen because of the Civil War. It wasn't an automatic continuity between what the British had and what we agreed to put up with afterwards. There was supposed to be an attempt to do the reverse of what happened, was to absorb the old British civil service into the Dáil civil service, which was far more flexible, modern, up-to-date, and had, of course, less constipated than perhaps the British Civil Service, which it certainly was, because we know from Eunan's paper yesterday and Martin Maguire's great work on all of this, that there were real issues with the administration in Dublin Castle at the time. But in terms of the broader picture, it's interesting that this morning's discussion about what is a state, what's a nation, what's a republic, all of those major terms, it was one of the one mentions the Catholic Church got was during that session this morning. We're looking at a country where the Catholic Church has been building its power exponentially since Catholic emancipation in 1829. It is already in control of a large part of our education system, health system, and industrial schools, which are run by religious congregations. When we get into 1922, we begin the Mother and Baby Homes event. What we've got is an astonishing level of cooperation between church and state that is accepted by most of the population. And to be honest with you, I don't believe that if the anti-treaty side had won, it would have been any different. So looking at that, what were people hopeful about? People were very hopeful about land, because we'd had the Land Commission in existence since the 1880s, and at this point a huge amount of the land of Ireland has been transferred from landlord to tenant before we get to 1922. However, it's unsustainable small holdings, and that again ties into newfound respectability among people with small farms and daughters who they do not wish to make any dint in that respectability. And we know that that doesn't work out, that the whole structure of landowning in this country doesn't work out in the way that many people might have hoped it would. I think hope springs eternal in the human breast, and when you see something dramatic, like a new cabinet arriving in 3 taxis in through the gates of Dublin Castle, and Michael Collins bouncing, quote, out of it afterwards, saying, you know, the castle has fallen, yes, you're going to feel hopeful that things might be better. If you're not taking too deep an interest in what the divisions are that are there, and what the secret, powerful forces are in our society that are going to shape what happens for at least the next 60 years.
Caoimhe, Brian spoke a bit about the anti-treaty forces, and you've done research on this area. So the anti-treaty IRA, you couldn't really call it as such, but elements of the IRA already expressed their disagreement with the treaty. They up with this, they're not going to put. Obviously, the takeover of the handover of Dublin Castle isn't cutting any ice with them.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think we should do when we're looking at 1922, and in particular this part of 1922, is to try and disaggregate the anti-treaty side a bit. They're not a monolithic block either. There are multiple, there's different factions within it. Crudely, we might describe some of them as a military faction, some of them as the political faction. De Valera is probably more aligned with that side. They're not exactly united either in terms of who is leading this overall anti-treaty position. And then alongside that, alongside the anti-treaty and the pro-treaty sides, there are the large number of neutrals who we've heard about earlier, particularly in the northern divisions, people who are trying to avoid taking sides in what they can see is becoming, is about to become or is sliding towards a bitter conflict. And really important in that is somebody like Frank Aiken, who does end up reluctantly choosing a side and goes on to have an important and a long-lasting political career as a member and a minister of Fianna Fáil. But I think we need to be careful to disaggregate the anti-treaty side. There's lots going on. They don't have monolithic views. There is a socialist faction within the military faction of the anti-treaty IRA as well. Somebody like Liam Mellows represents that, who of course loses his life by the end of 1922 when he's executed by Free State forces. So I think complicating the story of these clear-cut divisions between the anti-treaty and the pro-treaty side should be part of what happens in our discussions over this year, because it's not straightforward and it's not simple.
Absolutely, and Dermot, I mean, at this point, by the 16th of January, De Valera has set up his own political group, Coming Public. He has seen his side lose at in the elections of the Sinn Féin Standing Committee. He senses that there is a lot of opposition to the treaty within the IRA, but he isn't necessarily in control of it. His options are limited, really, aren't they?
They are. Now, the feeling of betrayal is profound in 1922. We need to acknowledge that as well, even at this early stage in 1922. And De Valera's options are very limited. You can talk about the strength of the opposition to the treaty within the IRA, and particularly when you go to Cork and you look at the First Southern Division, the largest IRA division, is clearly very opposed to it. How representative they are, however, of the country at large is another matter. And that was a similar interesting question that was raised about the representativeness of the TDs during the treaty debates. Were they really representing the views of their constituents? It's very hard to put any kind of concrete numbers on that. But the point about those who were wavering, and you mentioned there, Caoimhe, the research of Jimmy Wren is very interesting about the 1916 veterans. He estimates that 41% of those who were in the GPO in 1916, over 500 of them, not over 50,000, that 41% of them were neutral during the Civil War. A very high proportion. There were those opposed to the treaty but don't believe that it's worth fighting a civil war over. And you can see it dawning on some what this might mean. This is in early 1922. If these issues are not resolved, like Michael Rinn, who became a National Army soldier, who left a diary behind him, a Galway man, he was in Dublin in early 1922. He was actually at a Cayley, and he recorded in his diary, "I stand to lose 50% of my friendships." It's very stark. But he was writing about encountering people in a social context before the conflict begins, a couple of months beforehand, and there's an awkwardness there. They're still dancing, but they're dancing awkwardly, perhaps. But for De Valera, clearly he is really, really struggling. And there's wounded vanity and wounded pride at the heart of an awful lot of what he's feeling in early 1922. But this fundamental question for him about whether his future is wrapped up in IRA opposition to the treaty, that's not going to fill him with any kind of optimism either.
No. And Brian, in terms of what we would call the militant anti-treatyites, the likes of Mellows, Rory O'Connor, Liam Lynch to a lesser extent, I suppose, what is their strategy? What is their goal? What do they think they can and should achieve?
Well, the strategy is the Republic, and I suppose this is where and I'm glad we've moved away from this, because the prevailing view 20 years ago would have been that this was a split between constitutional Democrats and fanatical militarists. And I think Cueva is absolutely right and Diarmid is right. It is much more complicated than that. But the anti-treatyites simply said, we're fighting for what we were fighting for a year ago, which is the Irish Republic, which has existed, in our minds since the Easter Rising, at least since the 1918 election, and which now is being a different, membership of the empire is continuing because some of our leaders have agreed to a compromise under a threat of war, and we're not going to accept that. Now, the key thing was that the IRA was a mass movement, on paper over 100,000 men and thousands of others involved in various other ways. But in many ways, they were blindsided by the compromise. There was no real discussion about it over large swathes of the IRA. And John Borgonovo has pointed out that a lot of the anti-treatyites seem to really underestimate the extent to which they depended on popular support. And that popular support was there to a great extent while they were fighting against the British, but it was never going to be there while they were fighting against former comrades. And I think that does become clear once the war begins and continues. But I think for many of them, this was simply the bedrock Republican position. They couldn't conceive of accepting anything less than full independence, because that was what they had fought for. And that was what their comrades had died for. And they regard De Valera's position and external association as basically irrelevant. Certainly O'Connor and a number of others like Ernie O'Malley think purely in military terms. They don't even think very clearly in military terms, because occupying the forecourts and sitting there is not a very good military strategy. Liam Lynch is in a very different position. Lynch goes out of his way, I think, to avoid conflict. There are others who believe if you can resume conflict with the British, it'll bring everybody back together. I don't think that would have worked in terms of the popular mood. I think once the truce had begun, people essentially got used to peace and they wanted peace to remain. But as Kiva has said, there's a myriad of factions represented there. But clearly there was a very strong belief in the Republic, the use of force to achieve that Republic, and anything less was a betrayal of that. And, we do have to take into account as well the disingenuousness of Collins and other pro-treaty military men like Ona Duffy and so on, who are telling the IRA all the time that this treaty is all a smokescreen, that we're going to wait until we've got a proper army trained up and then we'll fight the British again, and the ways in which the IRB continues on in its traditional conspiratorial behind-the-scenes negotiations and so on. So everybody behind the scenes is telling lies. And the image of Collins, bouncing out of the taxi and saying the castle had fallen and so on. Collins is involved in so many different conspiracies and backroom deals at this point that they're hard to keep up with. But they are also telling the army that the army will get what it wants. So it's not only the anti-treaty side that are militarists in that sense.
Absolutely. And Cueva, of course, if we go back a bit, if we go back to November of 1921 and the recommissioning of the army and all that sort of stuff, civilian control of the army, the people who are looking for civilian control of the army are Cathal Brugha and Eamon de Valera, and the people that are resisting it are Michael Collins and Richard Mulcahy.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think that it's in Gretchen Freeman's recent book. That whole period is quite murky, what de Valera was aiming for with that. And a lot of it is kind of supposition about what were his intentions, how does this fit with why he didn't go to London to conduct the negotiations himself, what was his strategy, how did he think it would all unfold. And I mean, I'm quite convinced by the suggestion that his argument would be that by the recommissioning of the army as under his personal authority, if that oath if it had transpired in the way that he wanted, he would then have been able to carry the army with him to accept some form of, you know, external association, you know, a new formula, some kind of version of what, you know, of what was not acceptable under the treaty. So, you know, things are murky, things are difficult. The question came up yesterday, was Collins a good chairman of the provisional government? And the speakers yesterday focused on the question of chairman, you know, as a chairman. But I think it's interesting to think of focusing that answer on the provisional government. You know, this is an emergency or an evolving emergency crisis situation. And, you know, Collins is sort of well suited to making quick decisions, to having his fingers in multiple pies, to be cutting backroom deals with this person and having another strategy over here. And these are this does not fit the norms of kind of, you know, regular democratic governance, but it's suited to a kind of crisis situation in which he's kind of maneuvering along, trying to get to where he sees the destination, he's trying to get there, he almost gets there, he doesn't get there in the end, and we all know what happens in August 22.
Katrina, I just want to move on to a slightly different subject, which is the dog that didn't bark in the treaty debates, which is the North Partition. And, you know, I suppose we should be conscious at this stage the treaty didn't impose partition. In many ways, it was designed to undermine partition. But there is a feeling of hurt still across the border among Northern nationalists who feel they were abandoned by this.
There is. Sean McEntee made a very long speech during the treaty debates about the North. He was a Belfast Catholic, and he understood what it was about, and he's very irredentist. Can I just, in parenthesis here, can I just say, we're starting this year with the second half of the treaty debates, which finished on the 7th of January. It's 248,000 words, it's 15 days. It's probably the longest, most consequential conversation we had with ourselves, and we need to pay more attention to it. We need to actually, we're talking a lot here about what people were thinking, what they might have been doing, where they're going to go with this, that and the other. One place where you can actually hear what they're thinking and feeling is in the treaty debates. Of course, there are positions and posing and all the rest of it going on. But just to make a plea that Anew Productions, who have done fantastic work right through the decade of centenaries, were supposed to do 2 days of the treaty debates in Irish for Terrace where they took place, scripted by Theo Dorgan. They had to be cancelled because of COVID. If we can just decouple ourselves from the tyranny of anniversaries and make sure that our wonderful state, which is doing its best in terms of this decade of centenaries, allows us to see that happen and to listen to what they had to say and make our own minds up about it. None of the movies that have been made about this period involved the treaty debates. Neil Jordan left them out. It wasn't exciting enough, apparently. The Wind That Shakes the Barley doesn't go near them. They're great movies, but we do not have a movie about the treaty debates per se, nor, for example, do we have one about the Good Friday Agreement. It's interesting that we've chosen as a state to focus on violence and its consequences, very tragic in many cases, rather than look at what people are actually thinking and feeling and saying. So having said that, Sean McEntee stands up in the Dáil during the treaty debates and makes a fervent and passionate plea for something to be done about partition. As you've pointed out, as many people have here, partition is a done deal. It's settled since the year before. Margaret O'Callaghan gave us a wonderful paper today about James Craig's attitude towards all of this. He's sitting pretty, thinks it's fine. Is it possible that people in the Dáil believed that the Boundary Commission was going to deliver? I just don't know. I can't see how they could have. I honestly can't see how they could have. But apparently they did. And they felt that this wasn't a discussion. So it's not there on the table during the treaty debates. I'm sure it's there in other ways. But ironically, the very same Sean McEntee who makes the most fervent anti-partition speech during the treaty debates, in 1938 goes with De Valera to London for the Anglo-Irish trade talks, where Dev effectively finishes dismantling the treaty, gets the ports back, gets an end to land annuities, and he keeps hammering away to get an end to partition. And McEntee writes him a letter saying, you can't coerce 1 million Protestants into a united Ireland. The exact flip of what he had been saying during the debates. It's fascinating to me how people change their minds about things over the years.
What about that, Dermot? Did both sides genuinely believe that the Boundary Commission would solve the issue?
I don't think they gave it a huge amount of thought, to be honest with you. And that's a bigger issue, I suppose, about how they mentally and politically conceived of the new state of Northern Ireland, of partition, and indeed of Northern Nationalists and Republicans. And 1922 is a very difficult year for those across the new border who are nationalists. And we know that there are feelings of, they're not just trepidation, but again of betrayal, that we're going to be forgotten in this. And of course Collins is making very sympathetic noises, and he's haranguing Winston Churchill in London about the treatment of the northern minority. He's also in dialogue with James Craig early in 1922, and Craig finds him easier to deal with than Eamon de Valera, though of Collins, as we've heard, of course, is speaking out of both sides of his mouth. But there is from James Craig not a complete shut door when it comes to the future of North-South cooperation. He does say to Collins at one stage, well, maybe in 50 or 75 years we might be able to come together. That in itself is interesting. Maybe we also need to think about how Unionists, like we often talk about James Craig sitting on the Ulster Rock and so on, but they were also conscious of their own vulnerabilities. And in many respects, 1922 gives them the opportunity to embolden and cement their position because of the diversion, because of the Civil War. But we do know in 1922, in the words of one Antrim volunteer in the IRA, we're not getting any light nor leading from Dublin. So you can begin to see that that sense of them being left to their own devices.
And Caoimhe, Margaret O'Callaghan's paper, I mean, she set out very well Craig's reaction to the treaty, which is not what one would expect, because people nowadays think the treaty cemented partition. James Craig didn't see it that way.
No, it undermined what he thought was his durable political settlement, and that's been, set out really well. And we heard from Alvin yesterday about how, the powers from Dublin Castle had already been devolved to Northern Ireland through the outworkings of the Government of Ireland Act after 1920. So I think 1921-22 is an incredibly destabilising period for the new Northern Irish entity. One thing that we have to be aware of, you have incredible levels of violence occurring in Belfast and in other parts of Northern Ireland throughout 1922, particularly up to kind of June, July. You have notorious massacres occurring on both sides, massacres of Catholics and of Protestants. You have the arming of the Protestants, as Michael Farrell put it, in the equipping of the B Specials, and you have multiple factions within the nationalist side in Northern Ireland as well, because it's not just the IRA against the B Specials. There's also the Ancient Order of Hibernians, who are another kind of destabilising element in the mixture there also. So I think one of the counterfactuals that we will have to grapple with over this year is, what would have happened if one of Michael Collins's many plans had come to fruition and he had managed to unite the divided wings of the IRA, the pro-treaty and the anti-treatyites, together to fight the B Specials north of the border. That may have happened, but then clearly what we would have been a much more destructive civil war of a different kind on this island in 1922.
Brian, could I bring you in again? That idea that the anti-treaty elements weren't really concentrating on partition, at least initially. Now, it does come into their rhetoric a lot more as the months, as 1922 wears on, but it does seem a strange absence, initially at least.
Well, I think there's a number of things. And I think in our effort to try and dispel the popular notion that the Civil War was because of the North, we've gone too far the other way. The North is being discussed every day. It's on the streets of Dublin. Thousands of Catholics are fleeing from the new Northern Ireland, Dundalk to Dublin and so on, and the attitudes to them are actually very interesting as well. The Belfast boycott is revived by the anti-treatyites. And one of the reasons why it isn't mentioned so much, I think, in the treaty debates is that both the pro and anti-treaty sides agree that partition is wrong. And they both think they have a way of getting rid of it. Now, some of that might be the wishing for the Boundary Commission, but a lot of that is because there's all the subterranean, at local level, in Cavan, Monaghan, Donegal and so on, partition is being discussed a lot. And it's being discussed on the other side of the new border as well. I mean, people like Paddy Mulroe, for example, and John Dorney have looked at this in great detail. And one way in which Collins and others seek to neutralise the Northern IRA is to promise them that essentially we are going to arm you and we are going to carry out an offensive against the new state, and we're not going to let it stabilise itself. And as Keith said, over the next couple of months, some of the most terrible events that the decade of centenaries commemorations will have to grapple with take place. The McMahon murders, Weaver Street on the southern side, Dunmanway, Altnavay and Armagh, so on, and the Battle of Pettigo. Now, this is going to be very interesting because, you know, are the Defence Forces going to mark their involvement, the involvement of the Army of the Provisional Government in a full-scale battle against the British Army? Because that's what happens at Pettigo in May and June 1922, as part of a joint offensive by pro and anti-treaty forces against the new Northern Ireland state. As late as 1926, there were 40 pro-treaty prisoners in British jails, including a Cumann Gael TD. Now, this again, I think, completely muddies this whole idea of everything being settled, about the 26 counties turning inward and so on. There are divisions on the pro-treaty side as well about partition. Now, what could have been done in reality? We've got to go back a century and look at what had been said about the North, what even nationalists thought about people in Belfast and elsewhere, about the realities of unionist opposition to even self-government, and figure out, was there any way around that? De Valera, in private session during of the Dáil in 1921, talks about giving each county the option to vote out if they wish, and some kind of federal structure. Now, in reality, none of that was ever put before the people. But certainly, I think it again muddies the waters in this idea of a settlement had been arrived at, and there were some people who didn't accept that. In reality, everything was still up for grabs in many ways.
Sorry, Jeremy, do you want to get in? No, sorry. Kriva, I was just going to come back to you. You mentioned Liam Mellows, and you mentioned obviously how he died, and I think you were saying before we began this session, you were talking about a year which began with the jubilation outside Dublin Castle and ends in Mountjoy with the execution, the non-judicial murder of 4 prisoners by the Free State government on the 8th of December. It's a very, very sad development. Was it inevitable?
Well, I don't think extrajudicial executions are inevitable. I think some form of armed confrontation between at least what we're describing as the militant faction of the anti-treaty IRA and those opposed to them. Now, whether those forces might be pro-treatyite, might be external associationite, but I think there's some sort of confrontation that's looming clearly from, I mean, even from the summer of 1921, when you see there are local IRA commanders and local IRA volunteers who can't understand why a truce has been called, who don't want to accept it, who think one more push, we have them on the run, we can do it, we can drive the British out into the sea. So I do think some kind of armed confrontation is likely. The exact form that it takes is, of course, open to question. And one of the questions that I had arising from Laura's excellent paper yesterday was how we will read these extrajudicial executions that occur in November and December 1922, when, as Laura has demonstrated, the legal authority for the state is not in place until the 17th of December 1922. That puts the whole policy opens up the whole question of Civil War executions again, and the degree to which, you know, this is felt as a bitter conflict, I think, is not to be underestimated. I mean, this is the subject of Dermot's new book, which I've been reading recently and enjoying. And, you know, just as a kind of an example of that, the 1916 widows, many of them opposed the treaty, and Anya Kant's home is raided on multiple occasions in the summer of 1922 by Free State National Army soldiers. And she writes to her sister Lily O'Brien, who was a secretary to the treaty delegation and an anti-treaty woman herself, Cumann woman herself. But she writes that this raid by the Free State soldiers is worse than anything the Black and Tans have done. The sense of desecration, the sense of kind of being personally targeted and personal effects belonging to her husband deliberately being targeted, the picture of the Sacred Heart ripped up, trampled, thrown on the ground. People are feeling these this slide to civil war as a series of daggers into their heart. And I think that bitterness is something that Diarmuid has been writing about, but that we will have to remember and confront and acknowledge as we go through this year.
That question of inevitability also brings you back to the very end of the treaty debates, because the last word went to Cathal Brugha, the Minister for Defence, who said he would do his utmost to ensure discipline is maintained in the army. But that, for me, raised an obvious question. Had discipline ever been maintained in the IRA? And it was a big problem during the War of Independence as well. And Mulcahy is involved in various efforts in early 1922, again, as he sees it, to ensure unity in the army. So, you know, we do have to remind ourselves of the discipline problems that existed well before that. And also the trenchant opposition of so many Cumann Amman members. And they play such an important role in 1922, and they play a very important role over a variety of different areas, including propaganda. In many respects, they come to be responsible for the bulk of the anti-treaty propaganda. So their stance is particularly important in 1922, and where they're positioning themselves early in 1922, and there are very sizable numbers of them. But I'm also conscious of how 1922, for many, represents the end of their involvement in republicanism or in activism, whether that's by choice or because they're forced into that position. And I'll just give you one example of that. There were 257 members of Cumann Amman in West Kerry during the War of Independence and into 1922 and the Civil War. 106 of those 257 women had left the country by the 1930s. So it's over 40%. Now, that also has to do with limited economic and social options and poverty and various other things. And we have to factor that into how people were thinking about their options in this new Ireland and what's being promised as a hopeful future or a prosperous future in early 1922. For many, it goes sour very quickly. And the disappointments that you're talking about and the lotteries that are in operation, they become painfully apparent in 1922. If you can't reconcile yourself to this new state, or if you can't or won't accept its legitimacy, what are your options? And that's not just about you getting involved in military efforts to destabilise the state. It opens up all sorts of other social and economic and indeed cultural issues that people have to contend with.
And Katrina, we know an awful lot more about the options that we're facing people because of things like the military service pension collection, which have, you know, opened up a window not just into the War of Independence and so on, but into the conditions that existed afterwards. It's a fascinating social history of post-War of Independence Ireland as well.
I suppose 20 years ago, when we were looking at what were going to be the crucial archives for this decade, they were the Bureau of Military History and the Military Service Pensions Files. The Bureau of Military History has been released since 2003 and digitised since 2010. And we started, I say we because I'm on the advisory committee for the Military Service Pensions Project. I'm very proud to be there. They're like, the Military Service Pensions Files are like a sort of shadow social history of a particular cohort in the country at the time. And Diarmuid, of course, has exploited them brilliantly in the book on the Civil War and elsewhere. They tell us stories of disappointment, of disillusionment, of ill health, poverty, you know, a very, very different version than we might be seeing when we look back 100 years now of what people expected the future to be. It turns out to be poor, sick, and opposed by the people who are in charge of giving them money. So few people who applied for pensions got them that it's really quite a scandal. People who suffered enormously in the course of the War of Independence and the Civil War, and indeed 1916, and they're turned away because of a formula that's there. Somebody needs to do a serious study on the referees who decided who got a pension or not, who are these guys, and they're all guys, of course, what's going on there. So one of the important things that we must ensure happens after we're finished next year with the formal Decade of Centenaries is that that collection continues to be catalogued and made available to the public. The Department of Defence deserves enormous credit for funding this project and letting it happen in the way that it has, and letting it happen online with a brilliant catalogue so people can find what they want. That has to continue until it's over. The other, I mean, I'm just going to say, the Land Commission. You know, we've been banging on about this for a very long time. There are suddenly interesting little feelers in the wind that the Land Commission records might finally start to be opened up. They shouldn't be shut in the first place. We're never going to understand a great deal of stuff about this period until we get our hands on the Land Commission records. So that would be in terms of not just understanding the Decade of Centenaries and a great deal that went on there, particularly in terms of the struggle over land, which has been the big kahuna since the 17th century, let's face it. As soon as we get our hands on that, we'll have a whole plethora of other things to explore. Can I just say one thing? There's something we're not discussing, and that is the election on the 16th of June, 1922. You know, the question was, when did people feel they were done with this? When was it settled? I'm not saying it settled it certainly didn't, but it gave a serious democratic mandate. I know there were problems about the register, I know it's hedged around with difficulties, but it is an election where the people give their opinion, basically on the treaty, and it's overwhelmingly pro-treaty. We have to factor that into the discussion. It isn't an incidental occurrence. It's the one moment where people get a chance to make a democratic choice between these two sides, if you like, although I know they're very complex and nuanced within themselves. So we just have to remember that that did happen and that it has its own effect on how people...
Well, Brian, can I put that to you? Because the anti-treaty side would not have certainly De Valera accepted that they'd been roundly beaten, but the sort of wider Republican movement, I don't think, accepted that as a legitimate vote.
No, they didn't. And I suppose, look, I mean, the question was asked, was this inevitable? No, it wasn't inevitable. Even the shelling of the four courts wasn't inevitable because it was demanded by an external force, by the British government, who are not neutral arbiters in this whole discussion. And they're not neutral during the election either. I mean, they're disgusted, firstly, that De Valera and Collins tried to cobble together this strategy of having the so-called pact election, which in some ways in itself is also undemocratic because it wasn't giving people a clear choice. But there is a desire within the Republican movement, I think, to avoid conflict by many people. Similarly, in April 1922, there's a very widely supported general strike led by the trade unions, who, as I've said, are a pretty big force. And that shows to a great extent that much of the working class certainly are not in favour of a war. Now, that has to be taken into account over the next few months as well. But the election, I mean, it does give, obviously, a mandate to those who are pro-treaty, but it's very, very unclear at the time who exactly is, because Labour does very, very well. And they do very, very well because they're involved in lots of strikes locally and they're putting forward an alternative. But Labour are hedging its bets. They say they'll go into Leinster House, but they're in favour of a workers' republic. The farmers do quite well. Ex-Home Rulers do very, very well in Dublin, for example. In what's now Dublin Central, Lawrence O'Neill tops the poll, followed by Alfie Byrne, who are, you know, former Parliamentary Party MPs. So the election does show a huge diversity of opinion. I think the militarists certainly were going to oppose any situation that came out of that. But we can't forget again that the British just haven't left. They're not, you know, gone from this picture at all. They are still saying, we want the pro-treaty side to win. We're prepared to fund them and we're prepared to arm them. But they have to do what we tell them. So they're angry with Collins, for example, and others for not moving quickly enough against the four courts. You have that whole situation too. So I think it's important that when we discuss this, and thankfully we do seem to have gone beyond it, because I have to say again, 20 years ago, when I was an undergrad, this was all about fascists versus Democrats. And that's no longer the case. We do have a more nuanced kind of analysis of this. A lot of that is down to the work done by people like John Regan, for example, in his book, The Irish Counter-Revolution and so on, who really have brought out more the kind of the variety of complexities that were at work and the diversity that always exists among people's attitudes at the time.
That was also related to what was going on in the 1990s. You know, the 75th anniversary of what we're talking about today you were still dealing with the reality of the Troubles. And of course there was a process underway that culminated the following year in the Good Friday Agreement, but it still shaped, the Troubles still shaped the way historians and political scientists were writing and speaking about 1922. So it's interesting to look at what's changed in the 25 years, and it's a reminder of how influenced we are by the now when we're talking about these events and different stages that we're at. But I'm glad that point has been raised about the election. It brings us back to where we started, about what preoccupied people. Because those who voted for Labour and Farmers and Independents were actually collectively a bigger bloc than either of the Sinn Féin blocs, which would suggest that they weren't as preoccupied with some of the questions we, as historians, can become preoccupied with. And it brings us back to this question again of sides and nuance and trying to appreciate what was uppermost in the voters' minds.
Okay, well, I want to pursue that thought, but just, are there any questions? Does anybody have any questions? Because we're nearly going to be wrapping up. No. Okay, well, if anybody decides to have a question, make your way to the microphone and I'll pick up on you. Caoimhe, that's a really interesting point that Dermot raises there. And it's one that the decade of centenaries was supposed to be, you know, allowing us to have that wider discussion about what was really going on. How successful, in your view, has it been at promoting that kind of popular dialogue?
I think it has been remarkably successful, actually. I think, you know, we've been somewhat fortunate, maybe, in the Republic of Ireland, in that, you know, we've had a long run-up to these difficult years of centenaries that we are now facing. You know, the tone was set early on in terms of inclusivity, in terms of, I mean, balance is a kind of a cul-de-sac, actually, I think, but in terms of inclusivity and allowing multiple narratives to coexist. I'm quite, you know, I think we need to add nuance. I don't think we need to have one unified narrative of what the Civil War meant, what it was about, how we view either side. So I think the decade of centenaries has been really interesting in that. And one of the very few silver linings of the pandemic is that, you know, it may have disrupted some of the in-person programming for the centenaries, but it has moved online and so opened it up to so many more people around the world, you know, people who are of Irish descent, people who are interested in Irish history, who are able to engage and participate and be present in these discussions around these commemorations. So I think that's something that has been good, and I hope we can maintain as we go into the last couple of years of it.
Katrina, I think this has been a very valuable discussion over the past day and a half. Lots of interesting things and an engaged audience that are paying attention. But it doesn't really compare to the thousands of people lining O'Connell Street for the 1916 thing. So are we reaching a wide enough audience with these discussions?
Well, there are two different things. I mean, as we know, and Brian has made the point very cogently, there was a period when none of this stuff was up for grabs. There were very rigid opinions about what the past had meant or was. I mean, the obvious reason it's changed is peace in the North. We know that. We had a very interesting 2006 revival of the 1916 commemorations, the 90th anniversary, which went very well. Now, this was the big, if you like, the emotional centrepiece of the decade of centenaries is 1916. Always would be. Always has been. And it went remarkably well, and not least for myself and Dermot, who were sitting in a very comfortable broadcasting box with Brian Dobson, looking down on freezing cold O'Connell Street, while the dignitaries shivered. I felt very sorry for them, but we were very happy to be up there getting fed Easter eggs by the guys who were there, and it was wonderful to look at it. It was all done extremely well. The President was incredibly dignified, didn't talk much, laid wreaths, did all of that. We had a wonderful soldier reading out the proclamation, a woman, fabulous. And in the afternoon, we had Paul Muldoon's extraordinary, fantastic poem, 100 Years a Nation, in Collins Barracks with a choir of 1,000 people behind him. And that brings me to the issue of the arts and how they have helped us through this decade of centenaries, particularly drama and music, that we've had extraordinary productions from theatre companies that help us to get into the interior sense of what it was like to be alive at that time, and which can tackle knotty questions that can be very difficult for people to absorb. You have to have the two things hand in hand: good drama, good TV. There's been very good TV, some excellent documentaries that have helped people to understand this complicated period, and scholarship of the calibre that we've heard here today. And the scholarship has been remarkable right through the decade of centenaries. There's been several fantastic conferences that have looked like this one in detail at certain aspects of what we're thinking about. I preferred the term reflection and interrogation to commemoration. I know things will need to be commemorated by certain people in one way or another, and that's fine. And I think that the approach taken by the state on this is just to mark specific non-contentious occasions. That's not going to be so easy over the next year and a half. And to let local authorities and local groups do their own stuff, as they did in Solohead Beg 2 years ago, in a very dignified fashion, with the relatives of the two policemen who were shot there, along with people descended from the shooters. So I think we've done remarkably well. We're very lucky in our historians here. They grasped the nettle very quickly and just created a whole plethora of different prisms and lenses through which to look at the period. We have, of course, expanded our knowledge of women hugely in terms of what their involvement was at the time, which doesn't need to go too far, because it is fascinating that the 6 women in the Dáil in the treaty debates all went anti-treaty, that 4 of them had lost people in the conflict. I think the whole business of how we look at loss and bereavement and trauma is going to be something that will absorb us for a long period of time, and we have the military service pensions files to help us with that. But no, we have done remarkably well.
Okay, I am getting the evil eye, so I'm going to have to wrap up very quickly. But Brian, just a final word to you, perhaps, and then I'll give Dermot a final word as well. But you know, the next 18 months are going to be tricky from a commemorative or interrogative point of view. Can we do it? Can we have a proper grown-up conversation about the events of 100 years ago?
Well, again, you see, it depends what you mean by growing up, because, you know, all of this was potentially tricky, and Martin Manser has made the point that, you know, over a century ago, the United Kingdom was on the verge of civil war over Home Rule, but in 2012 and 2013, all those centenaries passed, you know, without much comment, because it's not contentious now. 2013 and the lockout passed without a great deal of comment either, and I'm sure there was nobody involved in the organisation of those commemorations worried that there'd be a huge increase in union membership or a big interest in unofficial strikes because we commemorated the lockout. What people are worried about is things like 2016, which there was a great deal of worry about, but it's the context which decides the commemorations. 2016 passed, I'll say well, because that's the way we're framing it, but then since then we've had Brexit, and in 2020 we had Tangate. So have people forgotten that there was a huge public backlash against what seemed to be a decision by the state to commemorate the Royal Irish Constabulary? Now, that shows really, one, how people can sleepwalk into these controversies, two, the level of interest there is among the public, which is a very good thing, but also how that can be completely underestimated and the mood completely, missed in many ways. The best thing about the decade has been the democratization of sources, from the censuses from 1901, 1911, the military service pension funds, the Bureau. It's allowed people to do all kinds of research, and particularly over the last couple of years when so many archives have been closed, it's still allowed people to continue to research. You've seen the fruits of that at local level. But I am very wary of the whole idea of, shared history in inverted commas being seen as a way that we can bring about reconciliation in the present day, because it avoids questions about power and imperialism and so on, which is very interesting that it was Michael D. Higgins, president, who began to talk far more about empire and imperialism, and I notice Taoiseach used the term here today as well, far more than historians had done or people involved in commemoration had done up until that point. And I think there are difficult questions that can't really be avoided, that can't really be used as a way to bring people together. We're going to have to agree to disagree on a whole range of these things and not be looking over our shoulders at current political events and that determining then what we say about things that happened 100 years ago. Because I do fear a lot of the time that's what people do. We can't commemorate this because it's going to lead to this, or so we think. And that's, not a reason for investigating our history.
Well, if we could agree to disagree, that would be an excellent outcome. None of this would have bloody well started if we could have agreed to disagree 100 years ago. Okay. We didn't. We went to war instead.
Final word to...
No, you see, that there was somebody else there, Katrina. It's not just about Irish people not being able to agree with each other.
I think we can acknowledge as well, well, this would be my own view, that less can be more effective sometimes when it comes to commemoration. Finland was very wary of commemorating robustly its civil war in 2018. 36,000 people died in the Finnish Civil War. So you can understand that and what they did to each other. And I remember as an undergraduate reading Todd Andrews' memoir, and he was a teenage Republican during the Civil War, and he said simply, alas, there are no victors when it comes to civil war, only monuments to the dead. So you can understand why people had sometimes a preference for silence. It was not necessarily ignoble. That doesn't mean we have to avoid difficult questions, but it does mean that we need to be conscious of too many commemorations proving to be too divisive.
Okay, well, with that plea for fewer commemorations, we're going to leave it there. To Caoimhe, to Dermot, to Katrina, to Brian, thank you so much for being such engaging panellists. Thank you for your attention. Thank you to Trinity College and to Anne Dolan for organising today. I'm going to give the final word to Martin Manzer, who's the Vice Chair of the Expert Advisory Group on Centenary Commemorations. Martin.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm here in the unavoidable absence of Dr. Maurice Manning, who is Chair of the Expert Advisory Group on Centenary Commemorations, and he's sorry he's not been able to be here because this has been, an excellent and successful conference. It was the idea of marking this day, or strictly speaking, yesterday and tomorrow, by both a conference and a state ceremonial was something which the committee was attached to. And of course, history is always, as we have heard today, much more complicated than it looks at first sight. Needless to say, the so-called sort of transfer of power didn't actually happen. In a 1 or 2 day period. It happened over quite an extended a period of time. I would like to thank, in particular, Anna Dolan of Trinity College for organising and sponsoring this conference. I would say somebody who contributed to its coming into being was one of our speakers, Dr. Martin Maguire, because I suppose the most substantive thing that happened in this period was that, civil servants, or some anyway, were, instructed to transfer their allegiance from one set of people, the Ancien Regime, to the incoming provisional government. So just listening to a very stimulating debate today, there was some mention about Speranza and the castle in literature. I mean, one novel in which the castle figures big time, that relates to the 18th century castle, is Lady Morgan's The O'Briens and the O'Flahertys, where the hero is torn between the attentions of Lady Knocklofty and somebody of, from an old Irish family, and all the sort of. I think it dates from the period of the Duke and Duchess of Rutland, or at least that would be my reading or interpretation of it. I would say also is that I think something that is underestimated, and it wasn't really dealt with in this conference, is during the 19th century how political the castle was. I mean, yes, Daniel O'Connell attended levees, but he only attended levees of Whig viceroys, not Tory ones. And, you know, there was a great deal of contention when there was a change of regime reflecting different governments in Britain. You know, some of the landed elites became very anti-castle, and the castle became anti-them and dismissed them from their jobs as JPs and things like that if they went too far. I suppose what we've been discussing has been, I mean, in a moment of important symbolism. And I suppose the core of it was, if you like, transition from one regime to another. Now, this has been very well described in publications, and I would like to congratulate them, people who've also contributed to the conference. My old friends in the OPW, the Royal Irish Academy, that just does provide superb publications, both in texts and pictures, 2 books on the handover of the castle, as well as the booklets that we have in our packs. And of course the department, if I can remember the right order in which this occurs, I think it's the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, tourism came in first. Sorry. The Department of Culture, Tourism, the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media. That's the correct order. Right. Just trying to memorize that. I don't know. I would sort of hope that in the future departments are just a little bit less of a mouthful, but they do great work. And of course, we had the minister here this morning, and the conference was honoured by the Taoiseach, who gave an important keynote address. And while not everyone here may be aware of it, I mean, he is actually, among other things, a trained historian, and he has written a very good book published about Cork in the revolutionary period, 1918 to 1932, a very nuanced thing, and you know, perhaps appropriate to the type of feelings. One of his main sources is, you know, a diary of a pro-treaty politician. Now, the one thing which I think I would take a little bit of issue with, because I suppose, you know, all the time people are making sort of strong political claims. I mean, I'm a bit of a French historian. Describing in the distant past, that is, to describe the handover of the castle, to compare it with the fall of the Bastille, is stretching things. There were crowds, but they weren't mobs. Nobody was piked. The castle was still there at the end of the day, and indeed 100 years later. In some ways, it's more reminiscent to me of, again, this is an exaggerated comparison, the Palace of Versailles after the 6th of October 1789. Versailles has gone on to play an important role in French history, or indeed in history generally. I mean, like not just the treaty negotiations that ended the First World War, but it was where the first united Germany, the Second German Empire, was proclaimed in 1871. Well, similarly, and we heard from William Derham, you know, a very interesting piece, you know, about the important role actually that De Valera played in the preservation of the castle. But of course, beyond the De Valera era, as somebody who entered the Department of Foreign Affairs in 1974 would remember, I mean, it was converted into a centre for European meetings, and then European Council meetings, Anglo-Irish meetings, New Ireland Forum, Forum for Peace and Reconciliation, Forum for Europe, famous tribunals and many other things. And of course, we're in the building when Caesar Augustus decreed that all the world would be taxed. Well, in Ireland, it was here was the centre of it. Just two other comments. I mean, I would agree strongly with Katrina Crowe highlighted, a full-length speech on partition by Sean McEntee, and the impression that I got from it was how prescient he was, that he warned that a partition would not end anytime soon, and that the British would keep up its support of Northern Ireland during the period ahead. Now, the other point was, is there was a paper given about loyalists. What is a sobering, if not shocking, thought is that the minorities, whatever one estimates them as having been, but below 10% anyway, during the period, they played a more important part in public life during, say, the first 60 years of the state than 50% of the population who were women. And that is, something that is, obviously that's a reflection on, the attitude to women. But anyway, I would like to just conclude by congratulating everybody, and particularly the whole series of stimulating speeches by many, many expert historians that have considerably enlightened us on the particular episode and its context that we're studying today. And so warm congratulations to everybody concerned. Thank you.